Chapter 606. In the Divine Dragon, Forbidden Land. Yi Xing, who was cultivating the falling star incantation, suddenly opened his eyes. They've come after all. Yi Xing's eyes shone brightly. In order to prevent the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace from catching up, Yi Xing had set up some surveillance formations along the way. No matter what the surveillance formations were monitoring, or if they were destroyed, as the formation master, Yi Xing could sense it immediately. Not long after, two figures hidden in the darkness appeared in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing scanned them with his super brain and saw them clearly. Although many disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had come, they still decided to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, Xian Yefeng and Yi Yinchuan were the first to sneak up. Xian Yefeng, Yi Yinchuan, Yi Xing said coldly as he stared at the two of them. Xian Yefeng and Yi Yinchuan revealed themselves. Their expressions were filled with surprise. They were surprised that Yi Xing could actually see their figures. "Kid, are you the only one here? Where did Feng Xiaoxiao go?" Xian Yefeng shouted. His target was Feng Xiaoxiao. As for Yi Xing's life or death, that was the concern of Star Elephant Palace. The Dark Moon Palace had only attacked in passing. "You guys are really haunting me," Yi Xing said coldly as he looked at the disciples of Star Elephant Palace behind him. Xing Liuyu, Xing Luyang, and the other disciples of Star Elephant Palace walked forward. When they saw that Feng Xiaoxiao was not here, they were furious. Xing Luyang shouted, "Where's Feng Xiaoxiao?" Xing Luyang was extremely unwilling to enter the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. However, Xing Liuyu and Xian Yefeng insisted on coming in to eliminate any future troubles. In order to kill Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Luyang could only brace himself and enter. This was because Feng Xiaoxiao was too powerful. If the three of them did not join forces, they were not confident that they could kill Feng Xiaoxiao. In the end, after entering the Divine Dragon Forbidden Area, he did not see Feng Xiaoxiao at all. Xing Luyang felt that he had taken such a huge risk for nothing, and the anger in his heart immediately rose. Yi Xing's gaze swept across everyone's faces and sneered. "Brother Feng isn't with me. How would I know where he is? Hee hee. You guys won't be able to find Brother Feng. Just wait for Brother Feng to take your lives in the future." Xing Liu stepped forward and said coldly, "What's so funny about you? No matter what, you will die here today." This was already the end of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land safe zone. Any further in, and it would be the true Forbidden Zone. Entering there would mean certain death. Xing Liu did not believe that Yi Xing also had a lesser space-breaking talisman. Therefore, in his eyes, Yi Xing was already a dead man. Yi Xing had already been forced into a corner. Other than rushing into the Forbidden Zone and escaping, there was no other way. Yi Xing's eyes revealed a sharp murderous intent as he said, "Remember this. As long as I, Yi Xing, survive this ordeal, I will definitely head to the Starry Crescent Land in the future. If you don't die at the hands of Feng Xiaoxiao, you will die at the hands of Yi Xing. You still want to survive this ordeal? I will tear you into pieces right now." Xing Luyang roared furiously. The ardent flame's spear instantly appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Yi Xing. Although he did not use his astrology, Xing Luyang's spear attack was more terrifying than a full force attack from a 3-star venerable. Naturally, Yi Xing would not exchange blows with Xing Luyang. Just as Xing Luyang attacked with his spear, Yi Xing used his shadow steps. His body split into two, and he rushed into the Forbidden Zone. Yi Xing was well aware of the few damaged areas in the Forbidden Zone. Naturally, he rushed in without triggering the erase attack. Entering the Forbidden Zone meant certain death. This was the consensus of the Starry Crescent Land cultivators. Unexpectedly, Yi Xing had rushed into the Forbidden Zone. However, Yi Xing would die if he stayed behind. Rushing into the Forbidden Zone would also result in death. It was reasonable that he would be frightened into entering the Forbidden Zone by Xing Luyang's attack. However, what shocked the cultivators present was that Yi Xing had not been killed by the erase restrictions after entering the Forbidden Zone. "Remember my words. One day, we will meet again," Yi Xing said coldly as he stood in the Forbidden Zone. The distance between the two parties was not far. However, Yi Xing stood in the Forbidden Zone. The disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace felt as if they were in two different dimensions. It was as if they were extremely far away. Looking at Yi Xing, the cultivators were filled with murderous intent. However, they did not dare to take a single step into the Forbidden Zone. I will destroy him from a distance. In the end, it was the hot-tempered Xing Luyang who roared and used his astrology. He did not dare to step into the Forbidden Zone to kill Yi Xing. However, he was powerful enough to kill Yi Xing even from a distance. At this moment, Yi Xing's expression suddenly changed. Xing Liuyu also pulled Xing Luyang back and said, "Don't be so agitated." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, the space near where Yi Xing was standing was filled with numerous wind blades. The aura of these wind blades made everyone's hair stand on end. If they were hit, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. This was a terrifying attack that even a king would not be able to withstand. At the same time, Yi Xing's expression changed, and he used the afterimage footwork. At this moment, he used the afterimage footwork to the limit and also used the grand force of wind to the limit. His body gathered a dense amount of wind yuan qi, and his speed reached an extraordinary state, dodging the attack of the wind blades. The Forbidden Zone was different from the outer perimeter. There was no place that was absolutely safe. Even if it was a relatively safe area, there was no telling when danger would come. At this moment, Yi Xing did not care so much. His super brain was operating to the limit, scanning the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, countless calculations had been made. He calculated the next safe place to land and moved in the Forbidden Zone. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would trigger a reaction from the formation. In less than 3 breaths of time, an attack would be launched. Therefore, Yi Xing did not have much time to think at all. At most, in 1 or 2 breaths of time, he would have to move again. In one dangerous situation after another, Yi Xing's figure moved deeper and deeper into the Forbidden Zone. The disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace outside the Forbidden Zone were all dumbfounded when they saw Yi Xing's figure move deeper into the Forbidden Zone. Although Yi Xing's every step was dangerous, he did not suffer any real injuries. He actually moved so deep into the Forbidden Zone. This was unbelievable. What they did not know was that in this short period of time, Yi Xing's usage of the superbrain had surpassed the sum of his usage in the past few years. Under the threat of death, Yi Xing's potential had completely erupted. Smoke was coming out of his brain as it spun rapidly. In this short period of time, whether it was Yi Xing's control of his body or his analysis and reaction to formations, Yi Xing had improved rapidly. We will meet again. Yi Xing's figure had already disappeared from the sight of the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace. But Yi Xing's voice still came from the depths of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Zone. Chapter 607. Yi Xing moved forward without any time to rest. Wherever he went, the formations would be triggered. Only by moving forward could he survive. Moreover, even if he wanted to move forward, he couldn't just blindly walk around. He had to go to a relatively safe place to ensure that he wouldn't be killed instantly. Therefore, Yi Xing's superbrain was working to the limit at all times, calculating the possible path to survival. Even if his brain was smoking, he couldn't stop. In the Forbidden Zone, the broken and weak points of the formations weren't in a straight line. Yi Xing had to constantly change his direction. Therefore, in terms of the distance in a straight line, Yi Xing wasn't moving very fast. Under the superbrain's intense movements, Yi Xing's 7 orifices fumed. Soon, he felt dizzy, but he didn't collapse. The desire to survive made him instinctively move the superbrain, choosing a relatively safe path to advance. He was no longer controlled by his thoughts, until Yi Xing completely fainted and lost consciousness. Outside the Forbidden Zone, the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace wore gloomy expressions. Yi Xing had entered the depths of the Forbidden Zone, and Feng Xiaoxiao's whereabouts were unknown. This caused Xingliu, Xin Yefeng, and the others to lose their target. Although they didn't know whether Yi Xing was dead or alive, Xingliu and the others weren't willing to risk waiting in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Zone. They could only reluctantly leave. There were many treasures in the extraterrestrial starry sky, waiting for cultivators to explore. They couldn't wait here forever and waste their time. That country bumpkin won't live for long. Let's not bother with him anymore. The most important thing is to find Feng Xiao. If we can't kill him while he's in the extraterritorial Starland, the Big Dipper Sword Sect will definitely protect Feng Xiao when we return to the Starry Crescent Land. It will be difficult to kill him then. If Feng Xiao becomes someone powerful in the future, we will definitely be harmed. Xingliu said. Xingliu, Xian Yefeng, and the others nodded in agreement. Xian Yefeng said, if Feng Xiao wants to hide, the chances of finding him will be very slim. However, when the Outer Realm Star continent closes, everyone will be transported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. We can kill him there. Xing Liu nodded, a trace of worry flashing through his eyes as he said, Feng Xiao is only 21 years old and is still rapidly advancing. Although his cultivation base has reached the astral reaching realm, and each advancement is extremely difficult, there are still 5 months before the outer region closes. I'm afraid that his cultivation base will have already reached the 2nd level of astral reaching realm. Then, it will be difficult to deal with him. Xian Yefeng's eyes narrowed as he said, then we should move around more during this period and see if we can come across any fortuitous encounters that can allow our cultivation to rise to the next level. Furthermore, we can contact the disciples of the Demon Sealing Valley. I believe that the Demon Sealing Valley does not wish for Feng Xiao to grow stronger. With the Demon Sealing Valley's great sealing technique, even if Feng Xiao becomes a 2-star venerable, she will not be a threat. Xing Liu and Xian Yefeng looked at each other and nodded. The Demon Sealing Valley was one of the 2 strongest powers of the Star Moon continent. Moreover, there was also a first-grade expert among the disciples of the Demon Sealing Valley. If they joined hands, no matter how powerful Feng Xiao was, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. The Godly Dragon Forbidden Land was a place that the martial artists of the Star Moon continent had explored and tested for countless years. Eventually, it was determined to be a dangerous place with no harvest and was classified as one of the Forbidden Lands. After the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and the Dark Moon Palace left, the Godly Dragon Forbidden Land returned to its former tranquility. Only the unconscious Yi Xing remained in the depths of the Forbidden Land. After 3 full days, Yi Xing finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, Yi Xing immediately sat up and looked around vigilantly, activating the Super Brain's scanning function. What entered his eyes were 2 golden doors. Yi Xing's heart shook as he realized that he was already in front of a huge palace. In front of the doors, there was a safe zone. When Yi Xing's consciousness fell unconscious, the Super Brain instinctively operated and controlled his body to come here. Only then did Yi Xing collapse. Yi Xing suddenly cried out in surprise. He realized that the calculation ability of his brain was much faster than before. Even the objects he scanned were more detailed. The time it took Yi Xing to analyze the formations and restrictions in front of him was more than 10 times faster than before. He could see the flaws and weak points at first glance. Moreover, the structure of the formations and restrictions could be clearly scanned by the Super Brain. The Super Brain seems to have been strengthened. Did it level up? Did it evolve? Yi Xing cried out in surprise. No matter what, Yi Xing was happy. This was a blessing in disguise. It was a good thing. What could be in this palace? Yi Xing stood up and looked at the 2 doors in front of him. The Super Brain had already analyzed the formations and restrictions that covered the doors. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but the formations and restrictions on the doors were already damaged. Otherwise, even if Yi Xing could analyze the structure of the formations and restrictions, there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot into the sky. Yi Xing used the fire astrology, and the golden rock spear instantly appeared in his hand. The astral energy circulated, and the power of heaven and earth surged. It stirred up the primal chi of heaven and earth. Yi Xing unleashed his full strength. Like an unlucky flame, he thrust his spear with the strongest attack and attacked the broken part of the formation. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Yi Xing's hand that held the spear went numb. A terrifying force bounced back, but the two doors did not budge at all. Although the formations and restrictions were damaged, it was not that easy to destroy them. Yi Xing was only able to break through because he could see where the restrictions were broken. Otherwise, even if a supremacy attacked directly, he wouldn't be able to shake the two doors at all. Through the superbrain scan, Yi Xing could see that the damaged parts of the formations and restrictions on the doors had become bigger. His terrifying aura continued to erupt as he attacked with the strongest spear. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Xing attacked with his spear again and again. Every time he attacked the same spot, the broken parts of the formations and restrictions were constantly magnified. After more than 100 attacks, Yi Xing finally tore apart the defensive formation on the door. The door creaked and opened to both sides. It's finally open. Yi Xing was overjoyed. He looked into the hall and scanned everything inside with his superbrain. The hall was very spacious and there was no danger. Yi Xing walked in. It was a square hall that was about 10 feet in length, width, and height. The walls on both sides were engraved with patterns. Most of the patterns were in the shape of humans. Some of them were in the shape of dragons. However, even if they were in the shape of humans, they were dragonians covered in scales. The human figures in the patterns had different movements. Yi Xing looked at them for a while and understood. These patterns seemed to be martial arts moves. Chapter 608. The moves on the wall were not exquisite. In fact, they were very ordinary. Yi Xing tried to learn 2 moves, but he did not find anything special about them. They were not even spiritual martial arts. They could only be considered as ordinary martial arts. This made Yi Xing feel very surprised. The martial arts recorded on the walls of the forbidden divine dragon grounds were only at the level of ordinary martial arts. This should not be the case. Yi Xing shifted his gaze and observed the pictures on the other wall. Although the moves in the pictures were different, they were all very ordinary. Even supremacies do not have the strength to enter this place. This forbidden divine dragon palace should be of a very high level. It's impossible to carve ordinary martial arts on the walls. These moves are very ordinary. Could it be that they need a special heart technique to be powerful? Yi Xing guessed as he looked into the depths of the palace. There was a stone table under the opposite wall. About 3 feet above the stone table, there was a fist-sized ball of red blood floating in the air. Yi Xing scanned the blood and found that there were shadows of dragons moving around in the blood. This can't be dragon blood, right? Yi Xing was surprised. Yi Xing walked forward. When he was about 10 meters away from the stone table, a wall appeared in the air and blocked his path. There was a hidden formation here. Even Yi Xing's superbrain could not detect it. The power of the formation projected a line of words on the wall behind him. Learn the martial arts of the Dragon Clan, and you can obtain the essence of the Dragon Clan's blood. The pictures on the wall were the Dragon Clan's martial arts. Perhaps only the Dragon Clan's martial arts would be powerful. No wonder Yi Xing felt that the martial arts were very ordinary. It was not cultivated by humans. Yi Xing's superbrain scanned the area in front of him and found that the formation was very complete. He could not force his way forward to obtain the essence of the Dragon Clan's blood. It seems that the only way to obtain the essence of the Dragon Clan's blood is to master the martial arts on the 2 walls. Yi Xing thought. He retreated and continued to look at the pictures on the wall. He memorized each move in his superbrain. Soon, the martial techniques on the 2 walls were imprinted in Yi Xing's mind, never to be seen again. However, imprinting it in one's mind was one thing, and practicing it in one's body was another. Because it was the martial arts of the dragon race, it was not suitable for humans to practice. For humans, these moves were not only strange, but also very disjointed. Each move seemed to be separate and independent. It was not a problem for Yi Xing to practice them separately, but it was extremely difficult to practice them consecutively. Yi Xing first separated the moves one by one and practiced them one by one. Very soon, he was familiar with the moves. Then, He gave it a try to see if he could enter the array formation and obtain the divine dragon blood essence. As soon as Yi Xing entered the array formation, a wall appeared out of thin air. A terrifying pushing force attacked him. Yi Xing immediately used the first move he had learned from the stone wall. Although this move did not have any power, it offset the pushing force from the array formation. However, before Yi Xing could move forward, another terrifying pushing force attacked him. Yi Xing wanted to change his move, but the changes between the moves were unfamiliar. Before Yi Xing could change his move, he was blasted out. It seems that I have to practice these moves consecutively and then perform the complete move from the beginning to the end. Only then can I pass through the array formation and obtain the divine dragon blood essence. Yi Xing thought to himself. He calmed down and continued to practice the martial arts of the Dragon Clan. The moves were not connected. One word, practice. The changes in the moves were unfamiliar. One word, practice. Yi Xing first simulated the moves in his mind. First, he let his consciousness connect the moves. Then, Yi Xing carried out practical practice to allow his body to connect with these moves. With the connection of his consciousness, Yi Xing's practice was naturally twice the result with half the effort. In just 2 days, Yi Xing had completely mastered this set of martial arts of the Dragon Clan and could perform it smoothly. If others were to practice it without the help of the super brain, they would probably need more than 10 times the time, or even longer. Let's try again. Yi Xing once again walked toward the divine dragon blood essence. When he was 10 meters away, the array formation was immediately activated. A wall appeared out of thin air and blocked Yi Xing's advance. Yi Xing took a step forward and stepped into the wall of thin air. Immediately, a terrifying pushing force attacked him. Yi Xing immediately used the first move of the Dragon Clan's martial arts. The pushing force was immediately dispelled. Yi Xing took a step forward and a second pushing force attacked him. In an instant, Yi Xing's moves changed and smoothly used the second move. The pushing force was once again dispelled. Just like that, Yi Xing moved forward step by step and continuously used the moves of the Dragon Clan's martial arts to dispel the pushing force in the array formation. Not long after, he finally arrived in front of the stone table. After using the set of Dragon Clan's martial arts, the array formation around him disappeared and was completely dispelled. Yi Xing looked ahead. The divine dragon blood essence floating in the air was just inches away. What a surging power! Before coming into contact with the divine dragon blood essence, Yi Xing could already feel the power contained in it. Yi Xing reached out and grabbed the divine dragon blood essence. The moment the divine dragon blood essence touched Yi Xing's palm, it immediately seeped into Yi Xing's palm and fused into his flesh and blood. Before Yi Xing could understand what was going on, a sharp pain came from his palm that came into contact with the divine dragon blood essence. In an instant, dense scales grew on Yi Xing's palm. They were golden dragon scales that shone brightly. What's going on? Yi Xing was shocked. Although he was inexperienced, he had never heard of the divine dragon blood essence. He did not know what would happen if a human warrior came into contact with the divine dragon blood essence. However, the sharp pain from his palm and the dragon scales that grew were spreading to his arm. At that moment, Yi Xing knew that he had encountered a big problem. Will I become a demon? Yi Xing was shocked. When he thought about how he would become a dragon man in the future with golden scales all over his body, he was horrified. No, I must not become a demon. At that moment, a voice in his heart overcame the pain and fear, calming Yi Xing down instantly. He immediately sat down cross-legged and frantically circulated the Mystic Class low-grade Falling Star art to refine and absorb the energy contained in the Divine Dragon Blood Essence. He did not let the Divine Dragon Blood Essence fuse into his body on its own accord. The Divine Dragon Blood Essence fused into Yi Xing's body on its own accord because the Divine Dragon Blood Essence was in a dominant position. After the complete transformation, Yi Xing would always be in a Dragon Man state. Yi Xing took the initiative to refine and absorb the Divine Dragon Blood Essence because he was in a dominant position. After absorbing the Divine Dragon Blood Essence, He could transform into a dragon man or a human as he wished. He was completely under Yi Xing's control. Therefore, although it seemed like the same thing, it was a completely different matter as to who was in a dominant position. The energy in the divine dragon blood essence was too overwhelming. Yi Xing circulated the falling star art, but could not absorb it at all. The sharp pain on his arm continued, and the dragon scales continued to grow. Black hole astrology. Yi Xing's mind moved, and a beam of starlight shot into the sky. He immediately circulated the black hole astrology. Chapter 609. The black hole astral form hung high in the sky. The black hole whirlpool spun unceasingly, producing a huge devouring power that increased the speed of absorbing and refining the divine dragon essence blood. However, the power contained within the divine dragon essence blood was simply too overwhelming. This was divine blood. If the main part of the divine dragon essence blood was still alive, the divine blood would contain the owner's spirit and will. The power contained in this divine blood was enough to kill a king. Yi Xing wasn't even an astral reaching venerable. How could he absorb this divine dragon essence blood in such a short time? Therefore, the speed at which the divine dragon blood essence assimilated Yi Xing was very fast, but the speed at which Yi Xing refined and absorbed the divine dragon blood essence was much slower. Even though Yi Xing used the black hole astral form, it still couldn't compare to the assimilation speed of the divine dragon essence blood. The dragon scales on his arm were still spreading. However, the black hole astral form was extraordinary after all. It wasn't useless. At least, Yi Xing's black hole astral form greatly slowed down the assimilation speed of the divine dragon essence blood, buying time. If Yi Xing was assimilated by the divine dragon essence blood, not only would his body be unable to turn back into a human, even his spirit and consciousness would be assimilated. He would no longer be able to remember his past and would think that he was a true dragon man. In a sense, assimilation meant death for Yi Xing. From then on, he would no longer be himself. This was an outcome that Yi Xing absolutely couldn't accept. His desire to live made him desperately operate the falling star incantation and the black hole astral form, all for the sake of refining the divine dragon essence blood a little faster, a little faster. Time slowly passed. More and more dragon scales appeared on Yi Xing's arm, gradually spreading to his body. A day later, Yi Xing's entire arm was covered in golden dragon scales. He had completely transformed into a dragon, and the dragon scales were spreading to his body. Yi Xing had long since entered a selfless state. He was fully focused on operating the falling star incantation and the black hole astral form, maintaining the speed of refining and absorbing the divine dragon essence blood at the fastest speed. After a day, Yi Xing had already refined and absorbed quite a bit of divine dragon blood essence. This caused the assimilation speed of the divine dragon blood essence to slow down. However, Yi Xing absorbed very little of the total amount of divine dragon blood essence. The assimilation of the divine dragon blood essence to Yi Xing continued. Another 2 days passed, and the dragon scales had already spread from one shoulder to the other and started to spread to the other arm. Furthermore, the dragon scales were still growing. They had already covered Yi Xing's neck, and they had already covered Yi Xing's chest. The black hole constellation was located in the middle of his brows, blocking the assimilation of the divine dragon essence blood to his neck. The black hole constellation was located in his dantian, blocking the assimilation of the divine dragon essence blood to his chest. However, after Yi Xing's other arm was assimilated by the dragon blood, it lost its connection with his body, and the assimilation speed greatly increased. In just half a day, Yi Xing's other arm had completely turned into a dragon, and it was covered in golden dragon scales. After both arms were assimilated, the power of the divine dragon blood essence started to spread in both directions. The black hole constellation located in the middle of his brows was clearly much stronger than the black hole constellation in the middle of his brows. The dragon scales grew at a much slower speed towards his face than towards his abdomen. This divine dragon blood essence was very intelligent. It actually knew how to avoid the sharp edge. It no longer assimilated towards Yixing's head. Instead, it concentrated its power on the lower part of Yixing's body. As such, although the black hole constellation in his dantian was constantly absorbing the divine dragon blood essence, the assimilation speed of the divine dragon blood essence was still not slow. 7 days later, Yixing's entire body was covered in dragon scales. Both his front and back were covered in dragon scales. Only the fist-sized part of his dantian remained intact because the black hole constellation was constantly absorbing the divine dragon blood essence. The dragon scales grew and surrounded his dantian, and they continued to spread downwards until they reached Yixing's legs. At this moment, his legs were completely separated from his body by the assimilated dragon scales. The assimilation speed was very fast, and 2 days later, both legs were completely covered in dragon scales. Following that, the remaining divine dragon blood essence attacked Yixing's dantian with all its might. Although it had assimilated Yixing's arms, legs, and almost his entire body, the divine dragon blood essence was still surging violently. The power of the dragon blood was too strong, and the black hole constellation could not refine and absorb it all. The range of its defense was constantly shrinking. Even if Yixing circulated the mystic low-grade meteor fall art with all his might, the black hole constellation in his dantian could not stop the assimilation of the divine dragon blood essence. 3 days later, Yixing's dantian was also completely assimilated, leaving only his head intact. However, the remaining power of the divine dragon blood essence was still strong. The rest of the divine dragon blood essence surged upwards, attacking Yixing's head with all its might. As long as it assimilated Yixing's glabella, Yixing would lose his consciousness. From then on, he would be a new existence, a dragon man. He might even completely transform into a dragon. Even with the black hole constellation's devouring vortex, it could not stop the assimilation of the divine dragon blood essence. Dragon scales began to spread towards Yixing's face. First, it was the chin, then the mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and then the back of his head. The black hole constellation was extraordinary, and its resistance was too strong. The divine dragon blood essence took close to 10 days to assimilate Yixing's head, leaving only a small piece between his eyebrows. It had been 23 days since Yi Crossing came into contact with the divine dragon blood essence. After 23 days of devouring and absorbing, the black hole constellation had absorbed a large amount of divine dragon blood essence. Finally, just as his glabella was about to be assimilated by the divine dragon blood essence, it stopped the impact of the divine dragon blood essence. The speed at which Yixing refined and absorbed the divine dragon blood essence finally reached a balance with the assimilation speed of the divine dragon blood essence. No matter how much the divine dragon blood essence attacked Yixing's glabella, it was all devoured and absorbed by the black hole constellation. Although Yixing was operating the black hole constellation with all his might, he could still feel the changes in his body. At this moment, he finally calmed down. As long as the speed reached a balance, as the black hole constellation absorbed more and more divine dragon blood essence, the advantage would tilt towards him sooner or later. The process of reaching a balance lasted for more than half a month. As more and more divine dragon blood essence was absorbed, Yixing finally took control of the situation and began to forcibly refine and absorb the divine dragon blood essence in the opposite direction of his dragonized body. With his glabella as the center, the dragon scales around him disappeared one by one, returning to their original state. This process was slow, but Yixing was in a good mood. He had finally overcome the hurdle. He was the winner of this battle of life and death. First, it was his head, then his neck, then his chest, shoulders, arms. As time passed, the dragon scales on Yixing's body gradually decreased. More and more parts of his body returned to their original state. Chapter 610. Star Continent, Starry Sky Arena. It had been 3 months since the young geniuses had entered the extraterritorial star continent. The extraterritorial star continent would open for 3 months. Today was the day that Wei Qingxian, Yi Jianga, and the other young geniuses would leave the extraterritorial star continent. The star continent was very far away from the starry sky arena, so it wasn't easy to teleport. Therefore, the forces that had sent their disciples to the extraterritorial star continent had basically waited for 3 months in the starry sky arena. As for the cultivators of the other forces, they had naturally brought their disciples back to the star continent. The forces that remained in the starry sky arena were the Dameng royal family, the Zhou family, the Duan family, the Ye family, the Great Shi Empire, the Ancient Nether Empire, the Blood Edge Empire, and so on. At noon, a void array gate appeared in the sky above the starry sky arena. It was time for the young geniuses of the extraterritorial star continent to return. Soon, the first figure appeared. Mo Jian's eyes lit up. It was the Blood Edge Empire's junior, Wei Qingxian. After 3 months, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation had improved again. She was already a half-step supremacy. Then, the second figure appeared. It was Yi Jianga from the Ancient Nether Empire. Yi Jianga had also gained something in the extraterritorial star continent and had reached the 9th stage of the astral realm. The third person to appear was Yi Rulong. Yi Rulong had also improved and was now a half-step supremacy. The fourth person to appear was Meng Xinlan, followed by Yi Weinan, Zhou Haoge, and Duan Xueqing. The 4 of them were still the same as when they entered the extraterritorial star continent. However, the lack of progress in their cultivation didn't mean that they didn't gain anything in the extraterritorial star continent. After Duan Xueqing appeared, no one else appeared. The Dameng royal family's cultivators were shocked. Crown Prince Meng Yuanqing asked, "Xinlan, where is Haokong?" There were a total of 8 young geniuses from the star continent who had entered the extraterritorial star continent. Now, only 7 of them had returned. Meng Haokong of the Dameng royal family was missing. Meng Xinlan glanced at Meng Yuansheng and said, "Haokong, he is dead." "Who?" Meng Yuansheng suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, looking furious. The other martial artists of the great Meng royal family also frowned. As for the martial artists of the other forces, they all revealed looks of surprise. 8 people had gone in, and one of them had died. Unfortunately, it was a martial artist from the great Meng imperial family. Such luck. This caused all the martial artists to think back to the struggle for destiny 3 months ago. Meng Yuanjin's combat strength was heaven-defying, and he was a monstrous genius of his generation. But he had died at the hands of Yi Xing, allowing Yi Xing to obtain the destiny of a 100-foot star and become the number 1 ranker on the destiny decree. At that time, it had already shown that the great Yuan dynasty's providence had begun to decline. Now that Meng Haokong was dead, it seemed to be related to the great Yuan dynasty's providence. This was an ominous sign. It was no wonder that Meng Yuansheng and the great Meng imperial family's martialists were so angry. The void formation door in the sky only existed for a while before it disappeared. Wei Qingxian and the other 6 people descended from the sky and returned to their respective camps. Mo Jian. Meng Yuansheng walked over to Mo Jian. "What instructions does Sacred Monarch Yuan have for me?" Mo Jian lowered his head slightly and asked respectfully. Because Yi Xing had been accepted as a student of the Blood Edge Academy by Mo Jian, and Yi Xing was the number 1 enemy of the Great Yuan Dynasty. The Great Yuan Dynasty was extremely angry with Mo Jian and the entire Blood Edge Empire. Meng Yuansheng was no exception. However, Meng Yuansheng suppressed his anger and pointed at Wei Qingxian. "Her aptitude is very good, and the Great Yuan Dynasty will do its best to nurture her. She doesn't have to follow you back to the East Divine Continent. She will follow me to the Great Yuan Dynasty." Wei Qingxian was someone that the supreme monarch of the Great Ming Empire, Meng Tai, had instructed him to bring her to the Great Yuan Dynasty. Meng Yuansheng naturally kept this in mind. Mo Jian said, "Sacred Monarch Yuan, I have no right to make decisions for Zishuan's future. I will ask her if she is willing to go to the Great Yuan Dynasty." Seeing Mo Jian looking at her, Wei Qingxian waved her hand and said, "Dean, you don't have to ask. I am willing to follow you back to the East Divine Continent." Meng Yuanqing's face turned cold. This is the decree of the Supreme Monarch. The decree of the Supreme Monarch was the highest authority of the Great Yuan dynasty. Once the decree was issued, no one would dare to disobey it. Anyone who disobeyed would be the enemy of the Great Yuan dynasty. All the martial artists in the Starry Sky Great Arena looked over. Wei Qingxian looked indifferent and said, "I will go wherever I want to go. No one's decree is of any use. Dean, I will go back first." Yi Xing would only come out in 3 months, and Wei Qingxian already felt that her breakthrough to the astral-reaching realm was just around the corner. She had to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. She knew that once she became a venerable, her memories would definitely awaken, and she might be in a coma for a long time. After Wei Qingxian finished speaking, she walked towards the teleportation array. Meng Yuanqing's figure flashed and blocked Wei Qingxuan's path. He shouted, "You dare to disobey the decree? Do you know the consequences?" Wei Qingxian looked at Meng Yuanqing and said, "You dare to make a move in the Starry Sky Great Arena? But what are the consequences?" Meng Yuanqing's eyes widened, and he shouted, "You!" But he was speechless. Wei Qingxian walked past Meng Yuanqing. Although she hadn't fully awakened her memories, she knew that she was an extraordinary existence in her previous life. The Great Yuan dynasty and the monarch realm might be huge and lofty existences to the martial artists of the Starry Sky Great Continent, but to Wei Qingxian, they were nothing. Meng Yuanqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Mo Jian and said, "What a good Blood Edge empire. Mo Jian, I don't think there's any need for the Blood Edge Empire to exist." Reverend Mo Jian's eyes twitched. Although he knew that there would be a day when the Bloody Edge Empire and the Great Yuan dynasty would become enemies, he still felt a lot of pressure when the day really came. After all, the Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Starry Sky Great Continent. Even if it wasn't very lucky, it wasn't a power that could be provoked. Furthermore, the current monarch of the Great Yuan dynasty was a 4-star monarch who was in the prime of his life. It could be said that the Great Yuan dynasty was at its peak. If the Great Yuan dynasty sent its troops, which empire would be able to resist it? However, Mo Jian felt more at ease when he thought of the Dark Star sect behind him. The Blood Edge Empire was located in the East Divine Continent, and the East Divine Continent was the headquarters of the Dark Star sect. The Great Yuan dynasty couldn't do anything about it. If the Blood Edge Empire became enemies with the Dark Star sect, it would be a dead end. With the protection of the Dark Star sect, the Great Yuan dynasty might not make a big fuss and come to the East Divine Continent to fight the Dark Star sect. Mo Jian's bowed body suddenly straightened, and he no longer had a respectful expression as he said, "The Blood Edge Empire respectfully greets you." After saying that, Mo Jian waved his hand at the marshalists of the Blood Edge Empire and said, "Let's go." If Yi Xing was still alive, he would only come out after 3 months. The Blood Edge Empire couldn't wait here in public. Furthermore, it was impossible for the Great Yuan dynasty to keep Yi Xing in the Starry Sky Great Arena. As long as Yi Xing was alive, he would definitely return to the East Divine Continent. Chapter 611. By the time Yi Xing's dragon scales had completely disappeared, it had already been 3 months since he came in contact with the divine dragon essence blood. These 3 months were divided into 3 periods. The first period was when the mystical dragon blood essence assimilated Yi Xing, causing his body to gradually turn into a dragon. The second period was when Yi Xing was in a stalemate, protecting his glabella from being destroyed. The third period was when Yi Xing counterattacked, allowing his body to gradually return to normal. All the dragon scales had completely disappeared, which meant that Yi Xing had completely refined and absorbed the divine dragon essence blood. Yi Xing's physique had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The divine dragon essence blood contained a surging power under Yi Xing's control. Yi Xing felt that if this power erupted, it would be enough to easily kill a low-level venerable. Even Linghu Feiyang, who was a 3-star venerable, would be no exception. Rumble. Just as Yixing was astonished by the surging power in his body, a thunderous sound suddenly came from above his head. Yixing raised his head and saw a huge black tribulation cloud appear in the sky. Inside this black tribulation cloud were streaks of lightning and thunder, containing a terrifying supreme power. Yixing's expression changed. At this moment, he was no longer in the palace, but in another space. There were no walls around him, and it was very spacious. This is the descent of the heavenly tribulation, and I've been transferred to a dimensional space. This is my venerable thunder tribulation. Yixing's heart was moved, and his face revealed an excited expression. When he entered the outer region Starland, he was only an 8-star venerable. Because he had absorbed the spirit spring, he had broken through to the 9th level of astral reaching realm and consolidated his cultivation to the half-step venerable realm. Now, only 4 months had passed, and his cultivation was about to make another breakthrough. Moreover, it was to break through a major realm, becoming an astral reaching venerable. To break through to the astral reaching realm from the astral star realm, one had to go through the baptism of the thunder tribulation. As long as one's cultivation reached the astral reaching realm, no matter where one would be sensed by the heavens, enter a dimensional space, and endure the thunder tribulation. The black tribulation cloud in the sky was several acres in size, and it contained the terrifying power of lightning. Moreover, as time passed, the power of lightning inside became stronger and stronger. The lightning became brighter and brighter, and the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Yixing's expression turned solemn. He calmed his mind and focused on the thunder calamity. Although the majority of astral reaching realm warriors could safely pass through the thunder calamity, there were still cases of warriors falling during the calamity. When a martial artist cultivated, as their cultivation increased, their lifespan would also continue to increase, which would change the fate of the heavens and lead to the calamity of the heavens. This thunder calamity was an unavoidable hurdle for every astral reaching realm martial artist. After passing the lightning tribulation, one would become a true venerable one. Their lifespan would be extended, their strength would increase greatly, and they would be able to continue on the path of martial arts. If one failed to pass the lightning tribulation, their cultivation would regress and their strength would be greatly reduced. In the worst-case scenario, they would die and their Tao would vanish, turning into ashes and becoming a failure on the path of martial arts. Yixing's strength was formidable. When he was only a half-step venerable, he had already surpassed ordinary venerables. Now that his body had absorbed the divine dragon essence blood, his strength had increased greatly. He was completely confident in passing through the astral reaching realm thunder calamity. Therefore, facing the frightening might of the thunder calamity, Yixing was not afraid. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement and excitement. Martial arts cultivation was a struggle against the heavens. The descent of the thunder calamity was the calamity of the heavens. How could it not be a contest between a martial artist and the heavens? One had to fight against the heavens and win. Only then would one be able to fight for lifespan, allowing one to live longer and walk further on the path of martial arts. Yixing was looking forward to such a contest. No one could stop his path of martial arts, not even the heavens. Rumble. With an explosion, a light flashed in the black tribulation cloud, and a lightning bolt instantly struck down, striking towards Yixing. Come. Yixing lightly shouted. The astral energy within his body circulated, and he reached out to grab the lightning bolt. This was a thunder calamity. The power it contained was enough to split a mountain, but Yixing was not afraid at all. He was very confident in his body. Pung! When the thunder calamity landed on Yixing's hand, a piercing pain came from his palm. Then the pain spread from his palm to his arm, and then to his entire body. The lightning bolt struck Yixing's body like a sharp needle. If the thunder calamity was allowed to run amok, Yixing's body would definitely be damaged, and he would be seriously injured. However, the pain in Yixing's body only lasted for about a breath's time before it disappeared. The lightning in his body was suppressed by his astral energy, refined, and absorbed and tempered his body. Yi Xing's dark astral innate spirit had been cultivated to the limit. His body was already very strong, and he had the strength of a half-step honorable. Then, after being strengthened by the divine dragon blood, he was no weaker than an ordinary honorable. Naturally, he could withstand the tempering of the thunder calamity. After being tempered by the thunder calamity, Yi Xing could feel that his flesh and blood were more vigorous, and his astral energy was purer. The power it contained had increased. Rumble. Soon, a second explosion sounded. A thunder calamity that was twice as thick as the previous one struck down. The thickness of the thunder calamity doubled, but its power was not only doubled, it was multiplied by several times. Yi Xing did not dare to touch the second thunder calamity directly with his body. He suddenly circulated the power of fire and performed the sky-burning sun fist and punched out. The thunder calamity was like a hot knife through butter, shattering the fist aura and landing on Yi Xing's fist. In an instant, it spread throughout Yi Xing's body. After being blocked by the fist aura, the power of the thunder calamity was greatly reduced. It was similar to the first thunder calamity, and Yi Xing's body could withstand it. He once again used the power of thunder to temper his body and astral energy. Rumble. After a few breaths, the third thunder calamity struck down. It was twice as thick as the second one, and its power had doubled. Yi Xing took out the golden rock mystic spear. Fire Yuan Qi gathered, and he thrust out a flame spear aura to meet the thunder calamity. The flame spear aura was shattered by the thunder calamity, greatly reducing the power of the thunder calamity. Yi Xing's body was once again tempered by the power of thunder. Rumble. The fourth explosion was so loud that Yi Xing felt his scalp go numb. It was clear that the power of this thunder calamity had reached an extremely frightening level. The thunder calamity of the astral reaching realm only had 4 layers. The 4th layer was the final test, and its power was the most frightening. Many warriors had died under this thunder calamity. Shoo! Yi Xing operated the fire star form, and the fire aura was operated at full power. A large amount of fire Yuan Qi was attracted by him, gathering around his body and turning into a flame giant. Yi Xing's power erupted completely, and he thrust out his spear against the 4th thunder calamity. Rumble. The explosion was deafening, and the flame spear aura was scattered. The golden rock mystic spear in Yi Xing's hand shook, and a frightening power was transmitted. The 4th thunder calamity had already landed on Yi Xing's body. The power of this thunder calamity was too great. In an instant, Yi Xing's body was smoldering, and he felt a sharp pain. The lightning in the thunder calamity was like a blade, rampaging inside Yi Xing's body. Fortunately, Yi Xing's body was extraordinary, and he was able to suppress the power of this thunder calamity. Rumble. At this moment, the 5th explosion was heard in the sky. Yi Xing's hair stood on end as he felt the danger. Chapter 612. What's going on? Aren't there only 4 stages of Venerable's thunder calamity? Yi Xing was startled. The explosion of the 5th thunder calamity was much more terrifying than the 4th. Hearing it, Yi Xing's heart instinctively trembled. No, my 4th thunder calamity is also more terrifying than other martial artists. If other martial artists' 4th thunder calamity is also so powerful, how many venerables who have just stepped into the astral reaching realm would be able to pass it? Yi Xing instantly reacted. His thunder calamity seemed to be different from the venerable's thunder calamity that he had heard of. Yi Xing's strength was far from what an ordinary honorable could compare to. Just the power of the 4th lightning tribulation just now was enough to kill an ordinary honorable. However, according to Yi Xing's knowledge, the number of venerables who had fallen in the thunder calamity was not many. Only a few among 100 people. The success rate of passing the thunder calamity was very high. From this, it could be seen that the thunder calamity of ordinary venerables was definitely not as terrifying as Yixing's. However, Yixing's thunder calamity was not only terrifying, but also qualitatively different from ordinary venerable's thunder calamity. Ordinary venerable's thunder calamity only had 4 stages, but he had encountered a 5th thunder calamity. Even Yixing had an instinctive fear in the face of the 5th thunder calamity, feeling the danger of death. The surprise in Yixing's heart only lasted for a moment before he shifted his attention to the 5th lightning tribulation that was striking down from the sky. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky, turning into a black hole vortex. Yixing used the black hole astral form. The black hole vortex produced an enormous devouring power, swallowing the 5th thunder calamity. At the same time, Yixing used the power of the wind to gather the wind elemental energy, forming a whirlpool around him to protect his body. The lightning tribulation had to be weakened by the whirlpool first. Whoosh! Yixing's body turned into a flaming giant in an instant. The golden rock profound spear was also covered in raging flames. Yixing's strength exploded to the limit as he thrust out a terrifying spear attack in his strongest state. The 5th tribulation thunder was first swallowed by the black hole astrology and then weakened by the hurricane vortex before colliding with the flaming spear. Even so, the flaming spear aura was instantly shattered into pieces. The tribulation lightning struck the tip of the golden rock spear. In an instant, it traveled along the golden rock spear to Yixing's body. In an instant, Yixing felt a tearing pain coming from every part of his body. The golden rock profound spear fell out of his hand, and his body curled up on the ground. He was almost burnt to a crisp and was smoking. This attack was too terrifying. Yixing coughed and coughed up blood. His body lay on the ground, unable to move. After sending out the 5th tribulation lightning, the sound of thunder in the sky gradually subsided. The black tribulation cloud grew smaller and smaller, quickly dispersing. A change appeared in the void, and Yixing returned to the great hall of the divine dragon Forbidden Zone. The venerable thunder tribulation had finally ended. After more than 20 breaths of time, Yixing struggled to sit up. Looking at the familiar great hall, he knew that the venerable thunder tribulation had passed, and he had become a true venerable. Although his body was still in pain, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. An astral-reaching venerable had never appeared in the true Xian region. Today, Yixing had broken this record and became the first venerable in the true Xian region. Of course, strictly speaking, Yixing was no longer a martial artist of the true Xian region. His stage had already reached the East Divine Continent, the entire Star Continent, and even the Outer Star Continents. If he had stayed in the true Xian region, it would have been impossible for him to become a venerable. Yixing sat cross-legged. His eyebrows and eyes were closed as he circulated his astral energy, refining the remaining lightning energy in his body and continuing to temper his body and astral energy. The 5th tribulation lightning was too terrifying. Perhaps even a mid-level honorable might not be able to withstand it. The reason why Yixing managed to overcome the tribulation lightning was not only because he was strong enough to withstand the power of the tribulation lightning, but also because his physical body was strong. After being tempered by the divine dragon's blood essence, he was far stronger than other honorables. After all, the venerable's body was powerful only because it had been tempered by the tribulation lightning. However, after becoming a venerable, the body would not be strengthened by much. Therefore, many mid-level venerables' bodies were not as good as Yixing's. In terms of resisting the tribulation lightning, Yixing was naturally stronger. What Yixing didn't know was that the reason why his venerable thunder tribulation was so terrifying and far surpassed other venerables was greatly related to the divine dragon's blood in his body. The might of the venerable thunder tribulation was directly proportional to the venerable's strength. The divine dragon's blood had greatly increased Yixing's strength. Naturally, the might of the thunder tribulation he faced would far surpass other venerables. As for the number of times the middle star's thunder tribulation was one more than other venerables, It was because of the astrology. Martial artists with the highest astrology would have one more thunder tribulation than other martial artists. After an hour, Yixing opened his eyes. His eyes blossomed with a bright light, as if shooting out two lightning bolts. Yixing had completely refined and absorbed the remaining lightning energy in his body. The charred skin on his body started to peel off, revealing a new layer of skin. The new skin was full of luster, a robust bronze color, and full of power. Within his body, Yixing's qi and blood surged, flowing like a river. It was powerful and powerful. His bones were like diamonds and jade, incomparably sturdy. His entire body had undergone a rebirth. Yixing stood up and put on a new set of clothes. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. After becoming an astral-reaching venerable, why would he be afraid of any martial artist in the outer domain Starland? Yixing was confident that he would be able to fight even if his opponent was a first-rate junior. As for the second-grade experts like Linghu Feiyong, Yixing didn't put them in his eyes. However, several months had passed. Yixing didn't know whether the first-grade experts of a younger generation had encountered any good fortune or whether their cultivation had increased. If their cultivation had made a breakthrough, their strength would certainly have improved greatly, and they would be hard to deal with. In any case, I'm in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. They can't come in, and I can't go out. Since we can't meet, it's meaningless to compete with them in terms of strength. Yixing thought inwardly. His gaze fell on the dragon race martial skill on the wall, and his eyes shone. I've already refined the divine dragon essence blood and can transform into a dragon body. I wonder how powerful this dragon race martial skill will be. With this thought, Yixing's heart moved, and he activated the divine dragon essence blood. In an instant, golden scales grew out of Yixing's body. Two horns even grew out of his head, and a dragon tail grew out of his back. He had turned into a dragon man. Yixing clenched his fist and twisted his body. Explosive sounds of bones twisting came from within his body. After transforming into a dragon body, Yixing felt that his physical strength had multiplied by several times, becoming incomparably powerful. Yixing executed the dragon race martial skill on the wall. With just one move, an even stronger power was born within his body, causing Yixing's strength to increase explosively once again. What a frightening power! Yixing was astonished. Chapter 613. The surging power in his body shocked Yixing. He couldn't determine how strong the power in his body was, but he knew that it was much more terrifying than when he erupted his strength to the limit in his normal state. Perhaps even the strongest junior experts would become opponents that Yixing could easily defeat. Yixing executed the Dragon Clan martial arts on the wall one move after another. The more he executed the moves, the more terrifying the power in his body became. This set of Dragon Clan martial arts had a total of 81 moves. Yixing had only executed the 9th move when he felt the power in his body swelling to the limit. His body almost couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't execute the 10th move no matter how hard he tried. Heavens, this set of martial arts must be extraordinary. I can only execute 1/9 of the moves. If I can execute all of them, what realm will I reach? Yixing stopped, his heart filled with shock. Before he obtained the divine dragon blood essence, Yixing was extremely familiar with these 81 moves. He felt that they were ordinary martial arts. Only now, after absorbing the divine dragon blood essence and transforming into a dragon man, did he realize how extraordinary this set of Dragon Clan martial arts was. With my strength, it's enough to sweep through all the martial artists in this foreign starland. I really want to meet the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace again. But the formations and restrictions in this divine dragon forbidden land are extremely powerful. Wanting to leave is harder than ascending to heaven. Yixing's gaze swept around, sizing up the great hall once more. He then turned and left, exiting the hall. Yixing could enter the divine dragon forbidden land from the outside through the flaws and weaknesses of the divine dragon forbidden land restrictions. However, the way in was the weak point and the way out was the opposite. It was no longer a weak point. Instead, it was filled with terrifying killing intent. Yixing's superbrain had evolved, and its functions were much stronger. He could see that the restrictions here were easy to enter but hard to leave. Without super strength or high attainment in arrays, it was impossible to leave. I have the super brain scanning, so I have a bigger advantage than other cultivators. Other cultivators can only leave after becoming a king or a grade 5 array master. As long as I have the attainment of a grade 4 array master, with the super brain's analysis of the restrictions here, I should be able to leave. Yixing thought. Yixing's current goal was to leave the Divine Dragon Forbidden Area and seek revenge from the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace and Star Elephant Palace. Therefore, in the following time, he had to study the restrictions here and improve his attainments in spirit formations. He had to strive to find the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace and Star Elephant Palace before the Outerium Star continent closed. Otherwise, once the foreign starland closed, Yixing would return to the Starry Land, and the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace would return to the Starry Crescent Land. Who knew when Yixing would be able to take revenge? Yixing sat down cross-legged outside the palace and opened his super brain scanning, analyzing the restrictions before him and comprehending the principles of the arrays. After comprehending for a while, Yixing started to draw on the ground in front of him, constructing a model of the array, attempting to construct a grade 4 array. There is a huge difference between each grade of the array. From grade 3 to grade 4, it was as difficult as breaking through from astral reaching realm to astral reaching realm from astral reaching realm. No, it was much more difficult. Array Dao was harder than martial Dao, and this was a publicly acknowledged fact. Compared to astral reaching realm experts, grade 4 array masters were extremely rare. It was not even 1/10 of astral reaching realm experts. From this, it could be seen that Array Dao was 10 times more difficult than martial Dao. The restrictions within the Forbidden Land were extremely high level. According to Yixing's estimation, it was at least a grade 5 array that had reached minor completion, or even higher. For an ordinary level 3 array grandmaster, they could at most comprehend level 4 array formations. As for array formations above level 4, it basically could not comprehend anything. Because the difficulty was too high, they could not understand it at all. If they could not understand it, what could they gain? Yixing was obviously an exception. He had the super brain scanning, which was equivalent to having the best teacher teaching him. Even if the formations in the Forbidden Land of Divine Dragons were of a very high level, Yixing could still analyze their structure through the super brain's scanning and slowly study their principles. However, it was not hard to analyze its structure, but to comprehend its principles was not easy. It was not something that could be done overnight. Day after day passed. Yixing spent every day comprehending the Tao of arrays. Grade 4 arrays already involved the Yuan Qi of the world. Yixing did not have any array materials that contained the Yuan Qi of the world. He could only use the Yuan Qi of the world to supplement it. Fortunately, Yixing's fire, wind, and darkness grand forces of the universe had reached the state of the integration of heaven and man in the greater mastery stage. Furthermore, he had gone very far in the greater mastery stage. Thus, he could mobilize the universe's vitality, which was not inferior to that of an intermediate venerable one. As such, it was more than enough to supplement the structure of the formation. Moreover, as Yixing used the fire, wind, and darkness Yuan Qi, Yixing's comprehension of the 3 worldly auras was also rising slowly. Every day, Yixing's face would be filled with surprise. Every day, he would gain something from his study of formations and restrictions, allowing his attainments in the Tao of formations to improve by leaps and bounds. Time passed in a hurry. A month later, Yixing sensed that he had comprehended a hint of the subtleties of a grade 4 array. His attainment in formations was only a step away from the grade 4 standard. Of course, this step might seem like it was within reach, but it wasn't easy to take this step. It required a qualitative improvement in Yixing's array Tao. Many grade 3 formation masters studied formations their entire lives and were only a step away from becoming grade 4 formation masters. Even so, they could not cross the step and could not achieve it even after spending their entire lives. Of course, there were also some genius array masters who only used a short amount of time to take this step. Whether or not Yi Xing could take this step and become a fourth-grade array master in a short period of time would depend on his luck, or rather, his talent in Array Dao. Star Continent. Wei Qingxian had been in the East Divine Continent for 2 months already. After arriving at the Blood Edge Empire, Wei Qingxian returned to the Dark Star sect through the teleportation array. The reason she became a student of the Blood Edge Empire Academy was to go to the Outer Realm Star Continent. Now that she had achieved her goal, she naturally had to return to the Dark Star sect. With Lanxin Emperor's arrangement, the place where Wei Qingxian was in seclusion was absolutely quiet. No one would disturb her. After 2 months of seclusion, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation base finally broke through to the astral reaching realm. In an instant, a surging bloodline power gushed out of Wei Qingxuan's body. With her cultivation base breaking through, her bloodline power became even more frightening. Before her memories could awaken, Wei Qingxuan's cultivation base was sensed by the heavenly Tao and transferred to the dimensional space. The venerable thunder calamity had begun. Chapter 614. Wei Qingxian had the strongest celestial form. The Virgo constellation and the venerable stage Thunder Calamity was also 5 stages. Moreover, the bloodline power in her body was extremely powerful. Although it hadn't been fully awakened, it wasn't inferior to Yi Xing's divine dragon essence blood. Therefore, her venerable stage Thunder Calamity was also extremely powerful, far surpassing other martial artists. After the 5 stages of the Thunder Calamity, Wei Qingxuan's body was also scorched black. However, the circulation of her bloodline quickly healed her injuries, and she recovered to normal. The scorched black skin on her body fell off, revealing more delicate and white skin than before. Under the influence of the Virgo constellation, Wei Qingxuan's skin faintly shone with a holy light, as if a goddess had descended to the world. After Wei Qingxian put on the new clothes, the memories of her previous life awakened from the depths of her bloodline. She saw the middle-aged scholar who could destroy stars with a wave of his hand, and the middle-aged beauty whose face was full of love. This time, Wei Qingxuan's awakened memories were extremely clear. The experiences and growth of her previous life continuously appeared in her mind. Compared to other martial artists, Wei Qingxuan's previous life was definitely high and mighty, envied by others. Her father, the middle-aged scholar, was a supreme being known as the reincarnation supreme being, an existence above true gods. Her mother, the middle-aged beauty, was a powerful true god whose strength was exceedingly high among true gods. As the daughter of a supreme being, Wei Qingxian was born with conditions and resources that other martial artists couldn't obtain even if they worked their entire lives. Since she was young, she ate the best food in the world, drank the best wine, and cultivated the strongest martial arts. Moreover, she had the guidance of the strongest experts. Her cultivation talent was shocking. She had a purple heaven's will, which was the highest heaven's will of a true god. She was destined to become a true god. Under the guidance of the reincarnation supreme being, her cultivation naturally progressed by leaps and bounds. Before the age of 10, he had only been building the foundation of martial arts. At the age of 10, he had broken through the star vortex realm. At the age of 11, he had broken through the astral reaching realm and became a sage. At the age of 13, he had broken through the astral reaching realm and became a venerable. At the age of 16, he had broken through the star sea realm and became a king. At the age of 20, he had undergone his first nirvana and became a quasi-god. She was born with such a superior background, and her cultivation speed was so fast that no one in the world could compare to her. Moreover, she was extremely doted on by her parents. Anything she wanted, she could have it as long as she asked. Setbacks were simply non-existent to her. Growing up under the wings of her parents, she did not understand the evilness of the human heart, nor did she understand the difficulties of the martial path. Before she had fully grown into a true god, her personality had already killed her. She revealed something that she shouldn't have and let others know that her astrological sign was the Virgo astrological sign. Furthermore, when the reincarnation supremacy left the reincarnation palace, she was tricked out of the reincarnation palace and was captured by the reincarnation supremacy's opponent, the Shui Li supremacy. Even though reincarnation supremacy had left her with a large number of life-saving treasures, none of them would be effective against the supremacy as long as she was not in reincarnation palace. Because she was captured, her mother left the reincarnation palace with the supreme artifact and fought with the Shui Li supremacy. She died and only managed to buy some time for the reincarnation supremacy to rush back. The two supremacies had a great battle outside the reincarnation palace. Although the reincarnation supremacy won the battle and injured the Shui Li supremacy, he did not win his daughter's life. He only won a corpse. The Shui Li supremacy killed her when he was escaping. Both his wife and daughter had died, but the reincarnation supremacy could only save one. He was caught in a dilemma. In the end, the reincarnation supremacy sealed his wife in ice and chose to save his daughter. He used the reincarnation Great Tao to let his daughter be reborn. In this life, the reincarnation supremacy did not let his daughter be born into a deity clan or a king's force. Instead, he let her be born into the most ordinary martial arts clan. He let her start from the bottom of the martial path and grow step by step. For this reason, the reincarnation supremacy sealed her bloodline and memories. As her cultivation increased, she would be able to slowly unseal the seal and awaken her bloodline and memories. Although her conditions in this life were far inferior to her previous life, and her cultivation speed could not be compared to that of her previous life, but growing up step by step in a difficult environment, the tempering of her mental state was clearly not something a flower in a greenhouse could compare to. In her previous life, she had the purple destiny and could naturally cultivate to the true God realm. However, her final destination was basically the true God realm. In this life, the reincarnation supremacy had high hopes for her and hoped that she could also break through to the supremacy realm. The memories in her mind disappeared, and only the figure of a middle-aged scholar remained. It was the reincarnation supremacy. Xian'er, you being able to awaken these memories means that you have already stepped into the astral reaching realm and have begun to see the world. You can be considered to have truly stepped into the Martial Tao Palace. The Martial Tao is to explore the mysteries of heaven and earth and control the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Only then can you be considered to have truly stepped into the Martial Tao. You have reached this realm and can cultivate Father's minor reincarnation art. I will pass it to you now. The reincarnation supremacy formed a hand seal, and with a wave of his hand, Wei Qingxian felt a wave of memories surge out from the depths of her bloodline. It was the cultivation inheritance of the minor reincarnation art. Wei Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. This was a deity-grade cultivation technique. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even if they obtained the minor reincarnation art, they would not be able to cultivate it. A deity-grade cultivation technique was too high level. If they couldn't even understand it, how could they cultivate it? However, Wei Qingxian had the reincarnation supremacy's bloodline, and the minor reincarnation art was created by the reincarnation supremacy. Wei Qingxian had also cultivated it in her previous life. Therefore, there was a very familiar feeling, and she could barely cultivate it. When an astral-reaching realm cultivator cultivated a deity-grade cultivation technique, even if they could barely cultivate it and only scratch the surface, their power was not something that other cultivators of the same realm could compare with. They would be able to challenge those of a higher realm. In other words, as long as Wei Qingxian cultivated the minor reincarnation art, she would be able to easily sweep away low-level cultivators. She would even be able to fight mid-level cultivators. The reincarnation supremacy's figure was still there, and his voice continued to resound in Wei Qingxuan's mind. Xian'er, don't blame me for not saving your mother. Your mother's martial potential has been exhausted, and she has no fate to become a supremacy. But you do. I will let you be reborn. As long as you become a supremacy in the future, you and I will work together to bring your mother back to life. Your mother died trying to save you. If it weren't for her stalling for time, by the time I rushed back to the reincarnation palace, you would have been captured by Shweli. Your fate would be even more miserable than death. Now, your mother's fate is in your hands. If you become a supremacy, your mother will have a chance to come back to life. If you don't become a supremacy, your mother will never wake up. Shinner, you have to work hard. Father will be waiting for you in the reincarnation palace. I hope you can rely on your own efforts to return to the reincarnation palace one day. With that, the reincarnation supremacy's figure disappeared from Wei Qingxuan's mind. The previous memories were still vivid in her mind. Her mother's face had already been engraved in Wei Qingxuan's heart. I will definitely become a supremacy. There were tears in Wei Qingxuan's eyes, but they bloomed with a resolute gaze as she swore in her heart. Chapter 615. Extraterritorial Starland, Divine Dragon, Forbidden Land. Yi Xing continued to study formations and restrictions, comprehending formations day after day. Every day, Yi Xing's attainments in the Tao of formations improved by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the three grand forces of heaven and earth, wind, fire, and darkness, also improved tremendously. When Yi Xing was only a step away from becoming a fourth-grade formation master, it only took half a month for Yi Xing to make a breakthrough in formations and become a fourth-grade formation master. When the first level 4 formation model was completed, Yi Xing's heart was filled with intense joy. He finally had hope of leaving the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yi Xing stood up and scanned the surroundings with his superbrain. After becoming a fourth-grade formation master, his understanding of formations had improved qualitatively. When he looked at these formations and restrictions again, there were more flaws and weak areas that he could not detect in the past. When Yi Xing was a level 3 array grandmaster, he could use his superbrain to scan the structure of the array, but he felt that it was impenetrable. Now that he looked at it again, he could find a way out. This was the importance of array formation skills. Yi Xing walked forward and entered the formations and restrictions. He walked with the corresponding footwork, and, as expected, he did not attract any attacks from the formations and restrictions. Occasionally, when he came across some obstruction-type formations and restrictions, Yi Xing would take out the Golden Rock Profound Spear, find the weak points, and break through by force. In this way, although his speed was not fast, Yi Xing kept moving forward. After several days of effort, he finally left the central forbidden land of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. When he reached the outer region, with Yi Xing's current superbrain function, he could clearly see which places were safe and which were dangerous. Yi Xing directly ran and soon left the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. Yi Xing turned around and looked at the depths of the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. There was still dragon-shaped essence flowing inside, and there were many halls on the mountain peak. Yi Xing could not tell which hall he had entered, but he was very sure that there was a great treasure in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. What he had obtained was just a small part of it. I wonder who left this treasure behind. The conditions are so harsh. Perhaps the owner did not want others to obtain it. I was able to obtain a lump of Divine Dragon Essence blood and learn the martial arts of the Dragon Clan. This is already a heaven-defying fortune. I am extremely lucky. If it weren't for the superbrain, I would have died if I entered the central forbidden area. If it weren't for the black hole astrology, I would have been assimilated by the Divine Dragon Essence blood when I touched it. It's hard to come across such a fortuitous encounter again. Yi Xing withdrew his gaze from the forbidden land of the Divine Dragon and turned to look at him. His eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent. Star Elephant Palace, Dark Palace, it's time for me to kill you. Yi Xing muttered to himself, revealing a murderous aura. Calculating the time, it had been almost half a year since he entered the extraterritorial Starland. It was almost time for it to close. Yi Xing frowned. Although the extraterritorial Starland was not big, it was not small either. He did not know where the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace were. It would not be easy to find them in a short time. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yixing. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. After searching for more than 2 hours, not only did he not meet any disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace, he did not even meet a single martial artist. In this extraterritorial starland, there are only a total of 100 martial artists of a younger generation in the Starry Crescent Land. Among them, 3 had died in the hands of Yixing. The rest might have died as well. The survivors were scattered all over the place. It was not easy to find one. Just as Yixing was thinking about how to find the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace, an aura suddenly locked onto him. In an instant, the void around Yixing formed a wall, immobilizing him. But while Yixing was shocked, the void around him suddenly turned into a space vortex. Yixing was pulled into it. After a moment of dizziness, Yixing once again stepped on solid ground. The space vortex disappeared and his surroundings returned to normal. He appeared in front of a huge jade wall. Yixing's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of this jade wall, he was not the only one. There were many other martial artists. There were at least 70 to 80 people. Big Dipper Sword Sect disciple Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Luyang, Xing Liuyu, and other disciples of Star Elephant Palace, Xian Yifeng, Yi Yunxuan, and other disciples of Dark Moon Palace were among them. From the expressions of these people, it was clear that they were the same as Yixing. They were all suddenly transported here by the space vortex. Yixing's heart was filled with a strong sense of joy. This was really searching high and low only to find it by chance. He was just thinking about taking revenge on the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. Who would have thought that they would meet again so soon? Feng Xiaoxiao, you can't escape. Ha! Xing Liuyu laughed loudly and rushed towards Feng Xiaoxiao. At the same time, a black-robed youth also rushed towards Feng Xiaoxiao from another direction, forming a pincer attack. Yixing looked at Feng Xiaoxiao and discovered that he was not in a good state. His clothes were somewhat tattered. Evidently, he had just experienced a great battle. And he's already a 2-star venerable. Yixing immediately sensed the change in Feng Xiaoxiao's cultivation base from the aura that erupted from his body. Xing Liuyu's cultivation base has also broken through. He's already a 3-star venerable. Yixing's gaze turned towards Xing Liuyu and the black-robe youth, who were attacking Feng Xiaoxiao. This was the first time Yixing had seen the black-robed youth, so he did not recognize him. However, his aura was extremely powerful, not any weaker than Xing Liuyu's. Moreover, his cultivation base had reached the 4th level of astral reaching realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation base among all the martial artists present. After breaking through to 2-star venerable, Feng Xiaoxiao's strength had greatly increased, and he had begun to counterattack. However, Xing Liuyu from Star Elephant Palace had also broken through to 3-star venerable. His strength was not much inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao's. Moreover, the genius disciple of Demon Sealing Valley, Feng Xiong, had also encountered a great opportunity in the Outer Realm Starland. His cultivation base had broken through to mid-level venerable. Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had sought out Feng Xiong for cooperation. With Feng Xiong's help, Feng Xiaoxiao was at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle and was chased by Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. With great difficulty, Feng Xiaoxiao managed to escape from Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong's pursuit. In the end, on the last day of the Outer Realm Starland's closure, all the martial artists had been transported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall in the center of the Starland. Yixing's gaze swept over Xing Luyang, Linghu Feiyang, Yi Yunxuan, and the other martial artists he knew. He discovered that their cultivation bases were still the same as 4 months ago. In the blink of an eye, Yixing sized up all the martial artists. Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong had attacked Feng Xiaoxiao in the blink of an eye. Brat, you actually didn't die. While Yixing was sizing up the others, they had also noticed him. Xing Luyang let out a loud shout, his eyes wide open as he looked at Yixing with astonishment. Even if you didn't die, you'll die today. Ling Hu Feiyong directly charged at Yi Xing with an ominous glint in his eyes. Chapter 616. Although Ling Hu Feiyong's cultivation base hadn't broken through and was still a 2-star venerable, his cultivation base had stabilized to the peak of the second level of astral reaching realm. Compared to 4 months ago, his strength had greatly increased. Among the 3-star venerables, he was already at the peak. Last time, Ling Hu Feiyong had defeated Yi Xing and had nearly allowed Yi Xing to escape. Now that they were encountering each other again, Ling Hu Feiyong would naturally be the first to charge at Yi Xing to make up for his mistake last time. When Ling Hu Feiyong attacked Yi Xing, the Dark Yin Palace disciple Yi Yunchuan's body surged with black qi and disappeared, concealing his figure. Yi Xing's current superbrain was a lot more powerful than before. Even if he was far away, he could still clearly scan Yi Yunchuan's figure. He knew that the latter was circling around behind him and cutting off his escape route. The corner of Yi Xing's mouth perked up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. Cutting off his escape route? Yi Xing had never thought of running away. Seeing Ling Hu Feiyong rushing over, Yi Xing deliberately retreating towards Yi Yunchuan. Yi Yunchuan had secretly launched a sneak attack and injured Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing had listed him as the number 1 person he had to kill. Seeing Yi Xing retreating towards him, the corner of Yi Yunchuan's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. He thought that Yi Xing was panicking, but he didn't know that Yi Xing was deliberately coming. "Where do you think you're going?" Ling Hu Feiyong shouted loudly. His body instantly streaked across the sky like a rock, chasing after Yi Xing whoosh. Starlight soared into the sky as Ling Hu Feiyong operated his star form, pouring down surging with attribute star power. He waved his hand, and the star power turned into a huge vine, grabbing towards Yi Xing. The azure cloud wings appeared behind Yi Xing's back. His retreating speed suddenly increased. It looked like he was dodging the attack of the vine hand. In a blink of an eye, he had already flashed to the side of the hidden Yi Yunchuan. Good timing. Yi Yunchuan didn't know that Yi Xing was deliberately retreating. Seeing Yi Xing retreating to his side, he immediately attacked. A cold light flashed, stabbing towards Yi Xing's throat. Yi Xing raised his arm and clamped his 2 fingers. A cold light fell between his fingers. It was a short dagger. After the refinement of the divine dragon essence blood, Yi Xing's body, it was no weaker than an ordinary venerable. After the refinement of the venerable thunder calamity, it had become even stronger. Although the venerables, yes, the venerable S's, the venerables is the venerables S venerable of venerate. Yi Xing's physical body had been tempered by the thunder tribulation, so his physical body was much stronger than other martial artists. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Xing could sweep away the same level venerables just by relying on the strength of his body. Although Yi Yunchuan had the strength of a 3-star venerable, he didn't use his celestial body at this moment. The power of his attack was not very strong. It was not much stronger than a 2-star venerable. Yi Xing naturally used 2 fingers to clamp the opponent's attack. Yi Yunchuan's short dagger was actually clamped by Yi Xing's 2 fingers. This made him shocked. At this time, Yi Xing's other hand formed a claw and grabbed downwards. It was as fast as lightning. It was beyond Yi Yunchuan's expectation. Naturally, he was caught head-on. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Yi Xing's 5 fingers were like fine steel and black iron. They directly pierced into Yi Yunchuan's head. The 5 fingers shot out star energy and instantly turned Yi Yunchuan's head into paste. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yunchuan had secretly made a move, and Yi Xing had killed him instead. The genius disciple of the Dark Yin Palace, Yi Yunchuan, died instantly. Kiss. The martial artists present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Yunchuan's strength was in the 2nd level. He had the ability to challenge those of a higher level in the venerable realm, but he was actually killed in an instant. Furthermore, he had been killed in an instant while he was secretly assassinating Yi Futian. This was simply unbelievable. Ling Hu Feiyong, who was chasing after Yi Xing to kill him, was also greatly astonished. In terms of strength, Linghu Feiyong was not inferior to Yi Yanchuan. However, if the two of them were to engage in a life-and-death battle, Linghu Feiyong felt that his chances of winning were less than 30%. Yi Yanchuan's assassination technique was unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. Linghu Feiyong asked himself, if he was suddenly assassinated by Yi Yanchuan, it would be best if he could escape safely. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill Yi Yanchuan, let alone in an instant. To be able to kill Yi Yanchuan, who was secretly assassinating him, what kind of strength was that? In an instant, timidity appeared in Linghu Feiyong's heart. Yi Xing had a strange astrology that could make people fall into a world of darkness. Linghu Feiyong had a deep understanding of this. Therefore, even when he was stronger than Yi Xing, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. Now, Yi Xing's strength had reached such a level. If he fell into the world of darkness again, how could he still be alive? Linghu Feiyong's heart was timid at first. Then, it turned into a great terror between life and death. He quickly withdrew his attack and turned around to escape. However, he was already very close to Yi Xing. How could it be so easy to escape? Stay! Yi Xing coldly shouted. He instantly threw Yi Yanchuan's corpse away. The azure cloud wings behind him flapped. The power of wind was circulated to the limit as he rushed towards Linghu Feiyong. At the same time, the golden rock profound spear appeared in Yi Xing's hand. Yi Xing used the wind shadow spear technique. The wind shadow spear technique was originally focused on speed. Coupled with the acceleration of wind energy, it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Puh! In an instant, the golden rock profound spear caught up to Linghu Feiyong. It pierced through the back of Linghu Feiyong's neck and came out from his throat. If Linghu Feiyong had resisted with all his strength, Yi Xing would have been able to block the spear without using his astrology. The other cultivators from Xingxiang Palace would be able to rescue him in time. However, he turned around and fled. He made a huge mistake in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. It was impossible for him to escape. He would only die even faster. Linghu Feiyong's eyes widened. He looked at the spear tip that came out from his throat. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Yi Xing's spear pierced Linghu Feiyong. Blood quickly flowed out from the grooves on both sides of the spearhead. He coldly said, Can you escape? Hearing Yi Xing's voice, Linghu Feiyong's eyes were filled with despair and terror. In an instant, an intense pain came from his neck. Yi Xing had instantly retrieved the golden rock profound spear. The spear tip came back and tore open a bloody hole in Linghu Feiyong's neck. Even though a venerable had a powerful life force, Linghu Feiyong's life was instantly drained away. His hands covered his throat as he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died with remaining grievances. The disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Dark Moon Palace who were charging towards Yi Xing all stopped. They looked at Yi Xing with shock. As a 3-star venerable, Xing Liuyang's strength was comparable to a mid-level venerable. At this moment, he looked at Yi Xing with a grave expression. He didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. You actually broke through to the astral reaching realm. Xing Liuyang stared at Yi Xing and said word by word. His voice was filled with shock. Chapter 617. For months ago, Xing Liuyang had met Yi Xing. At that time, Yi Xing's cultivation base had only reached half-step venerable. The gap between the astral reaching realm and the astral star realm was a huge gap in the martial path. Even the geniuses of the Starry Crescent continent would be stuck at half-step venerable for a year or two. Yi Xing was only a martial artist from a lower continent. Yet, he had passed through the venerable thunder calamity and become an astral reaching venerable in such a short period of time. Yi Xing held the golden rock profound spear in his hand. Fire Yuan Qi gathered around his body, while wind Yuan Qi revolved around him. Yi Xing's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xing Liuyang and said, What are you afraid? It was you who forced me into the Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, how could I have reached the astral reaching realm so quickly? To be honest, I really have to thank you. How about I send you off to reunite with Linghu Feiyang? You think I'm afraid of you? Xing Luyang roared. His hair and beard fluttered as he released his cultivation. A terrifying aura burst out as he said, "So what if you've stepped into the astral reaching realm? Although I haven't broken through, my strength has improved greatly. I'm invincible among the 4-star venerables. Even if your battle strength is heaven-defying and can be compared with ordinary 4-star venerables, in front of me, there's only one outcome: death." Pointing his golden rock profound spear at Xing Luyang, Yi Xing said coldly, "Then come and try." Xing Liuyang's gaze swept over the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. He transmitted his voice to them, telling them that if the situation went south, they would swarm up and kill Yi Xing. Then, he looked at Yi Xing and sneered, "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot up into the sky, turning into a flaming star. It was an extreme flaming star. At the same time, Xing Luyang raised his hand, and the profound flame spear appeared in his hand. A large amount of fire yuan qi gathered around his body, turning him into a flame emissary. Whoosh! Yi Xing also used his flame astral avatar. Xing Liuyang's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Xing had to go all out to fight. "Fire dragon leaves the mountain," Xing Luyang shouted as the ardent flame, profound spear in his hand bloomed with bright flames. The spear shot out and turned into a fiery dragon spear. This fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was filled with berserk power, enough to instantly injure or even kill a 3-star venerate. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing's spear was like a cold light, thrusting out like a stream of light. Its speed was inconceivably fast. This spear contained the power of wind and darkness. Not only was it fast, but it was also hard to detect. Yi Xing went around the spear of Fire Dragon and went straight for Xing Liuyang's throat. If it had been an ordinary 4-star venerable, Yi Xing's spear attack would have definitely been able to force the other party to return to defense. However, Xing Luyang was not an ordinary 4-star venerable. When he saw that Yi Xing's spear was too fast, he immediately opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and sneered. "You want to force me to return to defense with your speed? Dream on." Fire Dragon swings its tail. In an instant, Xing Liuyang's spear turned into a sweep. The tail of the spear of Fire Dragon moved horizontally and collided with Yi Xing's spear. Boom! The Wind Shadow spear dissipated in an instant. In terms of the strength of the stars, Yi Xing was inferior. In terms of martial arts attainment, Yi Xing was at the supreme grade spiritual martial transformative realm, while Xing Luyang had mastered a low-grade profound level martial art. Yi Xing was slightly inferior. In terms of the power of the stars, Yi Xing's golden rock spear was at the low-grade profound level, while Xing Liuyang's blazing flame spear was at the mid-grade profound level. Yi Xing was still inferior. Even though Yi Xing's understanding of the momentum of heaven and earth and his control of the qi of heaven and earth was stronger than Xing Liuyang's, he was still no match for Xing Luyang in a head-on collision. Yi Xing was slightly inferior. Xing Liuyang's spear shattered Yi Xing's Wind Shadow spear and continued to stab at Yi Xing. Yi Xing performed the shadow steps and split his body, dodging the spear. Fire Dragon soars the sky. Die! Xing Luyang shouted and unleashed his aura to the extreme. He performed one of the unique skills of the Fiery Dragon Spear Art. The Fiery Dragon Spear Art was 100 meters long. It soared into the sky and flew around Xing Luyang. Wherever it passed, waves of air billowed. Cracks appeared on the ground just from the rapid airflow. It could be seen how terrifying the Fiery Dragon Spear Art was. The Fiery Dragon Spear Art was too fast. Circle after circle, it kept expanding. Even though Yi Xing's shadow steps were exquisite and unpredictable, he still felt that he could not avoid it. Layers of wind shadows. Yi Xing unleashed his strength to the extreme and performed the unique skill of the Wind Shadow Spear Art. In an instant, the sky was filled with spear shadows, and they all rushed towards the Fiery Dragon Spear Art. Bang! 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 However, the fiery dragon spear art was powerful and unstoppable. The wind shadow spear art shattered one after another, but the fiery dragon spear art continued to move forward, only slightly weaker. Your attack power is not good enough. You can't block it. Huh? Xing Luyang let out a peal of laughter. Yixing's martial art was only a spirit-level, supreme-grade martial art. Even though it had reached the transcendent state and could easily defeat an overlord, it was nothing in front of Xing Luyang. Yixing knew that his weakness was his martial art. The Wind Shadow Spear art was only of the highest grade of the spiritual level, and it was not compatible with the flame astrology. Therefore, in terms of power, it could not be compared to Xing Luyang's fiery dragon spear art. The advantage of the Wind Shadow Spear art was its speed. In this aspect, it was countered by Xing Luyang's heavenly eye. If Yixing had used the Sky-Burning Sun Fist art, the power of his martial art would have increased a lot. However, Yixing knew that the Sky-Burning Sun Fist art was only of the highest grade of the spiritual level. Although it could be used to fight against Xing Luyang, it could not defeat him. If he wanted to defeat Xing Luyang, the only way was... Yixing's heart stirred. A beam of starlight shot into the sky. He had used the black hole astrology. Only by turning Xing Luyang blind would he be unable to block his elusive spear art. Even if Xing Luyang was stronger, he would still die. The black hole astrology hung high in the sky. Xing Luyang was suddenly plunged into a world of darkness. He could not even see his own fingers. Whoosh! Yixing moved like lightning. He became one with his spear and pushed his speed to the limit. He thrust his spear at Xing Luyang. Xing Luyang immediately felt that his life was in danger. Fiery Dragon Shield. Xing Luyang retracted the fiery dragon spear art and protected it outside his body. At the same time, his heavenly eye was pushed to the limit. However, in the world of darkness, even the heavenly eye was greatly weakened. It was not until Yixing's spear was within 10 meters that Xing Luyang saw a faint shadow of the spear. Fortunately, the fiery dragon shield protected this area. Xing Luyang used all his strength to push the defense of this area to the limit. Clang! Sparks flew. A large chunk of the fiery dragon spear art's body was pierced, but it blocked Yixing's attack. Yixing immediately retracted his spear and retreated. Chapter 6:18. Xian Yefeng. Xing Luyang shouted out loud, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. In this world of darkness, Yixing's spear skills were unpredictable. He had no confidence he could block Yixing's next spear strike. Moreover, in this world of darkness, no other martial artist would be able to help. Only Xian Yefeng, a genius disciple of Dark Moon Temple whose strength was no weaker than his own, could. As Xing Luyang spoke, Xian Yefeng had already attacked. His figure turned into a black line as he instantly shot towards Yixing. Two fingers shot out, forming a pitch-black astral finger. This pitch-black astral finger was extremely fast. Moreover, it rippled like waves, its power terrifying. This was Dark Moon Temple's profound level martial art, the profound dark finger. When Yixing fought, his eyes and ears were alert. When Xian Yefeng attacked, Yixing was well aware of it. He thrust out his spear, raging flames raging as it collided with the profound dark finger. Bang! A terrifying recoil struck out. Yixing was sent flying 100 meters away. Xian Yefeng's strength wasn't any weaker than Xing Luyang's. He wasn't his match in a head-on clash. Yixing's mortal body was powerful, so he wasn't injured. His aura covered Xian Yefeng, forcing him into the world of darkness. What a strong power of darkness. Your astrology is extraordinary. Unfortunately, I also comprehend the power of darkness. This darkness cannot stop me. Xian Yefeng sneered. Although he was trapped in a world of darkness and his vision was greatly affected, he could still see Yixing's figure. After comprehending the power of darkness, other martial artists naturally couldn't compare with him in the darkness. In particular, Xian Yefeng had opened his martial Dao heavenly eye. His vision was enhanced, and he was able to see through the darkness, locking onto Yixing's body. Whoosh! The void tore apart. The profound dark finger once again shot towards Yixing. Although the world of darkness couldn't affect Xian Yefeng, Yixing was like the ruler of this world of darkness. He could sense everything that was happening in this world of darkness. Yixing's mind was clear as day, and his reaction speed was greatly increased. His figures split apart. Yixing dodged Xian Yefeng's attack and shot his spear towards Xing Luyang. In the world of darkness, Yixing found it difficult to deal with Xian Yefeng. But Xing Luyang was completely trapped in the world of darkness. Ye's priority target, the Black Night Wind, was surrounded by wind elemental energy. It was like a gust of wind, instantly blocking Yixing and Xing Luyang. You're very fast, but I'm not slow either. You want to kill someone in front of me, Xian Yefeng? What wishful thinking. Xian Yefeng sneered and used the profound dark finger to push Yixing back. However, Yixing's reaction speed was too fast in the world of darkness. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack Xing Luyang, Yixing wouldn't be able to catch Yixing's movements. Every attack would be dodged by Yixing. The rest of you, stay away and shoot. Xian Yefeng shouted. Xian Yefeng knew that if others were to rush over, they would be trapped in the world of darkness like him and Xing Luyang. They wouldn't be able to help. This world of darkness was clearly related to the black hole star. However, the star's area of influence was limited. As long as one was far enough away, they wouldn't be affected. Therefore, Xian Yefeng ordered everyone to stay away and shoot. Among the disciples of Xingxiang Palace and Darkine Palace, there were very few who cultivated archery. There was only one archery expert, and that was Xingxiang Palace's disciple, Yanlan. Yanlan's strength was on par with Linghu Feiyang's. However, she was much more terrifying than Linghu Feiyang because her archery was impossible to guard against. If Linghu Feiyang wanted to kill someone, he had to do it at close range. However, Yanlan only needed to shoot an arrow from afar, and the target wouldn't even know who killed him. In this aspect, Yanlan was completely comparable to the disciples of Darkine Palace. She was good at assassination. As soon as Xian Yefeng's voice fell, the younger generation, including Yanlan, distanced themselves from Yixing and retreated more than 10 li away. Yanlan especially retreated 20 li away and took out a profound grade bow. The Earth Profound Bow. Profound grade bows could draw upon Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. There was no need for arrows. Drawing the bow could condense Heaven Earth Yuan Qi into an arrow. Ordinary arrows couldn't withstand Heaven Earth Yuan Qi at all. Their power wasn't as strong as Heaven Earth Yuan Qi arrows. Therefore, profound grade bows didn't need arrows. As for profound grade arrows, every one of them was as precious as a profound grade weapon. They were extremely rare. A profound grade bow paired with a profound grade arrow was naturally the strongest. However, very few people would be so wasteful. Using Heaven Earth Yuan Qi arrows was enough. The other archers all had top-grade spirit bows in their hands. Only Yanlan had a profound grade bow in her hands. In the blink of an eye, several archers, including Yanlan, drew the bows in their hands and shot an arrow at Yixing, who was being chased by Xian Yefeng and looking for an opportunity to kill Xing Luyang, suddenly frowned and felt danger. There were several arrows flying towards him, but there was only one that made him feel threatened. It was an earth yellow Yuan Qi arrow. Someone is using a profound grade bow. Yixing's heart stirred. He used his afterimage footwork to the limit and constantly changed his position. To be able to use a profound grade treasure bow, one must be an expert in the Tao of archery, and an expert in the Tao of archery could easily change the direction of their arrows. Yixing himself was an expert in the Tao of archery, so he was very clear in his heart that to avoid the arrows of an expert in the Tao of archery, he had to constantly change his direction, and he had to be fast. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had dodged 6 or 7 times. After he dodged 3 times, there was only one arrow left chasing after him. It was that earth yellow Yuan Qi arrow. This Yuan Qi arrow changed direction 5 times before its power dissipated. It could be seen that the archer's attainments in archery had reached the level of 5 changes at will. With such high attainments in archery, coupled with a profound grade bow, even a mid-level venerable would feel danger when shot by a second-star venerable, let alone Yi Xing who, Yi Xing's killing intent instantly spread out, enveloping all the martial artists that were shooting arrows in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the few archers that were dozens of miles away from Yi Xing all fell into a world of darkness. However, Yin Lan, who was more than 20 miles away from Yi Xing, was an exception. It could be seen that the black hole astrology's range of influence was limited. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Lan pulled back the earth's profound bow and shot out a second arrow. Because Yi Xing was dodging that arrow, he kept changing directions and neglected Xian Yifeng's existence. At this moment, Xian Yifeng seized the opportunity to attack. Dark profound finger force shot out one after another. Yi Xing was in the middle of dodging Xian Yifeng's pursuit when an arrow suddenly came and sealed off his path of retreat. In a hurry, he couldn't dodge. Although the afterimage footwork was exquisite, it still required Yi Xing to use it. Yi Xing was out of breath. How could he change direction 6 or 7 times in an instant? However, at this moment, he had to do it even if he couldn't. Yi Xing instantly took a deep breath. His figure separated again and changed direction, dodging the attack of the dark profound finger. However, this time, he couldn't change direction 6 or 7 times in an instant. He only changed direction 4 times before the earth-colored Yuan Qi arrow caught up to him. Yi Xing barely dodged the attack on his throat. His body suddenly rose up and the arrow hit his chest. Chapter 619. Puffed. Yi Xing instantly spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying by the arrow. The power contained in the khaki-colored Yuan Qi arrow was too terrifying. Even a 4-star supremacy would be severely injured or even killed if struck by the arrow. The energy arrow did not penetrate Yi Xing's body. Instead, it was blocked by Yi Xing's black-grade protective inner armor. This was extremely fortunate. If not for the black-grade inner armor blocking the arrow, this arrow would have penetrated Yi Xing's body. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. However, although the inner armor blocked the energy arrow, the energy contained within the energy arrow still penetrated Yi Xing's body. This caused Yi Xing to be severely injured, causing him to instantly spit out a mouthful of blood. The energy within the khaki-colored Origin Qi arrow was relentless, sending Yi Xing flying for several hundred meters before it finally dissipated. Several hundred meters away, Yi Xing spat out another mouthful of blood. The energy contained within the energy arrow was too sharp. It caused quite a bit of damage to his body, especially since the energy did not penetrate him all at once. Instead, it came in waves, maximizing the damage. Xian Yifeng was not in a hurry to attack. Yi Xing was already injured. From his point of view, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. With Yin Lan holding him back with her archery from afar, Xian Yifeng's close-range attacks completely restrained Yi Xing. He was unable to turn the situation around. Xian Yifeng sneered and said, "Kid, no matter how strong you are or how heaven-defying you are still an ant from an inferior continent. Trash! How dare you make an enemy out of us? You only have death awaiting you. You will die without a burial ground. Brother Yi, I'm afraid that both of us are going to die here today. How detestable! You and I are both top geniuses, yet we're going to die under the siege of these mediocre people." Feng Xiaoxiao's voice came from afar. Her tone was filled with unwillingness. Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong's cultivation levels were higher than Feng Xiaoxiao's, but their powers were weaker than hers. However, when the two of them joined forces, they were able to unleash a power that was greater than 1+1. Feng Xiong's sealing technique had greatly weakened Feng Xiaoxiao's strength, making it difficult for her to withstand the Star Flow Feather's attack. She was already injured, and if it wasn't for the mystic middle-grade protective inner armor, she would have lost her life. However, after a prolonged battle, Feng Xiaoxiao would be exhausted sooner or later. The protective inner armor could only protect her body. Feng Xiaoxiao still had to rely on her sword techniques to defend herself. Once she was exhausted, her life would be in danger. Yi Xing stood in the air and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His aura was still fierce as he said loudly, "I won't die. Brother Feng, you won't die either. The ones who will die today will be these mediocre people. Everyone from Celestial Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace will die." Ha ha! Xian Yefeng laughed loudly and said, "Kid, are you talking in your sleep right now? What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Show us." The disciples from Celestial Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace sneered. Yi Xing had already spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were not light. In their eyes, he was an arrow at the end of its flight and a turtle in a jar. He did not even have any hope of escaping, so how could he still have the strength to kill them? However, Feng Xiaoxiao had talked to Yi Xing before and had some understanding of Yi Xing. In her impression, Yi Xing was not someone who would talk in his sleep. Feng Xiaoxiao believed that Yi Xing must have something to rely on if he dared to say such a thing. Her confidence in him was instantly boosted. Feng Xiaoxiao shouted, "Brother Yi, I believe you. However, can the Demon Sealing Valley's disciples also be included in the dead?" Yi Xing replied loudly, "Today, I will go on a killing spree. Whoever Brother Feng wants to die, they will die." As he spoke, Yi Xing activated the divine dragon blood essence in his body. Immediately, golden dragon scales grew out from Yi Xing's body one after another. Moreover, 2 horns grew out of Yi Xing's head and a dragon tail grew out of his back. The golden dragon scales on his body shone brilliantly, and his hands and feet turned into golden dragon claws. He revealed a peerless and terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was a dragon's aura. Divine dragons were innately divine creatures and possessed divinity. Therefore, dragon's aura was equivalent to divine might. It was an instinctive pressure that came from a higher life form. Everyone present was an astral-reaching venerable. Compared to mortals and even ordinary martial artists, they were high and mighty. Every movement they made contained a terrifying pressure. However, in front of a dragon's aura with divinity, the venerables felt no different from mortals and ordinary martial artists in front of a venerable. Of course, pressure was only pressure. It did not have any actual attacking power. It could only boost one's momentum. The true victor would depend on one's strength. However, this dragon's aura was enough to make all the martial artists present tremble in fear. What is this? Why do I feel like I'm looking at a divine dragon? All the martial artists' hearts trembled as they cried out in alarm. Xian Yifeng's expression changed greatly. He pointed at Yi Xing and shouted, "You, what exactly did you experience in the divine dragon forbidden land?" Yi Xing's golden dragon eyes swept over the martial artists of Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace. He said coldly, "All of you must die." After transforming into a dragon, Yi Xing lost a bit of his humanity and gained a bit of his draconic nature. Although dragons were honorable, they were still beasts. They were merely divine beasts. Dragons' killing and ferocious nature were extremely powerful. At this moment, Yi Xing was emitting a torrential aura. His killing intent filled the sky. Some half-step venerables who had yet to step in an astral-reaching realm felt their legs go soft at the sight of Yi Xing. They had not gone through the tempering of thunder calamity. They simply could not bear the ferocious aura emitted by Yi Xing. As for the venerables who had gone through the thunder calamity, they had seen the boundless thunder calamity. Although they felt their hearts palpitate at the ferocious aura emitted by Yi Xing, they could still bear it. Xian Yifeng felt Yi Xing's aura and knew that after transforming into a dragon, Yi Xing's strength had increased by a lot. It would be hard for him to resist. Only Yanlan was holding him back from behind. If he were to face Yi Xing head-on, his life would be in danger. Xian Yifeng thought to himself, "I need more people to join hands and attack this person." Xian Yifeng's thoughts turned as he shouted, "This person is no longer human. His body must have been taken over by a monster from the divine dragon forbidden land. His ferocious nature has erupted, and he will kill all humans. Everyone, join hands and kill him. Otherwise, you will all die, all die." There were a total of 7 major forces martial artists present. There were only a few Big Dipper Sword sect disciples left. Feng Xiaoxiao was besieged by Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong, while the others were held back by Demon Ceiling Valley's disciples. Star Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace's disciples were besieging Yixing. Apart from them, there were also disciples from Giant Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect. Xian Yifeng's words and deed made the martial artists present somewhat worried. Right now, Yixing was emitting a torrential aura. It was truly frightening, and fear was a major factor in people's killing intent. Because they were afraid of snakes, once there was an opportunity to kill a snake, they would definitely not miss it. However, if the snake was too big, the chances of killing it would be low, and the chances of being eaten by the snake would be high. Perhaps no one would dare to attack. Chapter 620. As Xian Yefeng's voice fell, several Demon Ceiling Valley disciples that hadn't yet attacked were the first to rush forwards. As for the disciples of the other 3 sects, many of them were tempted, but they didn't move. Instead, they watched from the sidelines. Demon Ceiling Valley had joined forces with Star Elephant Palace and Darking Temple. If one side suffered, the other would suffer. As for the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect, they had to wait and see if there was a chance they could kill Yixing. If there was a chance, they didn't mind joining forces to take the life of a martial artist from a lower continent. After all, this martial artist could transform into a dragon. That struck fear into their hearts. As the Demon Ceiling Valley disciples rushed forwards, Yixing also moved. His golden dragon eyes locked onto Xian Yefeng, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards him. Whoosh! At this time, in the distance, Yanlan drew her bow once more and shot out an earth-yellow origin energy arrow. This time, Yixing didn't dodge the origin energy arrow. Instead, he reached out a hand and grabbed it. Gotcha! The Earth Origin energy arrow was crushed to pieces by the golden dragon claw. Whoosh! At this time, Xian Yefeng used the Dark Mystic Finger and rushed towards Yixing. At the same time, he drew backwards. With a flick of the golden dragon claw, the Dark Mystic Finger was instantly shattered. Yixing's figure flashed like a golden light, arriving in front of Xian Yefeng with unbelievable speed. There was a tearing sound in the void. A golden claw reached down towards Xian Yefeng's head. Xian Yefeng lost all courage. He raised a palm towards the sky to block the golden dragon claw. At the same time, his other hand grasped a black dagger and thrust it towards Yixing's heart. Gotcha! As Xian Yefeng's palm collided with the dragon claw, the sound of bones breaking rang out. At the same time, the black dagger that was thrusting towards Yixing's heart was caught by another golden dragon claw. Die! Yixing shouted out loud. The dragon claw that was aimed at Xian Yefeng's head continued to descend, instantly causing it to burst open. The disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect weren't affected by the black hole, so they could clearly see the scene of Xian Yefeng's head exploding open. They all lost all courage and hurriedly retreated, distancing themselves from Yixing. None of them dared to rush forwards to throw their lives away. As for the Demon Ceiling Valley disciples who had rushed forward, they were enveloped by Yixing's killing intent. Just like the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace and Darking Palace, they fell into a world of darkness. Only the distant Yanlan was not in the world of darkness. What's going on? Xian Yefeng? Xian Yefeng? Xing Luyang shouted. In the world of darkness, his martial Dao Heavenly eye could only see around 10 meters around him. He didn't know that Xian Yefeng had already died. Xian Ti to his, Ti Xian's to Xian Tu. Feng Ti Ti Xian Ti Ti. S left him. Ti left. As if a terrifying sense of impending doom flashed through Xian Yefeng's mind. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt a sharp pain in his head. A golden dragon claw had swept past his head, causing it to burst open. First, Xian Yefeng had gone silent, and then Xian Yiyang. This caused the disciples of the Dark Moon Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and star-severing sect to tremble in fear. Not all of the Dark Een Palace's disciples had comprehended the grand momentum of darkness. Even the few disciples who had comprehended the grand momentum of darkness were inferior to Xian Yefeng and Yi Yunchuan. Only within a certain range would one be able to see a golden figure. In the eyes of the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon's Severing Sect in the distance, Yixing had already turned into a streak of golden light. Every time he passed by a martial artist, that martial artist's head would burst open and they would die instantly. Only when a martial artist's head burst open would Yixing's figure pause for a moment, allowing others to see him clearly. The rest of the time, he was a golden beam of light, his speed inconceivably fast. In merely a few breaths of time, more than 10 martial artists had already fallen. All of their heads had burst open, killed in one blow. The speed of death was too fast. The fallen martial artists didn't even have time to scream. This scene fell into the eyes of the martial artists in the distance, causing them to be incomparably terrified. Yin Lan watched as the heads of the Dark Moon Palace disciples burst open one after another. Her heart was bleeding, but more than that, she was terrified. She drew her earth-profound bow and shot a few more arrows at Yixing. However, without exception, every Earth Yuan Chi arrow was easily destroyed by Yixing. After transforming into his dragon form, Yixing's strength had increased greatly, reaching a level where even 4-star venerables couldn't contend against him. Adding on the black hole astral form, which caused a martial artist to fall into a world of darkness. Killing people was like cutting grass. Even if the majority of the martial artists killed by him had already reached the astral reaching realm and were venerables, and even some venerables had the ability to challenge those with higher realms, at this moment, before Yixing, their lives were like grass. As the golden dragon claw swept across, anyone's head would burst open, instantly losing their life. Brother Feng, you stall Feng Xiao for now. I'll go kill that brat. Otherwise, all the disciples of our 3 sects will be killed by him. In the distance, Xing Liuyu yelled and immediately gave up on Feng Xiao. Turning around and flying towards Yixing, Xing Luyang had already lost his life, and Linghu Feiyang had also died. There were also a few Dark Moon Palace disciples whose heads had burst open. Xing Liuyu saw this, and his eyes were about to split open, his fury soaring to the heavens. Stop! Xing Liuyu yelled. If you have the guts to fight me, I'll tear you to shreds. At this moment, Yixing's dragon nature had the upper hand. His ferocious aura was unparalleled, and he was in the mood to kill. How could he pay attention to Xing Liuyu? Just as Xing Liuyu was speaking, a few more martial artists' heads burst open, losing their lives. Among them was a Dark Moon Palace disciple. Die! Die! Xing Liuyu roared furiously. The golden feather mystic sword in his hand shone with a dazzling golden light as he executed the metal elemental radiance. A golden sword energy slashed towards Yixing's back from several miles away. Xing Liuyu was also a monstrous genius. His combat strength was already heaven-defying. When he was a 2-star venerable, he could already defeat a 4-star venerable. Now that Xing Liuyu had broken through to 3-star venerable, his strength had reached the level of a 5-star venerable. He was on the same level as Feng Xiao. How terrifying would his attack be when he was enraged? As the sword energy approached, Yixing immediately sensed danger. He clenched his dragon claws, turned around, and punched out. Golden light bloomed from his dragon fist and collided with the golden sword energy, creating a deafening sound. The sword energy came from afar, and its strength was not enough. It was dispersed by Yixing's punch. However, Yixing could feel the power contained in the sword energy. It was extremely powerful. If they had clashed at close range, he might not have gained the upper hand. Xing Liuyu's attack had successfully attracted Yixing's attention. Yixing's killing intent instantly enveloped him, causing Xing Liuyu to fall into a world of darkness. Then, with a flash of golden light, Yixing charged towards Xing Liuyu at lightning speed. Heaven's Eye opened. Xing Liuyu opened his martial path heaven's eye. Golden light bloomed, reflecting the brilliance of the metal-type astrology in the sky. The metal-type astrology illuminated an area of dozens of meters around Xing Liuyu. However, the golden light from the heavens, I could see beyond 100 meters. Chapter 621. Xing Liuyu's strength was not something that Xing Luyang and Xin Yifeng could compare to. Yixing's black hole astrology could not suppress him. 100 meters was a short distance for a venerable, but Xing Liuyu was not an ordinary person. 100 meters was enough for him to react. When Yixing was within 100 meters of Xing Liuyu, he was instantly discovered by Xing Liuyu, and a golden sword energy slashed toward him. Yixing clenched his dragon claws and threw out a punch as well. Their attacks collided once again. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. Yixing felt his arm tremble. Xing Liuyu's strength was indeed terrifying. His attack power was not inferior to his. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yixing's figure flickered like golden light. He was extremely fast as he changed directions and launched a terrifying attack at Xing Liuyu, throwing out punch after punch. Whoosh, 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 Xing Liuyu stood still. His ears were erect, and his martial Tao heavenly I scanned his surroundings. The golden sword energy was always able to block Yixing's dragon fists and launch a counterattack. However, Yixing had the advantage of the black hole astrology. In the dark world, Yixing could sense everything. His reaction speed had reached an astonishing level. In the world of darkness, Yixing could fight with martial artists who were stronger than him. If he hadn't transformed into a dragon, Xian Yefeng wouldn't have been affected by the world of darkness, but he wouldn't have been able to do anything to Yixing. He would have needed Yin Lan's help with her archery from afar to have any hope of defeating Yixing. Now, Xing Liuyu's strength was comparable to Yixing's. Yixing's speed was extremely fast, and he appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the dark world. Naturally, he had the upper hand. Xing Liuyu was extremely sullen. He thought that with his combat power as a 5-star venerable, it would be easy to come back and kill Yixing. Who would have thought that Yixing was only a 1-star venerable, but his strength had reached such a heaven-defying level. This was even more heaven-defying than when Feng Xiaoxiao had been a 1-star venerable. While Xing Liuyu was admiring Yixing's strength, Yixing was also admiring Xing Liuyu's strength. He was now using the power of the godly dragon essence blood and emitting the dragon's might. His strength was heaven-defying, and he was in the dark world of the black hole astrology. No matter what, he had a great advantage. However, no matter how fast his attacks were or how special the angles were, they were always blocked by Starflow Feather. It was clear that Starflow Feather's reaction was outstanding. In the Starry Crescent Land, Xing Liuyu was overshadowed by Feng Xiaoxiao. In fact, he was also a demonic genius. Unless Yixing had overwhelming strength, it was basically impossible for him to kill Xing Liuyu. Their fists and swords collided fiercely. Soon they had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Xing Liuyu was at a disadvantage, his defense was very stable. The situation did not take a turn for the worse. Yixing was still unable to do anything to him. Brother Xing, hurry up, otherwise I won't be able to hold him back. Feng Xiong's anxious shout could be heard from afar. Previously, Feng Xiong and Xing Liuyu had joined forces to suppress Feng Xiaoxiao. Now, he was fighting Feng Xiaoxiao alone. Although his sealing technique could suppress Feng Xiaoxiao's strength, as the battle dragged on, he was finding it increasingly difficult to hold on. Come over right now, Xing Liuyu shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, Kid, you brat. It's indeed beyond my expectations that you can force me to this point. However, you still have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Liuyu's entire body was suffused with a layer of blood-red light. His strength skyrocketed. Xing Liuyu had used a secret technique, the blazing blood technique. He burned his essence blood in exchange for great strength. However, this increase in strength was temporary. Once the time was up, he would become very weak. He had not used this secret technique when he was dealing with Feng Xiaoxiao. Instead, he had joined forces with Feng Xiong to slowly entangle Feng Xiaoxiao until she died of exhaustion. Now he can no longer care so much. Although he could still block Yixing's attack, once Feng Xiong was defeated, he would have to face the combined attack of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yixing when Feng Xiong came over. There was no doubt that he would die. The only thing he could do now was to kill Yixing and then kill Feng Xiaoxiao when the blazing blood technique exploded. Only then would he have a chance to live. Bang! The fist and sword collided. With a loud explosion, Yixing's body was sent flying backward. After using the blazing blood technique, Xing Liuyu's strength had more than doubled. Die! Xing Liuyu roared angrily. His body shot forward like an arrow. While Yixing was sent flying, Xing Liuyu used the ultimate move of the metal radiant sword and attacked fiercely. He wanted to kill Yixing in one blow. At this moment, Yixing had nowhere to run. In the face of Xing Liuyu's terrifying sword energy, he had no other choice but to face it head-on. In an instant, Yixing's body made a strange movement. He used the Dragon Clan's martial technique that he had learned in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land. A terrifying force was born from Yixing's body. Clang! Just as Xing Liuyu's sword energy was about to behead Yixing, a dragon claw suddenly attacked. With a loud explosion, the sword energy was blocked. What? Xing Liuyu was shocked. At this moment, he had used the blazing blood technique. His strength was even stronger than Feng Xiaoxiao's. However, his ultimate move was blocked by Yixing's claw, Metal Radiance Sword. With a roar, Xing Liuyu used the ultimate move of the Metal Radiance Sword. The Metal Radiance Sword's attack power was terrifying. Even a mystic grade low-grade inner armor could not block it. Yixing used the second move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. The strength in his body increased again. His dragon claw formed a fist and blasted out. An ear-piercing sound rang out and sparks flew. Xing Liuyu's Metal Radiant Sword was blocked again. Xing Liuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He continued to use the Metal Radiant Sword to slash at Shixing's waist. Third move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Yixing's movements changed. It was very smooth. The strength in his body continued to increase. A golden dragon fist blasted out and instantly dispersed the sword energy. Moreover, Yixing's strength was not exhausted. Instead, he pushed Xing Liuyu back a step and disrupted Xing Liuyu's attack rhythm. Fourth move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Yixing took a step forward and took the opportunity to counterattack. When he used the fourth move, its power was even stronger. Boom! Xing Liuyu used the Metal Radiance Sword to block it. The sword energy was instantly dispersed. The terrifying power hit him and forced him to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. Yixing was getting stronger as the battle went on. Fifth move of the Dragon Clan's martial technique. Sixth move. Seventh move. Yixing had the upper hand. His attacks were endless. He used one move after another of the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. His strength increased rapidly. Xing Liuyu was forced to retreat and spit out blood. Finally, when Yixing used the seventh move, Xing Liuyu could no longer block it. The Metal Radiance Sword in his hand flew out. The golden dragon fist blasted forward and hit Xing Liuyu's head. Bang! Xing Liuyu's head exploded. He was dead. A monstrous genius of a generation had fallen. His life ended in the extraterritorial Starland. In the distance, the martial artists of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect were dumbfounded. They could not believe it, and their hearts were thumping. After half a month of adjustment, he started to work hard. Chapter 622. Whoosh! The black hole vortex spun wildly, producing a terrifying devouring power. Between Yixing's eyebrows, the flame of destiny continued to grow. It went from 7 blue flames to 8, then 9 before stopping. Xing Liuyu's destiny was a 9-star sovereign destiny. Now that Yixing had completely devoured it, Yixing's destiny evolved to a 9-star blue destiny. He was only one step away from the quasi-divine blue destiny. Yixing only paused for a moment after devouring the destiny. Then, under the shocked and puzzled gazes of the martial artists in the distance, Yixing began to move again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time he moved, a golden light flashed. The disciples of Astral Elephant Palace, Darking Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley who were trapped in the world of darkness died one after another. In just a dozen breaths of time, besides Yanlan, who had already fled when Xing Liuyu died, all the disciples of the three sects who were trapped in the world of darkness died. On the other side, Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiong's battle was nearing its end. Feng Xiong had suffered many injuries and was not far from death. Whoosh! Yixing withdrew his astrology and chased after the fleeing Yanlan. He was like a beam of golden light that cut through the sky. His speed was more than twice as fast as Yanlan's. Not long after, a blue light streaked across the sky. Yixing had returned. He had returned to his human form, and the azure cloud wings were spread out behind him. A treasure bow had appeared in his hand. Mystic Rank Treasure Bow, Earth Mystic Bow. This bow originally belonged to Yanlan, but now it belonged to Yixing. By the time Yixing returned, Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiong's battle had already ended. A sword light flashed past Feng Xiong's throat, piercing a bloody hole. Why did it have to be like this? I hate it. Feng Xiong clutched his throat as blood flowed out uncontrollably. He spoke with great difficulty, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Feng Xiaoxiao's growth was something that neither Demon Ceiling Valley nor Feng Xiong wanted to see. However, the Demon Ceiling Valley did not order their disciples to kill Feng Xiaoxiao in the extraterritorial Starland. The reason why Feng Xiong led the Demon Ceiling Valley disciples to kill the Big Dipper Sword Sect disciples was his personal decision. He felt that this decision would only benefit the Demon Ceiling Valley. This was because when Feng Xiaoxiao grew up, she would definitely be invincible in the Starry Crescent Land. This would affect the supreme status of the Demon Ceiling Valley. As for Xing Liuyu, although he was also a monstrous genius, he was not as monstrous as Feng Xiaoxiao. In the future, he would at most become an overlord of the Starry Crescent Land. He would not be able to unify the Starry Crescent Land, so he would not be able to affect the supreme status of the Demon Ceiling Valley. Therefore, Feng Xiong decided to join forces with Xing Liuyu to eliminate Feng Xiaoxiao in the extraterritorial star continent. Originally, this matter was bound to succeed, but who would have thought that it would be ruined by a cultivator from an inferior continent? Of course, Feng Xiong was unwilling to accept this. It wasn't that he had misjudged Feng Xiaoxiao, but rather that he hadn't anticipated fate and fate. As Feng Xiong fell to the ground, Feng Xiaoxiao's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He used the mysterious breeze sword to support himself and stabilized his body. Feng Xiaoxiao was already injured under the joint attack of Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. He had managed to escape with great difficulty, but when everyone was teleported to the Black Tortoise Jade Wall, he had fallen into the hands of Xing Liuyu and Feng Xiong. His injuries had worsened under the joint attack of the two. After Xing Liuyu retreated, Feng Xiaoxiao fought Feng Xiong alone. He had been suppressing the injuries in his body all this time. It was only when he killed Feng Xiong that he heaved a sigh of relief. He could no longer control the surging blood in his body and spat it out. Senior Brother Feng, the disciples of the Big Dipper Sword sect, ran over. There were 7 of them in total. A total of 14 genius disciples entered the Big Dipper Sword sect. Other than Feng Xiong, only 7 of them had survived. The other 6 had fallen at the hands of the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. These 7 were relatively strong. They had only survived because they had formed the Big Dipper Sword formation. Feng Xiaoxiao swallowed a profound healing pill and adjusted his breathing for a few breaths. He nodded at the 7 of them and looked at Yixing, who was walking over. Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Brother Yi, thank you so much this time. Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, Feng Xiao, and the disciples of my Big Dipper Sword sect would have died here today. Feng Xiao then introduced Yi Xing to the 7 disciples of the Big Dipper Sword sect. This is Brother Yi Xing. He saved our lives. Don't underestimate him just because he is a cultivator from an inferior continent. You all saw how strong he is with your own eyes. He is not someone we can compare to. Thank you, Brother Yi. The 7 of them cupped their fists and bowed slightly to Yi Xing. Yi Xing had just single-handedly annihilated all the disciples of the 3 major sects: Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley, except for Feng Xiao. All the cultivators present knew how strong he was. How could the 7 of them dare to underestimate Yi Xing? It was more likely that they were afraid of Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded at the 7 of them. His gaze then fell on Feng Xiao as he smiled. Brother Feng, you are being too polite. If you didn't save me back then, I wouldn't be alive right now. Since we each saved our own lives, we don't owe each other anything. Huh? Feng Xiao walked in front of Yi Xing and patted Yi Xing on the shoulder. She said excitedly, I thought that you would be lucky if you could escape this calamity by hiding in the forbidden divine dragon land. I didn't expect that you would have such a good fortune in the forbidden divine dragon land. Ha! You look like a dragon just now. Your strength is too abnormal. I've always been proud of my combat prowess, but when I was a 1-star venerable, I couldn't compare with you at all. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Yi Xing blushed with shame. You patted my shoulder and kept saying that I was abnormal. These words were really horrifying. Yi Xing chuckled and said, You only see the good side of me now. You don't know the danger I faced in the forbidden divine dragon land. I almost turned into that thing and couldn't come back. I almost lost my consciousness and became a monster forever. Fortunately, I guarded my glabella and maintained my consciousness. In the end, I was able to control this power. When I think about how I almost turned into a monster forever, I feel a lingering fear. However, I gained a lot. I didn't go through those dangers in vain. As Yi Xing spoke, he suddenly changed the topic and asked, Brother Feng, what happened to us just now? Why were we teleported here? Feng Xiao's gaze turned to the huge jade wall and said, This is the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. If a cultivator observes it carefully, they can comprehend black-level martial arts. When the extraterritorial starland is about to close, all the cultivators will be teleported here. This is the usual practice. The Black Tortoise Jade Wall? Yi Xing looked at the smooth jade wall and said, Brother Feng, for the 7 major forces of the Starry Crescent Land, is there a lack of black-level martial arts? This Black Tortoise Jade Wall is of no use to you, right? Feng Xiao waved her hand and said, Brother Yi, you are wrong. The martial arts comprehended from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall are not simple. When a cultivator observes the Black Tortoise Jade Wall, they do not learn any martial arts. Instead, they comprehend the martial arts themselves. The martial arts that they comprehend are naturally compatible with them. This is something that other martial arts cannot compare to. Chapter 6:23. Only now did Yi Xing realize what Feng Xiao had said. Looking at the Black Tortoise Jade Wall wasn't about learning the Black Tortoise, but comprehending the Black Tortoise on one's own. Comprehending a martial art on one's own was an extremely difficult task. Comprehending a martial art was equivalent to creating a new martial art. Only monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying comprehension abilities could create a new martial art after spending a large amount of time and effort. With Yi Xing's comprehension abilities and heaven-defying superbrain, creating a new martial art wasn't impossible, but it would require a large amount of time and effort. Yi Xing could do it, but that didn't mean other martial artists could do it. However, this Black Tortoise Jade Wall could allow so many people to comprehend their own martial art. This function was too abnormal. In an instant, Yi Xing's view of the Black Tortoise Jade Wall changed. This was a treasure, a priceless treasure. Young Master Yi, may I ask, can we comprehend martial arts in front of the Black Tortoise Jade Wall? At this moment, A 3-star venerable flew over from afar and spoke to Yi Xing respectfully. This person was a disciple of the Great Spirit Sect. His cultivation was the highest among the disciples of the Great Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect. He was recommended by the disciples of the three sects to ask for Yi Xing's opinion. In reality, the Black Tortoise Jade Wall didn't belong to Yi Xing. If they wanted to comprehend it, they could. It had nothing to do with Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing had just exterminated the disciples of the Celestial Body Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. His might was too great, causing the disciples of the three sects to be shocked and fearful. They didn't dare to ignore him. Therefore, they recommended someone to ask for Yi Xing's opinion. Yi Xing found it funny. He didn't expect them to be so afraid of him. They even came to ask for his opinion on comprehending the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Yi Xing laughed mischievously and said, "Among you people, there were also some who had bad intentions towards me. Now that I didn't deal with you, you should be celebrating. You still want to comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall?" The 3-star venerable's expression stiffened. This was the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Comprehending it would allow one to comprehend their own martial arts. This was a great fortune that could only be encountered and not saved. The extraterritorial Starland opened once every 30 years, but only geniuses under the age of 25 could enter. This meant that not all geniuses had the chance to enter the extraterritorial Starland. Therefore, entering the Outer Realm Starland and having a chance to comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall was a kind of fortune in itself. The disciples of the Giant Spirit Sect and the other two sects had come to ask for Yi Xing's opinion to show their respect. This was giving Yi Xing enough face, and Yi Xing wouldn't stop them from comprehending. They didn't expect that Yi Xing would really not let them comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. This caused the disciples of the Giant Spirit Sect and the other two sects to be stunned. What should he do now? Since Yi Xing had spoken, they didn't dare to disobey. They had all witnessed Yi Xing's strength with their own eyes. He alone was enough to wipe out everyone from the three sections. However, after entering the extraterritorial Starland with such great difficulty and obtaining such a great opportunity, he didn't want to comprehend the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Wasn't this heartbreaking? How could they be willing to accept this? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xing strangely and was slightly surprised. She thought to herself, Yi Xing doesn't seem like such a narrow-minded person. At this moment, Yi Xing laughed and said, "I'm just joking with you. You can comprehend it however you want. This Black Tortoise Jade Wall isn't mine anyway." Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. The 3-star venerable was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. He was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Yi Shiwen before retreating. Feng Xiaoxiao finally understood and said with a smile, "So brother, you was just joking. You scare them to death." Yi Xing smiled and said, "I wasn't joking. Among them, there were indeed quite a few who wanted to attack me. However, they didn't dare to because I was too powerful. If I wasn't that powerful, they might have charged at me. I took the opportunity to scare them a little. Consider it a small punishment for them. I warned them not to harbor any thoughts that they shouldn't have." Feng Xiaoxiao thought about it and agreed. She said, "Only the strong can make others fear and respect you. Therefore, all cultivators have the same goal. They all want to become stronger and stand at the peak of the martial way. Only then will they not be oppressed by others. The weak either act according to the mood of the strong or be crushed by the strong. In the world of the martial way, the strong are revered. That's how it is." Yi Xing's eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Therefore, Brother Feng, we want to be strong enough to stand at the peak of the martial way." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded, and her eyes were filled with determination as well. "Yes, we want to be strong enough to stand at the peak of the martial way. Yi Xing, let's start comprehending the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. We were teleported here for only a day. After a day, we will be teleported out of the extraterritorial Starland." "Okay." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Brother Feng, we may not be able to say goodbye in a day. However, one day I will go to the Starry Crescent Land." Feng Xiao smiled and said, I will be waiting for you in the starry crescent land. With Brother Ye's potential, you will be a dazzling genius in the starry crescent land. Perhaps we will be able to venture to a high-class continent in the future. Huh? A high-class continent? That was a continent with a true god. Yi Xing smiled. He also looked forward to the day when he could venture to a high-class continent. He would work hard for this goal. Yi Xing and Feng Xiao sat down separately and looked at the black tortoise jade wall. They focused their minds and began comprehending it. The black tortoise jade wall was extremely smooth. At first glance, there was nothing on it. However, if one focused and looked at it carefully, different scenes would appear on the smooth jade wall in the eyes of different martial artists. In Yi Xing's eyes, 3 scenes appeared on the black tortoise jade wall. One was wind, one was fire, and the last was darkness. These were the 3 major forces of heaven and earth that Yi Xing cultivated. Obviously, the scenes on the black tortoise jade wall were based on each martial artist's understanding of the major forces of heaven and earth. Different martial artists had different understandings of the major forces of heaven and earth. Even if it was the same major force of heaven and earth, different martial artists had different understandings of it. Yi Xing stared at the black tortoise jade wall with full concentration. Finally, the 3 different attributes on the black tortoise jade wall transformed into 3 spear moves. The first move was of the fire attribute and had the characteristics of fire. It was violent and powerful. The second move was of the wind attribute and had the characteristics of wind. It was swift and fast. The third move was of the darkness attribute and had the characteristics of darkness. It was engulfing and had a strong suction force. These 3 spear moves were deeply imprinted in Yi Xing's mind. These 3 black class spear moves were unable to be categorized into specific grades. They would become stronger as Yi Xing's understanding of the major forces of heaven and earth increased. In the end, they would reach the power of a top-grade black class martial art. Yi Xing did not know how abnormal it was for him to be able to comprehend 3 martial arts moves on the black tortoise jade wall. However, his comprehension did not end with these 3 spear moves. Chapter 624. When Yi Xing had completely comprehended the 3 spear moves, the scene on the black tortoise jade wall changed once again. Originally, the 3 different attributes of wind, fire, and darkness were divided into 3 regions, each occupying a part of the black tortoise jade wall. However, right now, these 3 attributes were all fusing together in the middle. In the end, the 3 attributes formed a bow and arrow, which turned into a set of archery martial arts. Yi Xing was moved. It seemed that the comprehension on the black tortoise jade wall was not only related to the martial artist's comprehension of the heaven and earth, but also related to the comprehension of weapons. With a weapon in hand, there were also different kinds of techniques. The higher the technique, the more powerful the weapon would be. In fact, when one's technique reached the peak, it would cause a qualitative change and could also trigger the heaven and earth Tao. Therefore, the sword had its sword Tao, the blade had its blade Tao, the spear had its spear Tao, and the arrow had its arrow Tao. Yi Xing's comprehension of weapons, spear Tao, and arrow Tao were more profound. Therefore, the martial arts he had comprehended on the black tortoise jade wall were spear arts and arrow arts respectively. If it was a sword Tao expert, then the martial arts he had comprehended would naturally be sword arts, while a blade Tao expert's martial arts would be blade arts. Different martial artists would comprehend different martial arts on the black tortoise jade wall. Moreover, Yi Xing's mastery of arrow Tao was even higher than his mastery of spear Tao. Among the astral-reaching realm archers, Yi Xing's mastery of arrow Tao was definitely at the top, excluding those high-level reverend lords. It was precisely because Yi Xing's mastery of arrow Tao was higher than his spear Tao that the archery martial arts he had comprehended would be more powerful. The 3 spear techniques each had 3 different attributes, while the archery technique was a fusion of the 3 attributes. It was impossible for Yi Xing to perform the 3 spear techniques at the same time and fuse the 3 attributes together. It could be seen that the archery technique fused with the three attributes was much more powerful than the three spear techniques. Yi Xing was fully focused as he carefully read the archery martial arts on the black tortoise jade wall. This set of archery martial arts was not strictly an archery skill because there were also close combat moves. The bow on the black tortoise jade wall was sometimes blazing with flames, revealing a terrifying might. Sometimes it was like a wind blade, fast as lightning, and sometimes it turned into a black shadow, possessing an extremely strong absorption force. This close combat technique was similar to the three spear techniques. The three attributes were separated and each had their own characteristics. However, when an arrow appeared on the bow, there was a qualitative change. The arrow pierced through the air. It had the tyrannical power of the fire and the sharpness and speed of the wind. The two were not simply a combination, but a fusion. The wind helped the fire, and the fire increased the speed of the wind. 1 + 1 was greater than 2. At the same time, the arrow also contained the dark attribute. Originally, the speed of the wind would tear through the void, and the violent fire would emit a surging aura. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, it would immediately be sensed. However, with the dark attribute, although the arrow contained a violent force, the speed at which it pierced through the air was silent, making it impossible to guard against. This was a true killing weapon. What a terrifying archery skill! Yi Xing sighed. After learning this archery skill, if he were to secretly attack, it would not be difficult to kill opponents stronger than him. With this archery skill, if he were to secretly attack, it would be enough to unknowingly kill his target. Even if he were to attack directly, the arrow would be silent, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It would be very difficult to guard against, and it was very possible to kill an expert stronger than him. Yi Xing focused his mind and comprehended the archery martial arts on the black tortoise jade wall. He deeply imprinted it in his mind, making it a part of him. This set of archery martial arts was originally formed by the black tortoise jade wall, according to Yi Xing's own conditions. Naturally, Yi Xing would be able to completely comprehend it. All the martial artists were completely focused on the black tortoise jade wall. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, and they were all afraid of wasting a moment. Time slowly passed as he comprehended. Yi Xing used the black tortoise jade wall to repeatedly comprehend the three spear moves and the set of archery martial arts to deepen his comprehension. Of the three spear moves, the fire attribute spear move was tyrannical and had a terrifying force. It was called Tyrannical Fire Spear. The wind attribute spear move was extremely sharp and fast. It was called Sharp Wind Spear. The dark attribute spear move had a strong devouring force and could transform into 10,000 forces. It was called All Transformation Spear. Tyrannical Fire Spear. Sharp Wind Spear. All Transformation Spear. Yi Xing named the three spear moves in his mind. As for the set of archery martial arts, it contained the wind, fire, and darkness attributes. It was a combination of close combat martial arts and long-range archery. It was difficult to find a suitable name for it. Let's call it Dark Wind Fire Arrow Art. Although it was straightforward, it was still appropriate. All the martial artists were immersed in comprehending the black tortoise jade wall's martial arts. A day passed quickly, and it was time for the extraterritorial star continent to close. Suddenly, a spatial whirlpool appeared beside every martial artist. All the martial artists were immediately startled awake from comprehending the martial arts and were sucked into the spatial whirlpool. Not long after, Yi Xing stopped feeling like he was shuttling through space. The spatial whirlpool around him disappeared, and he appeared above the starry sky arena of the star continent. At this moment, the starry sky arena was empty. There was only one martial artist left sitting in the center of the arena. It was the person the great Yuan dynasty had left behind to wait for news. Yi Xing had gone to a mid-tier extraterritorial star continent and would need half a year to come out. The great Yuan dynasty naturally wanted to know if he had died in the extraterritorial star continent. Hence, they left behind a martial artist to guard the starry sky arena. This was a 6-star venerable. Fighting was prohibited in the Starry Sky Arena. Even if a king was left behind, he could not take Yi Xing's life here. However, the martial artist left behind could not have a low cultivation. If Yi Xing had not died, he had to at least be able to suppress Yi Xing in terms of cultivation. When Yi Xing entered the extraterritorial star continent, he was only an 8-star venerable. Half a year had passed. Even if he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, a 6-star venerable would be able to suppress him in terms of cultivation. Yi Xing appeared above the Starry Sky Arena. The 6-star venerable Meng Zhanfeng felt a change in space. When he raised his head to look, 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Meng Zhanfeng shouted, "Traitor, you actually did not die in the extraterritorial star continent." Yi Xing's gaze landed on Meng Zhanfeng. He chuckled and said, "You are from the Great Yuan dynasty? I will have to disappoint you. I'm not dead. In fact, I'm alive and well." As he spoke, Yi Xing landed and stood in front of Meng Zhanfeng. He continued, "Go and report to Meng Tai that I, Yi Xing, have returned." Although Meng Zhanfeng was a 6-star venerable with a surging aura and overwhelming might, to Yi Xing, it was like a gentle breeze. Meng Zhanfeng's cultivation suppression had no effect on Yi Xing. When Yi Xing transformed into a dragon, the dragon's might that erupted was much more terrifying than Meng Zhanfeng's 6-star venerable cultivation. In terms of aura and pressure, even if the Great Yuan dynasty left behind a High Lord or even a king, it would not have any effect on Yi Xing. Can I vote for a free recommendation? Thank you. Chapter 6:25. Meng Zhanfeng glared at Yi Xing fiercely and said, "It doesn't matter that you didn't die in the extraterritorial star continent. You won't be able to live for long in the star continent. You will definitely die." Yi Xing chuckled and said, "All right, I will await the arrival of the Great Yuan dynasty's experts in the East Divine Continent." After saying that, Yi Xing ignored Meng Zhanfeng and walked toward the teleportation array. The teleportation array in the Starry Sky Arena was very advanced. It could automatically absorb the power of the stars. The energy required for teleportation did not need to be maintained by star crystals. Yi Xing changed the destination of the teleportation array to the East Divine Continent and set off on the teleportation array. In an instant, the teleportation array emitted a dazzling white light that surrounded Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, you will definitely die without a burial place." Meng Zhanfeng roared at the teleportation array as he watched the figure that was about to disappear. After saying that, a dazzling white light shot into the sky and formed a pure white light pillar. In the blink of an eye, the light pillar shot into the sky and disappeared into the void. Yi Xing's figure had already disappeared. Meng Zhanfeng immediately walked into the teleportation array. He wanted to report this news to the Supreme King, Meng Tai. At this point in time, the news of a demon star in troubled times was no longer a secret and had been spread around. The warriors of the Great Yuan dynasty all knew that Yi Xing was the demon star in troubled times. He was a thorn in the side of the Supreme King, Meng Tai. The teleportation array in the Starry Sky Arena could not be connected to the teleportation array in the East Divine Continent. Therefore, Yi Xing could be teleported to any place in the East Divine Continent. After Yi Xing arrived in the East Divine Continent, he first changed his appearance. After asking around, he found out that he was in the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The Heavenly Wolf Empire was one of the 9 middle-rank empires in the East Divine Continent. When Yi Xing went to the Divine Continent Mountain to participate in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Tournament, he had used the teleportation array in the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The imperial capital of the Heavenly Wolf Empire had a level 4 transmission array that could send people millions of miles away. Yi Xing could use the transmission array to directly reach the capital of the Qingyu Empire. Yi Xing had become a venerable master and could control the wind energy to fly. His speed was already extremely fast, and with the addition of the mid-grade profound rank Azure Cloud Wings, Yi Xing's speed had reached a shocking level. He was not inferior to a High Lord's speed. Half a day later, Yi Xing arrived at the Heavenly Wolf imperial capital. Yi Xing had two reasons for returning to the East Divine Continent. Firstly, he wanted to understand the situation. Secondly, he wanted to head to the old site of the Falling Star sect and enter the Stellar Hall to complete the Venerable Realm Trial. Only then would he head to the Dark Star sect. As for his future plans, he would discuss them with the Black Biao King when he arrived at the Dark Star sect. After understanding the situation, Yi Xing had two places to go. One was to go to the Blood Edge Empire to find Honorable Mo Jian, and the other was to go to the Qingyu Empire to find Honorable Chunyu. Yi Xing's identity as the Demon Star had been exposed for half a year. He did not know what measures the great Yuan dynasty had taken. He did not know if it was safe to go to the Blood Edge Empire or the Qingyu Empire. The Blood Edge Empire was an upper-grade empire, while the Qingyu Empire was a lower-grade empire. If there was danger, the Qingyu Empire would naturally be less dangerous. Yi Xing chose the Qingyu Empire. Moreover, the Falling Star sect was located in the Qingyu Empire. Yi Xing had been away for more than a year and wanted to go back and take a look. Honorable Sir, the Qingyu Empire's transmission array has been closed. We can't connect to it. In the transmission hall of the Heavenly Wolf Imperial Capital, a 9-star venerable said respectfully to Yi Xing, the transmission array has been closed. Yi Xing was surprised. Why would the transmission array be closed for no reason? Could it be that something had happened to the Qingyu Empire? Yi Xing said, then help me to the Qingyu domain. Try to be as close to the Qingyu Empire as possible. Yes, Honorable Sir. Yi Xing was sent to the Qingyu Empire through the transmission array. If it wasn't a fixed transmission, there might be a deviation. Yi Xing found a nearby town and asked around. He found out his location. It was about 130,000 miles northwest of the Qingyu Empire. Since he knew the location and distance of the Qingyu Empire, it was only a matter of time before he reached the Qingyu Empire. Yi Xing flew rapidly towards the Qingyu Empire. In just an hour, Yi Xing arrived outside the Qingyu Empire. At this time, the Qingyu Empire was in ruins. Only the imperial palace in the inner city was covered by a layer of formation light. Moreover, there were layers of formations and restrictions within the imperial palace. Outside the light shield of the formation, there were dozens of huge airships floating in the sky. They were all large-scale flying spiritual tools. On each airship stood a large number of martial artists. The weakest among them was a true master of the astral realm, while the strongest one was a true master of the astral realm. There were thousands of people on each ship. Dozens of ships had tens of thousands of people. This was an army of Honorable Sir. With tens of thousands of Honorable Sir together, their strength was too terrifying. They were much more destructive than millions of martial sages. On the flag of each spaceship, there were two words, Songlong. Yi Xing's pupils shrank. This was the army of the Qinglong Empire. In the center of these dozens of ships was the most luxurious ship. Its grade was higher than the others, reaching the Xian class. It was equipped with a star crystal cannon that even Honorable Sir was wary of. There were more people on this Xian-class ship than the others. There were even a few Honorable Sir. A 2-star Honorable Sir stood in front of the Xian-class ship. He was the emperor of the Qinglong Empire, Long Yuanhua. He shouted, "You Chanyue, if you don't open the formation and surrender now, I'll slaughter 100,000 people of the Qingyu Empire." On the ground outside the formation, there were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. There were 100,000 living people, men and women, old and young. Some were ordinary people, some were martial artists. Their cultivation levels were from the star-tempering realm to the star-vortex realm. There were even some Honorable Sir in the astral realm. These 100,000 people were all from the Qingyu Empire. They were surrounded by the formation masters of the Qinglong Empire. They couldn't leave and could only wait for death in this place. You Chenyue, you're too cold-blooded, too cruel. You don't care about the lives of your people at all. It's been 3 days. Every 2 hours, I've killed hundreds of thousands of your people. I've killed millions of them. You still don't want to surrender. Do you want to see the people of the Green Feather Empire being killed? Ha ha ha. Long Yuanguang shouted and laughed loudly. Below, screams were everywhere. Everyone fell into the fear of death. Many people were wailing. Long Yuanguang continued to laugh. Yu Chunyue, do you hear their cries? These are the people of the Qingyu Empire. Ha! As their emperor, you just watch them die batch after batch. Yu Chunyue, how can you be so cruel and cold-blooded? Long Yuanguang, you devil. The Qinglong Empire is so heartless. Sooner or later, they'll be punished. A voice full of anger came from the formation. It was the voice of the Qingyu Empire's crown prince, Yu Qinggan. Chapter 626. Haha. Yu royal family doesn't even care about the lives of your own people. That's truly heartless. If there's any retribution, it's your Qingyu Empire. Now, I'll let you see the retribution of your Qingyu Empire dancing with Yi Xing and becoming enemies with the great Yuan dynasty. Kill, leave no one alive. Long Yuanguang shouted and waved his arm, chopping down. Stop it. In the distant sky, a roar came. A middle-aged man with a mustache stepped on the air. It was Yi Xing in disguise. Yi Xing's roar shook the astral energy and rushed out layers of airwaves. It was no less than a sudden clap of thunder, spreading for dozens of miles. Everyone heard it clearly. The immortals of the Blue Dragon Empire who were preparing to attack below were stunned, and looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing released his cultivation and showed the cultivation of a one-star venerable. He shouted, "You are all immortals, even venerables, but you take pleasure in slaughtering ordinary people and warriors. Do you still have any humanity? Are you all beasts in human skin?" Anger. Yi Xing was furious. There were millions of broken limbs on the ground. This was not a massacre on the battlefield, but a one-sided massacre. These people actually dared to do such a thing. The viciousness of their hearts was unimaginable. Long Yuanguang looked at Yi Xing and snorted. A mere one-star venerable dares to meddle in other people's business. Do you want to die? Yi Xing carefully observed Long Yuanguang for a while, and found that he looked very similar to Long Shao. He said, "You're the emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Yuanguang?" Long Yuanguang looked proud and said, "That's me." Yi Xing's eyes revealed a strong, killing intent. He said, "You've committed such a heinous crime. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Since you're from the Blue Dragon Empire, you deserve to die. Since we've met today, I'll destroy your Blue Dragon Empire." Long Yuanguang was furious and sneered. "You? Since you dare to speak like this, I think you must be tired of living. Long Gong, Long Xian, the two of you go and kill him." On the Xian grade spaceship behind Long Yuanguang, there were two one-star venerables. They replied, "Yes." With that, the two of them flew into the air and headed towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing revealed a disdainful sneer. Regardless of whether it was Long Yuanguang, Long Gong, or Long Xian, the two one-star venerables, Yi Xing viewed them all as weeds. Moreover, Yi Xing's superbrain had scanned that there were two other seniors in the cabin. They were both mid-level astral reaching experts. Yi Xing didn't put them in his eyes either. When Yi Xing said that he wanted to destroy the Azure Dragon Empire, he already included these two four-star venerables. Daring to meddle in my Blue Dragon Empire's business. I think you're tired of living. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember this in your next life. Long Gong and Long Xian, the two one-star venerables, sneered. With the two of them joining hands, they naturally didn't put Yi Xing, who was also a one-star venerables, in their eyes. As their voices faded, Long Gong and Long Xian attacked at the same time, attacking Yi Xing Dai. At this moment, Yi Xing coldly shouted. The mid-level profound, grade ardent flame, profound spear appeared in his hand and pierced forward. Sharp wind spear. A sharp air-piercing sound rang out, tearing apart the void. Before Long Gong and Long Xian's attack landed, a light flashed, and Yi Xing retreated. However, a bloody hole appeared in Long Gong and Long Xian's throats. The sharp wind spear was extremely fast. Killing one-star venerables was simply like slaughtering chickens. Yi Xing had killed two one-star venerables with a single spear in an instant. The speed was too fast. Long Gong and Long Xian didn't feel any pain and completely didn't realize that they had been shot. They continued to attack Yixing. However, when they rushed in front of Yixing, their eyes had already turned into fear. Fresh blood gushed out from the bloody hole in their throats, and their lives were rapidly flowing away. How could the two still care about attacking Yixing? Their hands immediately covered their throats. They opened their mouths to scream, but no sound came out. Both of them fell to the ground. In the Blue Dragon Empire, the pupils of the perfected person shrank, and they were shocked. Venerables were existences that stood at the peak of the Blue Dragon Empire. There were only a few of them, and they were high and mighty. However, 2 venerables were actually killed by Yixing in an instant. This was truly unbelievable. Not to mention these perfected persons, even Long Yuanguang, a 2-star venerables, felt a chill in his heart. That spear just now was something that he couldn't block no matter what. If he faced that spear, the result would be no different from Long Gong and Long Xian. He would also have his throat pierced. How can there be such a powerful 1-star venerables? You? Who exactly are you? Long Yuanguang pointed at Yixing in horror. Then, his expression changed as he suddenly thought of something. He shouted loudly, "Fire! Use the Star Crystal Cannon to blast him to death." The Star Crystal Cannon on the profound grade spaceship had already been loaded and could be fired at any time. Bang! At Long Yuanguang's order, a perfected person who reacted quickly immediately fired the cannon. The Star Crystal Cannon shot out, rushing out a terrifying impact wave in the void. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yixing. The Blue Dragon Empire's profound grade flying ship was not very good. The Star Crystal Cannons on it were not very powerful, but they were enough to kill 1-star and 2-star venerables. Even 3-star venerables could not withstand too many of the cannons. Yixing didn't retreat in the face of the incoming Star Crystal Cannon. Suddenly, a layer of dark energy covered the blazing flame, profound spear. Yixing thrust out his spear. The dark energy revolved around the blazing flame, profound spear, forming a small dark vortex. 1,000 transformation spear. The Star Crystal Cannon collided with the blazing flame, profound spear. Instead of exploding directly, it was attracted by the dark vortex and instantly flew to the side. Boom! The Star Crystal Cannon flew for a full 1,000 meters before exploding. The deafening sound showed how powerful it was. However, it wasn't a threat to Yixing. Although they were more than 1,000 meters apart, Yixing also felt a powerful wave of air rushing towards him. However, this wave of air was like a gentle breeze to him. It didn't have any offensive power. Bang, 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 bang. The first Star Crystal Cannon shot out. Soon, the second and third shots were fired. Yixing continued to use the 1,000 transformation spear. There was no spear in his hand anymore. Only a huge dark vortex could be seen. The Star Crystal Cannon's power was instantly dissolved by him and thrown far away. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, more than 1,000 meters away, the sound of explosions was endless. The Star Crystal Cannon shot after shot in the air. For Yixing, the Star Crystal Cannon was no threat at all. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the profound grade spaceship. A 4-star venerable walked out of the cabin. This was an old man with hair as white as snow. However, his face didn't look old at all. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair. His posture was tall and straight, and his eyes were bright and spirited. "Stop," the old man said softly. Like a muffled thunder in everyone's heart, the Star Crystal Cannon's attack immediately stopped. Chapter 6:27. The perfected masters of the Tsang Dragon Empire looked at the old man with respect. Long Yuanguang also came to the old man respectfully and bowed. "Ancestor." In the Tsang Dragon Empire, there was only one person who could be called ancestor by Long Yuanguang. He was the former emperor of the Tsang Dragon Empire, Long Xingyu. Long Xingyu was one of the 2 4-star venerables scanned by Yixing's superbrain. However, according to Yi Xing's knowledge, Venerable Xingyu of the Tsang Dragon Empire was a 3-star venerable. He didn't expect the rumors to be wrong. Long Xingyu stepped out of the spaceship and came to Yi Xing. His gaze locked onto Yi Xing from afar. His gaze was like a sharp blade slicing through Yi Xing's body. My Tsang Dragon Empire had all kinds of enemies who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But in the end, the Tsang Dragon Empire has always existed and prospered. But those enemies are all dead. Long Xingyu said slowly. His voice was calm, as if he was telling the truth. Even a giant like the Qingyu Empire that went against my Tsang Dragon Empire is now in a dead end. You. Long Xingyu's tone suddenly became intense. He glared at Yi Xinggai and exploded with a terrifying aura that pressed down on him. Who do you think you are? A brute like you dares to obstruct my Blue Dragon Empire by yourself. Venerable Xingyu. Venerable Xingyu. Long Xingyu's words boosted the morale of the Tsang Dragon Empire's perfected masters. All the perfected masters shouted, and their aura shook the heavens and earth. Yi Xing smiled. There was disdain and mockery in his smile. Long Xingyu? 100 years ago, Qi Yin, a half-step venerable, killed 2 venerables of the Tsang Dragon Empire. You were the emperor of the Tsang Dragon Empire, a 3-star venerable, but you let Qi Yin escape. You're just a piece of trash. Don't pretend to be a wolf in front of me. Whoosh! Yi Xing's words caused Long Xingyu to erupt with a terrifying killing intent that enveloped Yi Xing. 100 years ago, the Scarlet Flame Venerable had caused the Blue Dragon Empire to lose face. It was also a stain in Long Xingyu's life. A 3-star venerable had fought against a half-step venerable, but the half-step venerable had escaped. This was indeed an unpresentable battle record. Yi Xing's face was as calm as a spring breeze amidst Long Xingyu's murderous intent. He said with a calm expression, "Why are you looking at me like that? You want to kill me with your gaze? If you want to kill me, you can't just rely on your gaze. You have to make a move. However, don't think that I won't kill you just because you're older. As long as you make a move, I'll immediately take your life. If you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Long Xingyu was so angry that his face turned red. A mysterious great saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards Yi Xing. This slash was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It was extremely fast, and its power was astonishing. The air currents in the void were instantly split in half. Space seemed to suddenly split into 2 sides, and the saber light instantly shot over. Sharp wind spear. Competing in speed? Yi Xing was not afraid of anyone. In an instant, his spear stabbed out like a flash of cold light. The void was pierced, and the tip of the spear was instantly aimed at Long Xingyu's throat. The spear's speed was faster than the saber's. Only when Yi Xing made his move did Long Xingyu realize how terrifying Yi Xing's spear was. Previously, he thought that Long Gong and Long Xian died because they underestimated their opponent. Now, it seemed that even if Long Gong and Long Xian were extremely alert, they could not block this spear's assassination. Long Xingyu was, after all, a 4-star venerable, and he had already stepped into the ranks of a mid-level venerable. His strength was not something that Long Gong and Long Xian, who were only 1-star venerables, could compare to. Kill! Long Xingyu roared, and the astral energy in his body instantly erupted. It rushed out of his body, creating layers of energy waves that pushed out one after another like a protective shield. Even though Yi Xing's spear's penetrating power was extremely strong, and it pierced through dozens of layers of astral energy, the spear's speed was slightly affected. A 4-star venerable's reaction was extremely fast. This slight effect was enough for Long Xingyu. The dark grade saber immediately changed its direction and slashed at the blazing flame dark spear. Clang! The blazing flame dark spear was shaken off. In terms of strength, Long Xingyu, as a 4-star venerable, was stronger. Whoosh! Starlight soared into the sky. Long Xingyu immediately used his superior metal-type astrology. The metal-type astral energy fell, and Long Xingyu's strength increased greatly. He shouted, 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber. As soon as he spoke, the golden saber energy slashed out one after another. 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber, a low-class profound level martial art. 18 consecutive slashes, each stronger and faster than the last. Yixing immediately used his fire astrology. The increase in strength from the extreme fire astrology was much stronger than Longxing Yu's superior astrology. The difference in strength between the two was instantly reduced. Yixing continued to use the sharp wind spear. The spear was as fast as a flash of light. It collided with the saber energy, and its strength was not inferior. However, Longxing Yu's saber skills were faster and faster. Within the range of the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber, the sharp wind spear could not break through the opponent's saber skills. Moreover, the power of Longxing Yu's saber skills was increasing with each slash. In the blink of an eye, Longxing Yu had slashed a dozen times. In terms of strength, Yixing's spear skills were still inferior. He was at a disadvantage. 18 slash die. Longxing Yu shouted as the last slash of the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber was unleashed. The last slash was the ultimate killing move of the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber. The momentum accumulated from the previous 17 slashes exploded in an instant, causing the power of this slash to be several times stronger than the previous ones. Yixing was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength after blocking the 17th slash. Longxing Yu was confident that this slash could kill Yixing. However, Yixing's move was beyond Longxing Yu's expectations. Yixing had been using the sharp wind spear to fight against the 18 Frenzied Demonic Saber. However, in the last slash, Yixing's move suddenly changed. The raging flame spear drew upon the dark essence and turned into a black vortex. The Thousand Transformation Spear. When the saber aura slashed into the black vortex, Longxing Yu felt a huge devouring force that suddenly dissolved the saber aura's power. In the blink of an eye, the saber aura's power decreased several times. Most importantly, the saber aura was clearly aimed at Yixing's head. However, when it entered the black vortex, there was a huge suction force that changed the direction of the saber aura. It slashed into the empty space beside Yixing previously. Yixing had used the Thousand Transformation Spear to change the direction of the Astral Crystal Cannonball. Now, he was changing the direction of Longxing Yu's saber attack. However, the effect was the same. Oh no! When Longxing Yu saw that a saber attack had missed, he exclaimed and quickly retreated. Sharp Wind Spear. However, Yixing changed his move instantly. While Longxing Yu's saber was changing direction, the Raging Flame Spear stabbed forward. Puff! The spear was so fast that Longxing Yu couldn't dodge it in time. A cold light flashed, and a bloody hole appeared in Longxing Yu's throat. I've made up for last month's missing chapters. Tomorrow, I'll start making up for last month's monthly votes. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Today is a good day. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 628. Blood spurted out from Longxing Yu's throat like a fountain. Longxing Yu screamed in shock and raised his hand to cover his throat. His eyes were full of fear as he immediately retreated. After passing through the Thunder Calamity and becoming a venerable, not only would their lifespan increase, their vitality would also increase greatly. Ordinary martial artists would die instantly if their throat was pierced. However, ordinary venerables would still be able to struggle for a few breaths of time. After becoming a mid-level venerable, one's vitality would be even more tenacious. If one's throat was heavily injured and treated in time, there was still a chance of survival. As for high-level venerables, their vitality would be even higher. The throat was no longer a vital part. Even if it was pierced through, it wouldn't be a fatal injury. Sir, save me. As Longxing Yu retreated, his astral energy vibrated as he sent a message to the other 4-star venerable in the ship. Although they were both 4-star venerables, Longxing Yu relied on medicine to forcefully break through to the 4th level of astral reaching realm. He was the most ordinary 4-star venerable with the weakest strength. However, the four-star venerable in the ship relied on his own cultivation. Moreover, his cultivation base had already consolidated to the late 4th level. He was much stronger than Long Xingyu. Even 3 Long Xingyus might not be a match for him. Moreover, the former was a Ming royal family martial artist. Long Xingyu couldn't compare to the latter in terms of cultivation methods and martial attainments. As Long Xingyu spoke, Yi Xing's body was like lightning as he thrust out his spear again. It was still the sharp wind spear. This spear was too fast, like a cold flash. Even if the 4-star venerable in the ship had already rushed out, he wouldn't be able to block it in time. Stop dash! The 4-star venerable of the Meng royal clan shouted loudly. He took a step out from the profound grade flying ship and rushed toward Yi Xing like a bolt of lightning. Puff! The profound flame spear didn't stop at all. With extreme speed, it caught up to the retreating Long Xingyu and retreated after piercing through his forehead. In an instant, a huge hole was pierced through Long Xingyu's forehead. Long Xingyu let out a mournful scream. It was very short, and then his body fell down, dying. The space between one's eyebrows was where one's spirit resided. Yi Xing's spear had pierced through Long Xingyu's mind, completely destroying the space between their eyebrows. Without his spirit, Long Xingyu was only left with a flesh shell. Of course, he died instantly. That blood-curdling scream stopped as soon as it sounded. It was extremely short. The warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire were all dumbfounded. Long Xingyu was extremely powerful in the Blue Dragon Empire. Even if he gave up the throne, he was still the spiritual leader of the warriors of the Blue Dragon Empire. However, at this moment, in front of the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists, Long Xingyu was first pierced through the throat by Yi Xing's spear, then shot through the head, directly losing his life. This was a devastating blow to the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists. The morale of the Azure Dragon Empire's army plummeted. All the martial artists were shocked, and some were even frightened. Their hearts were in chaos. How dare you? Meng Tsang, the 4-star venerable of the Meng royal family, seeing that Yi Xing didn't listen to him, his expression turned furious. He roared, "You're courting death." Long Xingyu was only able to raise his cultivation to the 4th level of astral reaching realm because of the help of the Meng royal family. He was a dog raised by the Meng royal family. A medicine that could directly raise a venerable's cultivation was not ordinary. It was extremely precious. The Meng royal family naturally had their own uses for this dog. Now that Yi Xing had directly killed this dog, the precious medicine used on Long Xingyu had been wasted. Naturally, Meng Tsang's anger soared to the sky. As Meng Tsang roared, he had already attacked. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he punched towards Yi Xing. Boom. With an explosion, the void shook. The fist aura shot out, creating a shockwave visible to the naked eye, and bombarding towards Yi Xing. Meng Tsang's battle strength was top tier among the 4-star venerables. Even without using the astral form, the power of this fist was even more terrifying than Long Xingyu's full strength. In the face of the sudden punch, Yi Xing snorted coldly. Whoosh! Fire yuan qi between heaven and earth gathered, and Yi Xing turned into a man of fire. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased, and his aura became somewhat violent. Tyrannical fire spear. Yi Xing performed the most violent and tyrannical fire-attributed spear move. Like a needle against an awl, it pierced towards the incoming fist aura. As this spear pierced out, a violent flame danced along the burning flame mystic spear. It was like a fire dragon pouncing forward, its power shaking the sky. In an instant, the fist aura and the spear aura collided. With an explosion, the fist aura exploded, turning into streams of astral energy that splashed out in all directions. Meng Tsang didn't use the astral form after all. Although he was powerful, his fist aura wasn't that much stronger than Long Xingyu's. Yi Xing, on the other hand, had used the fire astral form. His strength was at its peak, so it wasn't strange for him to destroy Meng Tsang's fist aura with a single spear strike. When the fist aura exploded, its power was much stronger than the star crystal cannonball shot out by the profound great spaceship. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. Yi Xing and Meng Tsang's bodies followed the shockwaves and retreated a few hundred meters. Warriors of the Yuan dynasty are not allowed to directly participate in the battles of the East Divine Continent. This is the agreement between the Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect. Honorable Meng, you have violated the agreement. Do you want to cause a direct battle between the Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect? A voice came from the inner city of the palace. Yi Xing immediately knew that it was the voice of the emperor of the Qingyu Empire, Honorable Chun Yu. Honorable Chun Yu's voice was weak. His body was obviously not in a good condition. He should be injured. Yi Xing and Meng Tsang stood 1,000 meters apart, looking at each other. Hearing Honorable Chun Yu's words, Meng Tsang laughed and said, "Of course I won't directly interfere in the battles between your empires. But this person is not a warrior of the Qingyu Empire. I killed him, so it's not a violation of the agreement. What's the problem?" Yi Xing looked at Meng Tsang and laughed, saying, "So you're from the Meng royal family of the Yuan dynasty?" Meng Tsang sneered and said, "Yes, it's useless to be afraid now. You killed Long Xingyu and wasted a dog of the Yuan dynasty. You only have two outcomes. You can either replace Long Xingyu and become the dog of the Yuan dynasty, or die." When Long Xingyu died, Meng Tsang was furious. He only wanted to kill Yi Xing to appease the anger in his heart. But now that he had calmed down and thought about it, the person in front of him was much stronger than Long Xingyu. If he replaced Long Xingyu and became the dog of the Yuan dynasty, it would be more beneficial for the Yuan dynasty. In this way, the Yuan dynasty could use this person to attack the cities of the East Divine Continent and destroy all the lower-rank empires that had sided with the Dark Star sect. "Ha ha!" Yi Xing laughed and said, "Do you know what my hobby is?" Yi Xing did not answer the question, which made Meng Tsang frown slightly. But he could not help but ask, "What is it?" Yi Xing's lips curled up, and he said, "My hobby is to kill warriors of the Yuan dynasty, especially warriors of the Meng royal family." Chapter 629. Meng Tsang was enraged, truly enraged. He was fuming with anger. The Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Star Continent. It was the only ruler of the Star Continent. The Meng royal family was the ruler of the Yuan dynasty. Their status was even higher. They were at the peak of the martial Dao forces in the Star Continent. Which martial Dao force was not afraid of the Yuan dynasty? Which martial Dao force was not afraid of the Meng royal family? Even the martial Dao forces that sided with the Dark Star sect were afraid of the Yuan dynasty and the Meng royal family. However, today, Meng Tsang heard that someone dared to say that his hobby was to kill the Yuan dynasty's martial Dao force, especially the Meng royal family's martial Dao force. As a member of the Meng royal family, how could Meng Tsang not be angry? "Bastard! You deserve to die. How dare you be so rebellious? There is no place for you in the Star Continent. No one in the heavens or earth can save you." Meng Tsang roared furiously. His aura became violent. Swoosh! A ray of starlight shot into the sky. Meng Tsang used the astrology. It was a high-grade astrology of the water attribute. The power of the astrology increased Meng Tsang's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Tsang threw a punch at Yi Xing. When the astral punch arrived, it contained extremely strong water origin energy. Ripples spread out, and the force behind it lingered for a long time. Not many four-star venerables could withstand the might of this punch. Yi Xing's figure split, and used the shadow steps to dodge the attack. Meng Tsang's strength was about the same as Xing Liuyang's when compared to the martial Dao force he encountered in the extraterritorial Star Continent. In the extraterritorial Star Continent, Yi Xing used the black hole astrology to kill Xing Liuyang. After that, Yi Xing comprehended the black tortoise jade wall and comprehended 3 spear techniques and an archery martial art. His strength increased greatly. Now, he did not plan to use the black hole astrology against Meng Tsang. He wanted to try and see if the martial arts he had comprehended on the black tortoise jade wall could allow him to defeat a 4-star venerable realm expert. Although Long Xingyu was also a 4-star venerable, his strength was the most ordinary among the 4-star venerables. He couldn't be considered a 4-star venerable. Meng Song's strength was at the top of the 4-star venerables. Where do you think you're going? Meng Song's fist move changed extremely quickly. With a loud shout, he threw out another punch. The power of his fist overlapped like waves and was even stronger than before. His moves are similar to Long Xingyu's blade art. Each move is stronger than the previous one, accumulating power. We have to break his attacking rhythm. Yixing did not dodge the second punch. The blazing flame profound spear gathered dark yuan qi and unleashed the spear of 10,000 transformations. The dark vortex collided with the fist aura and frantically neutralized the energy within the other party's fist aura. However, the energy within Meng Tsong's fist aura surged forth like waves and was extremely difficult to neutralize. The energy fist continued to blast forward without any deviation. The softest thing in the world was water. Although the power of water elemental energy was not as violent and domineering as other elemental energies, it had a long-lasting effect and was the most difficult to dissipate and transfer. The 10,000 transformation spear did not have much of an effect. It merely delayed the arrival of the astral fist for a moment. Yixing quickly retreated. At the same time, he changed his spear technique. The dark yuan qi on the blazing flame profound spear dissipated and was replaced by fire yuan qi. The blazing flame profound spear was a dark weapon of the fire attribute. When combined with the fire yuan qi, it was extremely powerful. Yixing's astral form was also of the fire attribute. When the fire attribute star power fell and combined with the fire yuan qi and the fire force, the power that erupted was the most violent and powerful. Tyrannical flame spear. Yixing was like a flame messenger. The blazing flame long spear in his hand stabbed out fiercely and unleashed the most violent and domineering of the 3 spear techniques. The blazing flame profound spear was like a spear. With the terrifying power of flames, it collided with the other party's fist aura once again. Softness could overcome hardness. However, if the hardness was too strong, it could also crush all softness. Yixing's spear was extremely strong. The power of the flames was unstoppable. Even though Meng Tsong's fist aura had a long-lasting effect, it was still pushed back by the violent and domineering spear. There was still some energy left. The terrifying blazing flame profound spear moved forward and pounced on Meng Tsong like a fire dragon. Meng Tsong's second move was broken and his attacking rhythm was disrupted. Facing the blazing flame profound spear that suddenly pounced on him, Meng Tsong's figure flashed, and he chose to dodge. Sharp wind spear. Yixing changed his move again and took advantage of the situation. In terms of strength, Meng Tsong was actually not inferior to him. Just now, Yixing had already unleashed his strength to the limit. Even so, his strength was only slightly better than Meng Tsong's. However, Meng Tsong had yet to unleash his ultimate move. If both of them unleashed their strength to the limit, Meng Tsong's fist aura would be endless. Yixing's fist aura would not be able to crush Meng Tsong's fist aura. He would definitely be restrained by Meng Tsong's softness, and the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Yixing. In this regard, Yixing understood. Therefore, when Meng Tsong retreated, he seized the opportunity to take the lead in the battle and quickly attacked. He fought speed with speed and did not give Meng Tsong a chance to counterattack. The sharp wind spear was too fast. A cold light flashed in the void, and the tip of the blazing flame profound spear was already in front of Meng Tsong, stabbing straight at Meng Tsong's throat. Meng Tsong's pupils shrank. What a fast spear! He instinctively punched out. How could a hasty punch compare to a prepared punch? Although the power of this punch was much stronger than Long Xingyu's attack, Meng Tsong only used about 80% of his strength. Even if it was only 80% of his strength, Yixing did not want to fight Meng Tsong head-on. The tip of the spear and the fist aura touched lightly and disappeared in a flash. Sharp wind spear. In the next moment, Yixing changed his direction and stabbed at Meng Tsong again. The tip of the spear was aimed at Meng Tsang's vital point. Yixing's after-image footwork had reached the perfection stage. It was not inferior to a profound level light body art. In addition, he had the union of heaven and man, and the wind yuan qi gathered around his body. His speed was too fast, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Before Meng Tsang could counterattack, Yixing's spear arrived again. Meng Tsang's expression changed again. He retreated again and punched out. Shoo, 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 shoo. Yixing's spear was faster than the previous one. His body kept changing directions and using the sharp wind spear to attack Meng Tsang quickly. Although Meng Tsang's strength was higher than Long Xingyu, he was not as fast as the latter. Under Yixing's attacks, he kept retreating. Although he had strength, he was suppressed by Yixing's speed and could not use it. However, Yixing pursued speed, so the power of his spear skills was reduced. Although Meng Tsang was shocked, he still managed to block Yixing's attacks. Soon, Yixing had stabbed his spear more than 100 times. Boom! Yixing attacked with his spear again. Flames covered the sky and the earth. The ardent flame spear was like a fire dragon that rushed out and whipped down. Meng Tsang thought that Yixing was still using speed to fight speed, and that his spear skills could be blocked with a casual punch. He instinctively punched out. Meng Tsang only reacted when the fist aura left his body. Yixing's spear skills had changed. The power of the spear was extremely terrifying. Chapter 630. The Spear of Tyrannical Fire. It was Yixing's most powerful move, and its power was violent and tyrannical. Even though Meng Tsang's strength was higher than Yixing's, facing such a terrifying spear attack, how could a casual punch of his be able to block it? It was so strong that it could crush all soft changes. Meng Tsang's fist force contained water vitality, and its aftershocks were like waves, but it was instantly destroyed by the spear. The ardent flame profound spear carried a terrifying flame power and continued to whip downwards, fiercely whipping Meng Tsang's fist. Meng Tsang's fists were not torn apart by the blazing profound flame spear because he was wearing black low-grade gloves. However, the terrifying power penetrated the gloves and rushed toward Meng Tsang's body. Puff, 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 puff. In the blink of an eye, the clothes on Meng Tsang's arms were torn apart, and he felt a sharp pain in his arms. Moreover, the pain spread to Meng Tsang's internal organs along with the impact of the power. Meng Tsang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! Meng Tsang's body collided with the ground, and there was a loud explosion. The spear of tyrannical fire was so terrifying that Meng Tsang was injured because of his misjudgment. However, as an intermediate supremacy, although the spear made Meng Tsang spit out blood, he was not seriously injured. Yixing did not stop there. Instead, he wanted to kill Meng Tsang while he was injured. Die! Yixing let out a loud roar as he pushed his fire momentum, fire astral aspect, fire yuan qi, and physical strength to the limit. He unleashed his full power and threw the ardent flame profound spear at Meng Tsang. Whoosh! The blazing profound flame spear drew a red light and followed Meng Tsang's body from the sky. It stabbed toward Meng Tsang with a terrifying power. The spear was too fast. Yixing threw it at Meng Tsang, and it was twice as fast as when Meng Tsang stabbed with the spear. Although Meng Tsang was injured, he knew very well that he had to change his position immediately after landing to prevent his opponent from continuing to attack him. However, when his body collided with the ground, the intense impact caused his mind to go blank for a brief moment. His mind went blank for an instant. However, in that instant, the ardent flame profound spear that Yixing had thrown had already landed. The ardent flame profound spear pierced through Meng Tsang's chest and came out from his back. It then pierced into the ground below and nailed Meng Tsang's body to the ground. On Meng Tsang's body, he was wearing a low profound grade protective inner armor. His defense was extremely strong. However, the profound blaze spear was a middle grade profound weapon. Furthermore, with the strength of Yixing's throw, The tip of the spear had a terrifying penetrative power. It was not something that a low, profound-grade protective inner armor could withstand. Naturally, it was pierced through. This spear had consumed all of Yi Xing's power. His mental power had been greatly depleted. He swayed slightly in the sky and almost fell down. He hurriedly activated his azure cloud wings, and his body did not fall down from the sky. On the ground, Mengsong looked at Yi Xing in the sky. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He, a 4-star reverend, had actually died in the hands of a 1-star reverend. The life in Mengsong's eyes was rapidly fading. The ardent flame, profound spear had pierced through his heart. Even for a high-level astral-reaching realm reverend, the heart was a fatal spot. With his heart pierced, Mengsong's life was naturally fading away. In just a few breaths of time, Mengsong's vision turned black, and he died. First, it was the 2 1-star reverends, then the 4-star Reverend Long Xingyu, and then the 4-star Reverend Mengsong. They had all died in the hands of Yi Xing. A 1-star reverend killing a 4-star reverend who was 3 realms higher. This was completely unheard of. Since when did the East God Continent have such a heaven-defying 1-star reverend? Was he still human? Perhaps only the legendary demons would have such heaven-defying strength. At this moment, the Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Yuanguang, as well as the army of reverends of the Blue Dragon Empire, looked at Yi Xing with only fright and fear in their eyes. Retreat. All of you retreat. Long Yuanguang's voice was trembling as he hastily returned to the profound rank ship. Long Yuanguang, do you think you can escape? Yi Xing yelled. He raised his hand and retrieved the ardent flame profound spear. With a flap of his azure cloud wings, he rapidly flew towards the profound rank ship. That profound rank ship was located in the midst of many spirit rank ships. However, when Yi Xing rushed in, it was as if he had entered an empty space. Which reverend on the spirit rank ship would dare to make a move against Yi Xing? Even the reverends on the profound rank ship didn't dare to shoot their star crystal cannons at Yi Xing. In just a few blinks of an eye, Yi Xing had already boarded the profound rank ship. Bastards of the Blue Dragon Empire, you can all die. Kill. Kill. At this moment, in the inner city of the Qingyu Empire's imperial palace, there were earth-shattering battle cries. The restrictive formation dissipated and numerous ships rushed out. They were all spirit rank ships. Among them, there was also a profound rank ship with several venerables standing on it. Long Yuanguang's order to retreat frightened the reverends of the Blue Dragon Empire. Of course, they hurriedly retreated. At this moment, the army of the Qingyu Empire charged out, and there were venerables among them. Naturally, it was as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. The army of the Blue Dragon Empire was completely defeated. On the Blue Dragon Empire's profound grade flying ship, as soon as Yi Xing boarded, some ordinary grade 4 formations appeared and sealed the entire ship. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain. A mere level 4 restrictive formation was almost nothing to him. Yi Xing held the ardent flame profound spear and broke a large part of the restrictive formation with a few strikes. He then killed his way into the cabin. The restrictive formation on the ship became less and less. They were all easily broken by Yi Xing. In the end, they completely disappeared. Yi Xing and Long Yuanguang met again at the bottom of the cabin. Long Yuanguang's face was ashen. He had never imagined that this 1-star venerable was actually a powerful formation master. The level 4 formations on the ship were like nothing. Hero, please spare my life. Long Yuanguang looked at Yi Xing and completely lost his will. There was only fear left in his heart. He kneeled on the ground and kept begging for mercy. Hero, you are a magnanimous person. Please let me go, don't kill me. Yi Xing coldly looked at Long Yuanguang. He had never thought that the latter, as the emperor of the empire and an astral-reaching realm venerable, would be so weak in the face of death. Yi Xing's voice was cold. Let you go? Have you ever let me go? Long Yuanguang was puzzled. Hero, when did I offend you? Yi Xing said, the Blue Dragon Empire's 2-star venerable had once tried to kill me. As the emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Do you dare to say that it wasn't your order? Long Yuanguang didn't know what Yixing was talking about. He carefully thought back. Suddenly, his face changed and was full of shock. He cried out in surprise. How is this possible? You are? First, I'll make up for this month's update. Then I'll make up for last month's update. Chapter 631. Sharp Wind Spear. Xiao, a cold light flashed. The spear tip pierced through Long Yuanguang's forehead. Before Long Yuanguang could say Yixing's name, his mind was destroyed by the power of the spear tip, and he died. Until his death, Long Yuanguang's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Yixing's words made him remember that in recent years, he only sent out 2 venerables to kill Yixing. Could it be that the person in front of him was Yixing in disguise? But Yixing was only a venerable at the 6th or 7th level of the astral realm a year ago, and now he was already a 1-star venerable. How could he have such a fast cultivation speed? Long Yuanguang couldn't believe it, and his heart was filled with questions. Yixing took Long Yuanguang's storage ring and got out of the profound level ship. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. The venerables of the Cyan Feather Empire led the army of spiritual masters to attack, and the Blue Dragon Empire was defeated. Most of them were killed on the spot, and the ones that escaped were being hunted down by the Cyan Feather Empire's army. During the battle, the Cyan Feather Empire's venerables attacked. Now that the situation was settled, they naturally didn't lower themselves to chase after the Blue Dragon Empire's spiritual masters. They came to the profound level ship where Yixing was. There were 4 venerables in total. Other than Yu Chanyue, who was a 3-star venerable, there was 1 2-star venerable and 2 1-star venerables. Yu Chanyue's face was a bit pale, and the other 3 didn't look good either. They were all injured. Thank you, hero, for saving us. The Cyan Feather Empire is very grateful. Yu Chanyue and the rest came to Yixing and bowed together, full of gratitude. I also have some old grudges with the Blue Dragon Empire. Today I met them and destroyed them. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. Yixing lightly waved his hand. His eyes fell on Yu Chanyue and said, Venerable Chanyue, I have some things to ask you. Can we talk alone? Yu Chanyue slightly bowed and said, Of course, please come to the inner city. I will tell you everything I know. Cyan Feather Empire, Inner City Palace. Yu Chanyue brought Yixing to a magnificent palace. Entering the palace, Yu Chanyue immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Thank you for saving my Qingyu Empire. Yixing looked at Yu Chanyue and said in surprise, I'm dressed like this, and Venerable Chunyu still recognizes me? Yu Chanyue said, At first, I didn't recognize it, but when young Master Yi used the wings, I recognized it. Even though young Master's wings are of a higher grade, the style hasn't changed at all. Yixing smiled. Since he wanted to meet with Yu Chanyue alone, he didn't intend to hide his identity. It didn't matter if he was recognized. Yixing said, I've just returned from the extraterritorial Starland and haven't gone to the Dark Star Church yet. Honorable Chun, you should know what I want to ask, right? Yu Chanyue nodded and said, After young Master went to the extraterritorial Starland, many things have happened in the Starland. The biggest thing is that the news of young Master being the demon star of troubled times has spread. Almost all the warriors in the Starland know about it. Yixing nodded. His identity was exposed in the Starry Sky Arena, so it was normal for it to spread. However, this news shouldn't be spread by the Great Yuan Dynasty. They couldn't wait to cover up this news. It was impossible for them to let the world know that there was someone who could threaten the Great Yuan Dynasty's rule. And only the Great Yuan Dynasty and the Dark Star Church knew that Yixing was the demon star of troubled times. Therefore, it was possible that the Dark Star Church deliberately spread the news to shake the confidence of the world warriors in the Great Yuan Dynasty. Yu Chanyue continued, According to the news, the demon star of troubled times will destroy the Great Yuan Dynasty's rule over the Starland. Therefore, the Great Yuan Dynasty naturally wanted to get rid of young Master as soon as possible. However, young Master went to the extraterritorial Starland, and the great Yuan dynasty had no choice but to make a move on the people around young master. Yi Xing snorted and said, "The great Yuan dynasty, as a 3-star power, actually dared to do such a shameless thing. Luckily, I was prepared." Yu Qinyue said, "The great Yuan dynasty sent a 3-star king, but he was defeated by the Black Biao king the moment he arrived at the Fallen Star country. After that, the great Ming king personally came to the East Divine Continent and fought with the Black Biao king. Although the Black Biao king had said that he didn't fear the great Ming king with his strength, Yi Xing was still worried when he heard that the Black Biao king fought with the great Ming Tai. After all, the great Ming king was the only 4-star king in the Starland. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest in the Starland. Yi Xing said, "What was the result? The Black Biao king didn't lose out, right?" Yu Qinyue shook his head and said, "That battle was earth-shattering. All the venerables in the East Divine Continent could feel the chi of heaven and earth going berserk. No one knows what the final result was. But after that battle, the forces of the East Divine Continent were divided into 2 groups. One group continued to listen to the orders of the great Yuan dynasty, and the other group listened to the orders of the Dark Star sect. The 2 of them agreed that the great Yuan dynasty and the Dark Star sect could not directly participate in the battle of the East Divine Continent." Yi Xing's heart relaxed. It seemed like the Black Biao king's estimation of his strength was very accurate. The great Ming Tai indeed couldn't do anything to him. The great Yuan dynasty held the ruling position and had a strong influence. If the Black Biao king wasn't the great Ming Tai's opponent, the great Yuan dynasty could directly send an army to the East Divine Continent and easily crush some of the factions that didn't listen to the great Yuan dynasty's orders. There was no need to worry about the Dark Star sect's interference. Since both sides couldn't directly participate in the battle, it could be seen that the great Yuan dynasty still had a headache about the Dark Star sect's interference. Yi Xing was very clear that in front of an absolute expert, numbers didn't have any advantage. Only an absolute expert of the same level could make the other party wary. Just like Yi Xing, facing the Azure Dragon Empire's tens of thousands of spiritual masters alone, he didn't care about them at all. Only an expert of the same level as him could stop him. The great Ming revered king was the same. He was wary of the Dark Star sect, not because of the number of people in the Dark Star sect, but because of the existence of the Black Biao king. Yi Xing said, "What's the situation in the East Divine Continent?" Yu Qinyue said, "The Dark Star sect has been developing in the East Divine Continent for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, because of the Demon Star and the chaotic times, many martial artists' confidence in the great Yuan dynasty has been shaken. More than half of the factions have joined the Dark Star sect. Overall, the strength of both sides is about the same. In the past few months, there have been victories and losses in the battles, but I haven't heard of any empire being destroyed. It's because of this that the great Yuan dynasty took out precious medicine and chose the Azure Dragon Empire as their tool to sweep through the East Divine Continent's lower-rank empires. It allowed Long Xingyu to forcefully break through to the 4-star Venerable Realm, causing the Azure Dragon Empire's strength to increase greatly. Originally, although my strength couldn't win against Long Xingyu, I could still protect myself. The battle between the Azure Dragon Empire and my Azure Feather Empire lasted for 2 months without a clear victor. But after Long Xingyu became a 4-star Venerable, I lost to him and the Azure Feather Empire was defeated. They had no choice but to retreat to the inner city of the Imperial Palace, relying on the formation to defend. Chapter 632. The battle between martial powers was not about the number of people, but about the most powerful battle power. When Yu Qinyue and Long Xingyu were at the same level, even if there was a winner, it would not affect the overall situation. Once the battle between Yu Qinyue and Long Xingyu was decided, then both sides would be defeated immediately. Therefore, after Long Xingyu became a 4-star Venerable and Yu Qinyue was injured by Long Xingyu, the Qingyu Empire was immediately defeated. They abandoned all their land and could only rely on the formation to defend the inner city of the imperial palace. Yixing learned about the events that had happened in the past half a year from Yuqinhua, as well as the current situation, and left the Green Feather Empire. Although there were battles everywhere in the East God continent, the situation was still relatively stable. It was probably because Yixing was in the outer space and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Therefore, the Great Yuan dynasty did not invest too much in the battles in the East God continent. At the moment, they only invested heavily in the Blue Dragon Empire. However, once the news of Yixing returning from the outer space reached the Supreme King Mengtai's ears, the situation would probably change. The Supreme King Mengtai was determined to kill Yixing. Since Yixing was in the East God continent, and he was determined to kill Yixing, he would definitely increase the support of the powers in the East God continent. He might even send experts to kill Yixing directly. Although I have become a venerable, although I can fight above my realm, although I can transform into a dragon and become even more powerful, is still not enough compared to the Great Yuan dynasty. Far from enough. Without the protection of the Dark Star sect, I don't even have the power to protect myself against the Great Yuan dynasty. I have to cultivate higher and stronger. Yixing thought silently. He did not feel complacent because his cultivation speed was much faster than others. Instead, he maintained a firm and pressing martial heart at all times. After leaving the Green Feather Empire, Yixing first teleported to the vicinity of the desolate mountain range. When the sky turned dark, Yixing used the Dark Yuan Qi to cover all of his aura and headed towards the Falling Star sect in the desolate mountain range. Yixing's dark aura had already walked very far in the realm of being one with the world. Few astral-reaching realm experts could be compared to him. Using the Dark Yuan Qi to cover his tracks, even during the day, few tracking experts could track him. As for the night, even king-level experts could not track him. The Falling Star sect was Ye's weakness. In the dark of night, Yixing arrived at the Falling Star sect's location. The formations and restrictions here were all set up by Yixing. Yixing silently passed through the formations and entered the sect. It was still early in the night, and most people in the Falling Star sect were still awake. Yixing went to Hua Tianfeng's residence, which was still lit. "Who?" Hua Tianfeng's voice came from inside. "Master, disciple Yixing has returned." Yixing stood outside the door and said respectfully, "Yixing!" Hua Tianfeng cried out in surprise. His surprised voice carried a trace of joy. Then, with a creak, the door opened. Hua Tianfeng looked at Yixing with eyes full of pleasant surprise. "Yixing, is it really you?" Hua Tianfeng grabbed Yixing's arm and said happily, "I heard you took first place in the Heavenly Fate list in the Starry Sky Arena and killed all the geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty. You obtained the fate of 100 Zhang Star Continent and obtained the qualifications to enter a mid-rank star continent. You finally returned from the Star Continent." Although the Falling Star sect lived in seclusion here, Yuqinhua would always send news about Yixing. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Disciple has returned. How is the Falling Star sect? Is everything all right?" "Everything is fine, everything is fine." Hua Tianfeng smiled happily and said, "Since you're back, I'll go inform Sect Master Gu and the others and let them be happy." Not long after, Yixing met with Gu Tianshang, Lin Tongyu, and the other upper echelons. Yixing was the legend of the Falling Star sect. Everyone was happy to see Yixing return. After more than a year, Gu Tianshang and Lin Tongyu's cultivation had improved. Gu Tianshang had become a 3-star venerable, and Lin Tongyu had broken through to the astral realm. That night, Yixing stayed at the Falling Star sect. In the room, Yixing waved his hand, and dozens of interspatial rings appeared on the table in front of him. Among these interspatial rings, 2/3 were mid-rank and 1/3 were high-rank. They were obtained from the disciples of the Celestial Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon's Ceiling Valley. There were also the interspatial rings of several venerables from the Blue Dragon Empire. These people had died at the hands of Yixing, so Yixing naturally took their interspatial rings. After obtaining these interspatial rings, Yixing was either busy comprehending martial arts in the Black Tortoise Jade Wall or rushing to the Cyan Feather Empire or the Falling Star Sect. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to check the gains in these interspatial rings. The gains were enormous. The average 2-star forces collection couldn't compare to these gains. Yixing had obtained more than 20 profound weapons. Most of them were low-rank profound weapons, but there were a few mid-rank profound weapons that were worth a lot. For example, the Blazing Flame Spear from Xing Luyang, the Golden Feather Sword from Xing Liuyu, and the Dark Rune Gloves from Xian Yefeng were also mid-rank profound weapons. A mid-rank profound weapon was the most precious treasure of a 2-star force. Having one was already very good. A 2-star force that had 3 mid-rank profound weapons was probably only a high-rank empire. In addition to the large number of profound weapons, the star crystals in the dozens of interspatial rings were also a huge harvest. There were more than 10 million star crystals. Yixing counted the high-rank star crystals and found that there were more than 10,000 of them. As for the various materials, they were piled up like mountains. They were the largest in quantity. Refining materials, array formation materials, everything one could think of was there. Yixing found several pieces of profound grade, mid-grade black gold. Unfortunately, Yixing's azure feather wings were already mid-rank profound level. Even after absorbing the black gold, it couldn't evolve to high-rank profound level. But Yixing still took out a piece of mid-rank profound level black gold and refined it into the azure feather wings. It made the azure feather wings grade among the mid-rank profound weapons, and its flying speed increased. Yixing wanted to find some martial arts manuals, preferably profound level ones. But to his disappointment, there were none in the interspatial rings. It seemed that even the sects in the Starry Crescent Land were very strict about martial arts manuals. Yixing exclaimed. He found a manual in an upper-rank interspatial ring. Burning Blood Skill. Is this Xing Liuyu's interspatial ring? Yixing took out the Burning Blood skill and flipped it open. The effect was the same as the secret skill that Xing Liuyu had used. It is indeed Xing Liuyu's item. The other disciples of Xingxiang Palace didn't use the Burning Blood skill. Only Xing Liuyu used it. It seems that this is not a secret skill of Xingxiang Palace. Xing Liuyu must have found it during his exploration and kept it with him. Chapter 633. The Blazing Blood art could obtain great power by burning one's blood. The stronger the bloodline, the more power one would obtain. However, there was a limit to the amount of blood in one's body. If one's blood ran out, they would be dead. Therefore, the Blazing Blood art could only last for a certain period of time. Moreover, after using the Blazing Blood art, one's body would be weakened. The more blood one burned, the weaker one's body would be. Only when one's body started to produce blood and the blood in one's body reached a normal state would one be able to recover. Although the side effects are great, the effect is very strong. The power obtained by burning one's blood is terrifying. My strength will increase tremendously, and I can kill experts stronger than myself. My blood used to be very ordinary. Even if I used the Blazing Blood art, it wouldn't increase my strength by much. However, it's different now. I have refined the Divine Dragon's blood essence and possess the Divine Dragon's bloodline. The power obtained by using the Blazing Blood art might be stronger than the Starflow Feather. Yixing thought to himself. He was very satisfied with the Blazing Blood art. Yixing refined all the upper-grade storage rings and put away the Blazing Blood art. He didn't plan to stay here for long. Now wasn't the time to cultivate. Before dawn, Yixing went to Hua, Tianfeng's residence. He sorted out some herbs and elixirs overnight and gave them to Hua Tianfeng. These would be useful for the development of the Falling Star sect. Then, Yixing left the Falling Star sect while the sky was dark. When dawn broke, he had already crossed the Barbaric mountain range and was about to reach the true Xian region. Yixing gathered the wind Yuan Qi and flew rapidly in the sky. Although he didn't push his speed to the limit, it was still extremely fast. Yixing flew more than 1,000,000 miles in a day. Before dusk, Yixing arrived at the old site of the Falling Star sect in the Qingyan region. There's someone here? Yixing was surprised when he was above the old site of the Falling Star sect. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. He scanned with his super brain and found a black-clothed man in the main hall of the Falling Star Peak. Yixing remembered this black-clothed man. He used to hide in the old site of the Spirit Moon sect. When he and Wei Qingxian went there, they were almost discovered by this man. Who would have thought that this person would actually move to the old site of the Falling Star sect? Back then, Yixing had only hurriedly scanned this person. Before he could see his specific cultivation level, this person had sensed it. Now that Yixing was a venerable one, his ability to hide his aura could not be compared to before. Moreover, the superbrain had evolved to a stronger state. When it scanned the person could not sense it anymore. So, it's a 4-star venerable. However, this person's aura is even more surging than Meng Song's. His strength should be much more powerful. His cultivation must have reached the peak of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. His battle strength should be almost unrivaled in the same realm. Yixing scanned the man with his super brain and knew everything about him. Compared to the geniuses from the Starry Crescent Land that Yixing had encountered in the extraterritorial Starland, this person's strength was only inferior to Feng Xiaoxiao, Xing Liuyu, Feng Xiong, and the other 5-star venerables. He was much stronger than everyone else. Moreover, compared to Xing Liuyu, this person's strength was not far off. As long as he took a small step forward, his strength would reach the level of a 5-star venerable. Yixing said inwardly, "This person's strength is very strong. However, for the current me, it's nothing." Apart from this black-robed man, there were other things here. Outside the Falling Star Valley, there were several surveillance and defensive formations. They were all ordinary grade 4 formations. If Yixing wanted to enter the Falling Star Valley, he would have to destroy these formations. Presumably, these formations were set up by this black-robed man. As the master of the formation, he would be able to sense Yixing entering the Falling Star Valley immediately. Setting up the formations outside the Falling Star Valley obviously meant that he had discovered the Falling Star's secret realm and guessed that I might return. Therefore, he set up a blockade here. It seems that if I want to enter the Star Palace, I'll have to get rid of you first. Yixing revealed himself and descended from the sky. Since it was impossible to sneak into the Falling Star Valley secretly, he would barge in openly. Yixing revealed himself, and his aura leaked out. The black-robed man on the Falling Star Peak immediately sensed it and left the main hall in a flash. As soon as Yixing arrived outside the Falling Star Valley, the black-robed man appeared in front of him. His eyes were like hooks as he stared coldly at Yixing. The black-robed man looked to be around 30 years old. As a venerable one, his real age might be 60 or 70 years old. His face was slightly pale as if it was caused by malnutrition. As a venerable one, he definitely would not be malnourished. It should be caused by cultivating some kind of martial arts. The black-robed man looked at Yixing, and Yixing looked back at him. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other for a few breaths' time. "You're Yixing?" The black-robed man frowned slightly. It was obvious that even he did not believe this judgment. Yixing shook his head. The other party was from the Great Yuan dynasty. Yixing should hide his identity as much as possible. Regardless of whether the other party's guess was right or not, at least he should not expose himself. The black-robed man did not believe Yixing's denial. He said, "Although I find it hard to believe that you've stepped into the Venerable One realm at such a young age, but only a martial artist from the Falling Star sect would come here and know that there's a secret space here. Only you, Yixing, can become a Venerable One in the Falling Star sect." The more the black-robed man spoke, the more certain his tone became. "Your aura is full of vitality, which means that you're very young. You've obviously disguised your appearance, which makes you look old. This secret space can't even be cracked by the kings of the Meng royal family. It's obviously extraordinary. The Falling Star sect is just a one-star sect, so they definitely haven't fully developed this secret space. So, Yixing, one day, you'll return to the Falling Star sect and enter this secret space again. Am I right? Yixing smiled faintly and said, "No matter who I am, I want to enter the valley. Since you're going to stop me, then I can only kill you." Whoosh! In an instant, a ray of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing had used his astrology. "Kill me? You've just become a venerable one, and you're already so arrogant." Before the black-robed man could finish his words, his expression changed. His surroundings suddenly turned pitch black. Yixing had used the black hole astrology to plunge his opponent into a world of darkness. This person was extremely strong. If he did not dragonize, it would be difficult to deal with him. He could only rely on the black hole astrology to defeat him. Whoosh! The black-robed man's reaction was extremely fast. When his expression changed, he also used his astrology. It was the superior ominous star, Tualuo star. His face suddenly became even paler, revealing a gloomy aura. He wore a pair of black gloves on his hands. The glove's 5 fingers had sharp claws that were extremely sharp. Yixing was far away. He took out the earth profound bow and drew it. Earth energy condensed into an earthy yellow arrow. Dark wind, fire, arrow formula. Yixing used the archery technique he had comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. Yixing easily destroyed them. After entering the Starfall Valley, Yixing took out the Starfall token and connected it to the Starfall Hall. A ray of light enveloped his body, and he disappeared with a whoosh. Yixing appeared on the first floor of the Star Palace and started the Astral Reaching Realm trial. Huh? Yixing, you've entered the Astral Reaching Realm so quickly? The moment Yixing entered the Star Palace, Mr. Pimp sensed him and his voice resounded in the Star Palace. Yixing faintly nodded and said, "I encountered some good fortune in the outer region. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this fast." "Very good, very good. Your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Among all the geniuses I've seen, you're not the youngest to enter the Astral Reaching Realm. However, you've taken the least time to go from the Astral Reaching Realm. If you can maintain this momentum on the road of martial arts, you'll be able to become a Star Ocean Realm King in a few years and completely obtain the Star Palace." Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. He sounded very happy. Yixing said, "I'll do my best. All right, let's start the trial." The Astral Reaching Realm's trial rewards are the same as the Astral Reaching Realm. There are no reward for the first and second floors. Only the third and fourth floors have rewards. However, the rewards are much more advanced. The third floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound weapon. The fourth floor rewards a high-grade profound level falling star incantation and a mid-grade profound pellet. Moreover, passing the Astral Reaching Realms trial will bring you other rewards. You should finish the trial first. I'll tell you then. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. Yixing's Astral Reaching Realm trial had begun. Yixing had entered the Astral Reaching Realm because his body had fused with the Divine Dragon's essence blood, and he had comprehended his own martial arts from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. His ability to challenge those with higher realms was even better than when he was in the Astral Reaching Realm. Passing the Astral Reaching Realms trial was naturally a piece of cake. First floor, second floor, third floor. Yixing passed the first 3 floors with ease. Soon, it was time for him to receive his rewards. First, a beam of light appeared and shot into Yixing's head. Immediately, the high-grade profound level falling star incantation appeared in Yixing's head. Mr. Pimp's voice was heard. Mid-grade profound weapon. What kind of weapon do you choose? Yixing had 3 mid-grade profound weapons on him. Burning Flame Profound Spear, Golden Feather Profound Sword, and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves. Among them, Yixing couldn't use the Golden Feather Profound Sword, while the Burning Flame Profound Spear and Dark Pattern Boxing Gloves were both very suitable for Yixing. Among the weapons that Yixing was good at, the only mid-grade profound weapon missing was the bow. The Earth Profound Bow was only a low-grade profound weapon. Compared to a mid-grade profound bow, its power was obviously not on the same level. Yixing said, "I choose a bow-type weapon." Soon, a light flashed in front of Yixing, and a great bow appeared. This was a jet-black great bow. The body of the bow was jet-black, and the bowstring was also jet-black. Mr. Pimp's voice sounded, "This is the black profound bow." The body of the bow was forged from the top mid-grade profound gold, black profound black gold. The bowstring was forged from the tendons of a high-grade level 4 demonic beast black abyss flood dragon. The power of the black profound bow is astonishing. It is definitely one of the best mid-grade profound bows. Looking at this unremarkable jet black bow, Yixing didn't expect the materials to be so amazing. Holding the black profound bow in his hand, he repeatedly praised it as a good bow. He was very happy in his heart. Yixing tried to pull the black profound bow. No matter how much strength he exerted, the bowstring of the black profound bow was only slightly raised. With his current strength, he couldn't even pull the black profound bow open. The power of the arrow was closely related to the bow. The stronger the bow, the harder it was to pull it open. This was very normal. Otherwise, if anyone could use a great bow, as long as they had a great bow in their hands, even if their cultivation was low, wouldn't they be invincible? Yixing put away the black profound bow. His cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Now, he couldn't pull the black profound bow open. When his cultivation broke through again and his strength increased, he would be able to pull it open. Star Palace, 4th floor. Yixing saw Mr. Pimp, who had turned into a little old man. 2 long mustaches were fluttering at the corners of his mouth. His small eyes were looking at Yixing, emitting rays of light. Good. Yixing, you're truly a freak. Your innate talent wasn't very high at the beginning, but every time I see you, your innate talent is much higher than before. This is even more so this time. This level of innate talent is rare, even in a mid-ranked continent. Very rare indeed. Mr. Pimp looked at Yixing and sighed. Chapter 635. Yixing smiled. Back in the Outer Realm Starland, his body had fused with the essence blood of a divine dragon. Moreover, he had devoured Xing Liuyu's Heaven's Will to become a 9-star monarch Heaven's Will. Of course, his talents were top-notch. With a black hole astral form, he could devour other people's destiny. His talent would only get higher and higher. Theoretically speaking, Yixing's ultimate talent could be as high as the level of talent a genius could have in this world. The pimp asked, "Is the 4th floor's trial starting now?" Yixing nodded, "Yes, it is." The target of the 4th floor's trial was 3 realms higher than Yixing's cultivation. Yixing didn't use the dragon transformation, nor did he use the dark wind fire art. He only relied on the black hole astral form, sharp wind spear, and tyrannical fire spear to pass the trial perfectly. The first time you passed the 4th floor's trial, it was extremely difficult. When you reached the astral realm, the second time you passed the 4th floor's trial was much easier. Now that you've reached the astral reaching realm, passing the 4th floor's trial for the 3rd time is actually not that difficult anymore. You didn't even reveal your full strength and passed it easily. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. This is beyond common sense. The lower the cultivation, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. The other geniuses, the stronger the cross-realm challenge. But you, it's the opposite. The pimp looked at Yixing and sighed. Yixing faintly smiled. At this moment, a beam of light shot into his head, and the top-grade black-level falling star incantation appeared in his mind. The top-grade black-level falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to cultivate to the limit of the Star Sea realm. Above, that would be the Star Nirvana realm, which would require a god-level cultivation art. Quasi-gods of the Starry Nirvana realm were still too far away from Yixing, so it was impossible for him to meet one. The black-level ultimate falling star incantation was enough for Yixing to practice. Even in the Starry Crescent Land, it would be an excellent cultivation method. Mid-rank Mystic Skeleton Pellet can greatly increase the power of your physical body. Moreover, if your cultivation base stabilizes to peak level 1 Astral Reaching Realm, you could directly break through to the second level. As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing a medicinal pill to fly over to Yi Xing. Yi Xing put the mid-rank Mysterious Skeleton Pellet into a jade box and said, "Since the pellet can help me make a breakthrough, I will naturally save it for when I reach the peak of the first Astral Reaching Realm." Mr. Tortoise, you said that there would be a special reward for completing the Astral Reaching Realm trial. Can you tell me about it now? The pimp nodded and said, "Since you were able to grow to this extent, you now have the qualifications to know the origin of the Stellar Hall. Sit, let me chat with you." The origin of the Stellar Hall? Yi Xing's eyes shone with interest. Seeing the tortoise sitting on the ground, he sat down cross-legged in front of it. Mr. Pimp nodded. His first sentence shocked Yi Xing. The Stellar Hall is a divine tool. Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Divine tool? The strongest martial artists in the Star Continent are only 4-star kings. How could they have a divine tool?" Mr. Pimp said, "Although the Stellar Hall is in the Star Continent, and the name is very similar, it is not a treasure of the Star Continent. It came here by accident. It is a treasure of a high-ranked continent." Yi Xing blinked. High-ranked continents were places with true gods. No wonder a treasure of a high-ranked continent was a divine tool. Yi Xing said, "I know that there are 3 high-ranked continents in the flowing light world. Which continent is the treasure of the Stellar Hall from?" Mr. Pimp looked at Yi Xing strangely and said, "You are from a normal continent like the Star Continent, yet you know about the flowing light world and high-ranked continents?" Yi Xing chuckled and said, "I have also been to the Outer Realm Star Continent and seen the geniuses of other continents. Moreover, there were guests from high-ranked continents in the Star Continent 2,000 years ago. Of course I know. People from high-ranked continents would come to this small place." "How strange," Mr. Pimp exclaimed. He did not delve deeper and continued his topic. "The Stellar Hall was obtained by my master from the Dark Star Continent. When he was a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he obtained this treasure." Yi Xing exclaimed, "Dark Star Divine Palace? 2,000 years ago, the guest from the high-ranked continent was also a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. What a coincidence." Mr. Pimp blinked a few times and said, "If that is the case, the Star Continent and the Dark Star Divine Palace are fated. Work hard. With the Stellar Hall in your hands, one day, you can go to a middle-ranked continent. As long as you are strong enough, you can even go to a high-ranked continent. If you can reach the Dark Star Continent, then there will be a huge treasure waiting for you." Yi Xing shrugged and said, "What? There is a huge treasure waiting for me in the Dark Star Continent? Mr. Pimp, are you kidding me?" Mr. Pimp laughed and said, "I am not lying to you. That treasure is related to the Stellar Hall. According to my master, the Stellar Hall he obtained is only a replica. The real Stellar Hall is located in the place where he obtained the treasure. However, his strength is limited, so he cannot go deep into the core area of the treasure. Therefore, he has no chance to obtain the real Stellar Hall." Yi Xing was stunned. Chapter 636. Under the tortoise's gaze, Yi Xing wanted to lie, but he couldn't say anything. I killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace." Yi Xing hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Of course, he lowered the number. The master of the Stellar Hall, Great Emperor Xing Han, was the great elder of the Stellar Elephant Palace. If Yi Xing were to say that he had killed all the disciples of the Stellar Elephant Palace in the extraterritorial Starland, who knew if the Turtle Guild wouldn't fly into a rage? If he only killed a few, he could still explain it. But if he killed them all, Yi Xing didn't know how to explain it. However, out of Yi Xing's expectations, when Yi Xing said that he killed a few disciples of the Star Elephant Palace, the tortoise was so excited that his eyes lit up. The tortoise shouted, "Good job!" Yi Xing was stunned. "What's going on?" Wasn't your master, Emperor Xing Han, the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? Why did you say that I killed the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace? Yixing looked at the tortoise in confusion. Seeing this, the tortoise said, You don't know, but my master was killed by the people of the Star Elephant Palace. Yixing was surprised. Wasn't Emperor Xing Han the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace? A Grand Elder is definitely one of the upper echelons of the sect. Didn't he represent the Star Elephant Palace? How could he be killed by them? The tortoise sighed and told the story. When my master was young, he wasn't a disciple of the Star Elephant Palace, but a disciple of a low-grade king family. However, his bloodline returned to the ancient times, and his talent was very high. At a young age, he became a king. At that time, the Dark Star Temple of a high-grade continent was recruiting disciples in the Starry Crescent Land. Martial artists under the age of 35 could sign up, but the registration rights were in the hands of the 7 4-star factions of the Starry Crescent Land. Thus, in order to sign up, my master hung himself in front of the Star Elephant Palace. In the end, he stood out among the geniuses and was accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. In the end, my master became a 9-star king in the Dark Star God Palace. However, his potential was exhausted, and he was unable to step into the Star Nirvana realm to become a quasi-god. When he was nearly 300 years old, my master had a fortuitous encounter when he was out adventuring and obtained this star palace. However, my master still doesn't have any hope of becoming a quasi-god. In the Dark Star God Palace, king-level disciples aren't valued. It's not a good thing that my master has a divine weapon. On the contrary, if it's exposed, he'll be killed and robbed. Therefore, when the Dark Star Palace went to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples, my master applied to return to the Starry Crescent Land with the recruitment team. In the Dark Star Godly Palace, 9-star kings are only disciples. In the Life Moon continent, 9-star kings can be titled as emperors, and peak 9-star kings can be titled as great emperors. My master is thus known as Great Emperor Xing Han. Because my master's cultivation is high and he's powerful, the Star Elephant Palace conferred him the title of Great Elder. In the Starry Crescent Land, my master's strength is one of the best except for quasi-gods. Compared to when he was in the Dark Star God Palace, he's much less vigilant. Because of the fight for the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master fought with another great emperor. Both of them were equal in strength, and the fight lasted for 3 days without a winner. It should have ended in a draw. However, in order to win the title of number 1 below quasi-gods, my master used the Star Palace and defeated the Great Emperor. He thought that no one would dare to fight for a divine weapon in the Starry Crescent Land, because even quasi-gods can't resist the power of the Star Palace. However, my master never expected that the Star Elephant Palace would plot against him. During one of the sect's annual celebrations, the Great Elder of the Star Elephant Palace, quasi-god Xinghe, actually poisoned my master's food with the extinction poison. Sigh, if my master had been vigilant, he wouldn't have been poisoned. However, on that day, the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace and the other elders all toasted my master and praised him for being the number 1 below quasi-gods. They said that once the divine weapon was out, even quasi-gods would avoid it. My master listened to them and drank to his heart's content. That wine was no ordinary wine. Even kings would get drunk after drinking too much. Xinghe took advantage of my master's drunken state and poisoned him with the extinction poison. If my master didn't hand over the divine weapon, he wouldn't give him the antidote. The extinction poison is in the Starry Crescent Land, and there's no medicine that can cure it. My master's body is in the Starry Crescent Land, so how could he cure it? Naturally, he didn't believe Xinghe's words. However, he was besieged by Xinghe, the palace master of the Star Elephant Palace, and the other elders. My master knew that he was going to die, but even if he died, he couldn't let Xinghe get the Stellar Hall. When my master got the Stellar Hall, he also obtained 2 great space-breaching talismans. He used one of them to tear through the void and came to the Starry Crescent Land. This is it. Yixing sighed. Although Emperor Xing Han was the Grand Elder of the Star Elephant Palace, It was obvious that the Star Elephant Palace didn't treat Emperor Xing Han as one of their own. If they treated him as one of their own, the Star Elephant Palace would be overjoyed to have an expert like Emperor Xing Han. How could the entire upper echelon of the Star Elephant Palace scheme against him? Yixing looked around and said, "Master Tortoise, so Emperor Xing Han is also in the Stellar Hall?" The Master Tortoise nodded and said, "Yes, but only a corpse is left. The poison of the Extinction King powder is too strong. My master only came here for a few stars before he lost his life. He only had time to set up a few formations outside the Stellar Hall to conceal the aura of the Stellar Hall. He has been dead for 700 years now. Sigh, thinking back, the days with my master are like yesterday." As a Master Tortoise spoke, he raised his hand and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. He said, "This is the Great Space Breaching Talisman. My master obtained 2 of them. He used one, so there's 1 left. I'll give it to you to save your life. This is a special reward. How about it?" Yixing took the Great Space Breaching Talisman and said with a surprised expression, "It looks ordinary, but it can tear through the void and even reach another continent. The effect of this talisman is too amazing." In the extraterritorial Starland, Yixing had seen Feng Xiaoxiao use a small space breaching talisman. However, at that time, Feng Xiaoxiao had taken it out and used it immediately. Yixing had only glanced at it and did not see it clearly. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a great space breaching talisman after returning to the stellar continent? This was really unexpected. Feng Xiaoxiao had once said that even the small space breaching talisman was considered a rare treasure in the Starry Crescent Land. As for the major space breaching talisman, it was obvious that it was of a higher grade than the small space breaching talisman. Yixing observed it for a while and asked, "How do I use it? Do I just crush it directly?" The Master Tortoise said, "Inject the astral energy into it, and it will activate the talisman. No matter how dangerous the situation is, you will be able to escape. No one can stop the Great Space Breaching Talisman from tearing through the void. Of course, the legendary Ji Zun is an exception." Yixing put away the Great Space Breaching Talisman and said, "Although it's a good life-saving treasure, I don't want to use it one day. Once I use it, I'll tear through the void and reach another continent. How can I come back?" Chapter 637. The tortoise chuckled and said, "You are right. My master used the space breaching talisman because he didn't want the Star Palace to fall into the hands of Xing He. However, when he arrived at the Star Continent, he sighed and said that he couldn't even bury his body in his homeland. He could only wander around the Star Continent." After pausing for a while, the tortoise continued, "My master's last wish was to bury his body in his homeland. Yixing, if one day your strength reaches the limit of the Star Continent, you can go to the Star Crescent Land and bury my master in his homeland to fulfill his wish." Yixing put away his casual expression and became serious. He nodded and said, "I will definitely do it." The tortoise stood up and said, "Yixing, I believe that you will do it. That day will come sooner or later. Come, I will take you to a place." Yixing stood up and followed the tortoise. Wherever the tortoise went, the void walls would make way for him. He took Yixing through many twists and turns until they arrived in front of a pavilion. There was actually a pavilion in the Star Palace. It was indeed rare. However, the space inside the Stellar Hall was huge to begin with. Not to mention a pavilion, it could even fit a mountain. The tortoise pointed at the pavilion in front of them and said, "This is the Tortoise Pavilion. It has 4 floors, and it contains the Tortoise Pavilion that my master obtained. The first floor is the low-grade Tortoise Pavilion. The second floor is the mid-grade Tortoise Pavilion. The third floor is the high-grade Tortoise Pavilion, and the fourth floor is the top-grade Tortoise Pavilion. Originally, the Tortoise Pavilion would only be open to you after you complete the King Realm trial and completely control the Star Palace. However, I have high hopes for you. Learn more martial arts to defend yourself, and it will increase your chances of survival. You haven't completely controlled the Star Palace yet, so don't use the space-breaching talisman to go to another continent and never come back. Therefore, you must try your best to become stronger. The stronger you are, the better. Yixing looked at the black martial hall in front of him, and his eyes lit up. He said happily, "The Black Martial Hall's black martial arts are for me to see and practice?" The old pimp nodded and said, "You can look at it, and you can practice it, but there is a small requirement. You have to practice martial arts step by step. If you want to learn a martial art, you have to practice it to the acme of perfection. Only then will you be able to increase the degree of fusion between you and your weapon. You will be able to achieve one with the weapon as soon as possible and comprehend a martial intent." Yixing knew about martial intent. This was the martial intent that a martial artist could comprehend after they reached the state of one with the weapon. For example, man and sword 1 could comprehend sword intent. Man and spear 1 could comprehend spear intent. The type of weapon 1 used would be the manifestation of one's martial will. If one was proficient in barehanded martial arts and the weapon was a pair of gloves, then it would be known as fist intent. Within the Star Continent, only a very small number of kings were able to comprehend a martial intent. Yixing was surprised. Cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary can increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon and also speed up the speed of comprehending martial intent. This was the first time he had heard of this. The old pimp nodded and said, "Yes, the higher your martial arts attainments, the higher your degree of fusion with your weapon. If you can cultivate a profound level martial art to the perfection boundary, then you will be able to achieve one with a weapon and become a weapon master. Then, your chances of comprehending a martial intent will greatly increase." Yixing had a huge advantage over other martial artists when it came to practicing martial arts. He had always practiced martial arts to the perfection boundary. Therefore, he felt that he was becoming more and more familiar with his weapon. It seemed that there were faint signs of him becoming a weapon master. After becoming a weapon master, one would be able to achieve one with a weapon. This represented the pinnacle of skill. When one made a move, there was no need to be constrained by moves. For any martial arts, as long as one cultivated an internal force heart sutra, they could move freely. Even if it was a casual strike, it would have the power of an ultimate move. In other words, when a weapon master made a move, their martial arts would reach the acme of perfection. Yixing somewhat understood why cultivating a martial art to the perfection boundary would increase the degree of fusion between a person and a weapon. It was because a weapon master was very similar to a perfection boundary. Yixing said, "Okay, I will first cultivate a low-grade profound martial art to the perfection boundary. Then, I will cultivate a medium-grade profound martial art, and then a high-grade profound martial art, one level at a time." The old pimp faintly smiled and pointed to the right side of the Black Martial Temple and said, "On the right side of the Black Martial Temple is the Martial Training Temple. Once you enter, it will be the same as a trial. You will encounter stronger and stronger opponents. You can practice martial arts in the midst of battle and increase the speed of your martial arts attainments. This was originally supposed to be open to you after you complete the King's Trial. Now that the Black Martial Temple has been open to you, the Martial Training Temple will also be open to you. You can practice with a profound martial art and also have a training partner." This condition was really amazing. Yixing was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, pimp." The old pimp said, "You can practice in the Black Martial Temple and the Martial Training Temple. Don't go anywhere else." Then, the old pimp's figure flashed and disappeared. Yixing looked at the Black Martial Temple in front of him and then looked at the Martial Training Temple on the side. He smiled and said, Good. The Starry Temple is very safe. I can go into seclusion to practice martial arts. Also, I have a large number of eternity flowers to increase my cultivation. Let's see what kind of realm those hundreds of eternity flowers can help me reach." Yixing entered the Black Martial Temple. It was very spacious inside. There were only 4 rows of bookshelves. On each shelf, there were 20 to 30 secret manuals. There were about 100 manuals in total, all of which were low-grade profound martial arts. Yixing couldn't practice all of the low-grade profound martial arts. It was too difficult. He was an expert in archery. At the same time, he also practiced spear arts and fist arts. Therefore, Yixing's goal was very clear. One secret manual for archery, one secret manual for spear arts, and one secret manual for fist arts would be enough. In addition, a profound martial arts was also necessary. Archery secret manual, spear secret manual, fist secret manual, and Qing Gong secret manual. Yixing only needed to find 4 suitable low-rank black tortoise to learn. Among the 100 low-grade profound martial arts manuals, there were only 2 secret manuals for archery. One was the Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art, and the other was the Golden Ray Soul Splitting Arrow Art. Yixing chose the Fire attribute, Raging Flame Merciless Arrow Art. There were more secret manuals for spear arts. There were a total of 6 of them. Yixing chose the Wind attribute, Shadowless Deadly Spear Art. The tip of the spear was similar to the Sharp Wind Spear Art. It should be easy to practice. There were more secret manuals for fist arts than spear arts. There were a total of 8 of them. Yixing chose the Dark attribute, Dark Soul Subduing Fist. Yixing's gloves were Dark attribute gloves. They were more compatible with Dark attribute martial arts. There were a total of 10 secret manuals for Qinggong. Yixing chose a secret manual called 9 Heavens Spirit Travel Technique. Looking at the introduction, the 9 Heavens Spirit Travel Technique was a top-grade profound level Qinggong. It was divided into 4 volumes. There was only the first volume here, which was equivalent to a low-grade profound level Qinggong. The 9 Heavens Spirit Travel Technique had the word spirit. It was obviously an extraordinary Qinggong. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.